Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If, with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku was born with rabbit ears and wings. All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Beginnings. Again, the handler commands, and so he does. Lunging forwards, Izuku spins through the air, tucking his wings in close before flaring them out, hitting the training dummy before bouncing backwards, landing effortlessly on his feet. His right ear twitches, and then he leaps back, avoiding the real trainer who jumps in close, fists swinging his way. But whenever they get close, he gets farther, ducking and darting out of the way before swooping in close, letting his own kicks finish the match, sending the man flying. The man who is twice his age, has 3 times the amount of muscle as him, and was only supposed to be giving him advice. Izuku sneezes, nose twitching. He hates when they do this, but he knows it's to keep him on his toes. You need to be faster, Midoriya, his handler admonishes. Half a second slower, and he would have gotten you. Izuku knows. He knows, and his handler doesn't need to remind him. Luckily, she doesn't seem inclined to continue lecturing him. She never has said more than she has to. It's both a blessing and a curse, instead nodding her head towards not the dummy, but the trainer. Again, she repeats, and Izuku nods, wings stretching out, ears listening for any sudden noises, and he lunges once more. Over and over, he moves on instruction, moves on instinct, moves on whatever they tell him to move on. He spars with the trainer, the man who he may have learned the name of once, but no longer recalls, and maybe never did. He spars for the handler, who has never introduced herself since their initial meeting, over 10 years ago, back when he was just a little fledgling, with tiny green ears poking through his hair and matching green feathers sprouting from his back. He spars, and Izuku. He stops, barely remembering to dive out of the trainer's way before turning to face the entrance. And then he's perking up, ears twitching and feathers ruffling as he catches sight of his big brother waiting in the doorway waiting for him. Keigo, Izuku chirps, and Keigo beams at him. Come on, Songbird. Let's go get some food. Rumi's already waiting on us, I bet, and you know she'll eat everything if we don't get there in time. Right, Izuku nods, remembering the last time his sister was left alone with their food. It had only been 10 minutes, but that had been enough time for half of his meal to magically disappear on him. Izuku won't make the same mistake twice, no way. He races over to the side of the room, picking up his water before moving to Keigo's side. And he's out of the room before his handler can even protest a thing. Let's get out of here, Keigo whispers as they race through the halls, and the moment they find a window they're pushing it open and flying. The trip is a quick one, which is both a wonderful thing and a disappointing one. Wonderful because Izuku hasn't seen Rumi in a week, and Keigo a week and a half, but upsetting because he doesn't get to fly often. Well, he does, but it's always in closed-off training rooms and never the open skies that make him feel so free. In no time at all, Izuku is landing on the familiar balcony. Keigo is stepped before him and already pushing open the unlocked door. The balcony is only used by 3 people: Keigo, Rumi, and Izuku himself. The colony's exit is what it's dubbed by Rumi's coworkers, and the name makes Izuku smile every single time. It's something that is theirs and theirs alone, and Izuku likes that. He likes it a lot, having something that he can claim. He can't claim much, after all. Not when his room belongs to the commission. His training is run by the commission, and he is the ward of the commission. No, Izuku does not possess much, and as such he holds his possessions close to his heart, like his notebooks, in which he dissects interesting quirks and fighting styles, using heroes and villains alike as references and examples, in which he comes up with potential strategies for all sorts of terrain, makes backup plans for completely hypothetical fights that he's never faced, in which he comes up with ways to use his quirk, and ways for his siblings to use theirs. He treasures his quirk, too, and his body along with it, because while he belongs to the commission, while he follows their plans and lessons to the best of his ability, he is still his own. He is still in command of his body, of his entire being, from the tips of his fuzzy green ears to his wings and tail and all the way down to his toes. He takes pride in his ability to fly at speeds of 60 miles per hour, takes pride in the way he can leap high and see far. He takes pride in himself, and how he's able to recreate some of the greatest feats of his siblings. But Izuku's greatest possessions aren't his notes, nor his abilities. It's not even his intelligence that he treasures most, although that's been refined by the commission along with his analysis skills. No, that's not it. It's his siblings. It's Rumi Uzujiyama, pro hero Maruko, who gets a thrill from fighting the worst of the worst, who can kick ass with a giant grin and then come home to brag about it. It's Keigo Takami, pro hero Hawks, who's risen his way to the top, even surpassing their big sister, quicker than anyone has ever seen, but doesn't let the rankings affect his kindness at home. It's his siblings, who he's been raised with for as long as he can remember, the only family he's ever known. It's his siblings, who have watched over him and inspired him and encouraged him his entire life. It's his siblings, his colony, and they are his greatest treasures. And Izuku will treasure every moment he can get with them, as he can never be sure when he'll next see them. With 3 hectic schedules, and 2 of the 3 being active heroes who risk their lives for the people every single day, Izuku can't assume that he'll see them the next day, or even the next week. It's just how life is, and it makes Izuku hold them tighter whenever he can. Unfortunately, a moment can't last forever, and a few hours later Izuku is returning to the commission, Keigo flying beside him. The sun is setting in the sky, a sign that he's been gone for far too long, and Izuku sighs as he lands on his balcony, waving goodbye to his brother before heading into his room. The room is not empty, his handler waiting patiently at his desk chair. "Welcome back," she says, not unkindly but also not kindly either. "Did you enjoy yourself?" The question should be nice, but the way she says it toneless, as if out of nothing but obligation, makes Izuku wither, wings curling around him like a blanket, or perhaps a shield. "I did," Izuku says. "We compared how far I've progressed to how quickly they had. I'm moving along at a faster rate." They had discussed this for a total of 3 minutes, but the statement is still true. At the very least, this answer makes his handler nod, accepting his sudden leave. "We have been tracking your progress," his handler starts, her tone indicating nothing. "And we've noticed that your progress, while still good, is no longer at the same rate as it used to be. You have slowed down, Midoriya, on the physical portion of your training." She glances up at him, as if she thinks he will answer. Izuku knows better, and she knows this. His old habits of talking back have been gone for years. It only upset people, even when he only wanted to respond or explain himself, and so Izuku has completely foregone it. It's easier for everyone this way. After all, no one cares why he made a mistake, only that he did and that he needs to correct it. Izuku understands this, accepts this, and has adapted to this. The pause only lasts 2.5 seconds before she continues. "We've decided to alter your training schedule, giving it a complete overhaul." Izuku feels his ear flicking, curiosity flooding through him. He wants to know what the changes are. He doesn't expect the answer. "We've decided to send you to a hero school. You've shown to improve immensely whenever allowed outdoors, and seem to benefit from working with your sibling. As such, we're going to have you focus on training at school on weekdays, with weekends for training here. Additional lessons on weekdays will be added as we deem necessary, and will most likely occur at least once a week. We will measure how quickly you improve, and if we see you are progressing more quickly with this method, we will continue to use it. Failure to improve at an adequate rate will lead to your removal, and we will find a new method to replace it. A hero school, with new teachers and students his age, and set lesson times and plans. Like Rumi, Izuku asks, and his handler nods. Like Maruko did, she agrees, although you will have more training with the commission than she ever did. Rumi has told stories about hero school about having fun and friends and looking forwards to what was to come. Keigo never had that. Always focused on nothing but improving, on making his way to pro-hero status quickly so that he could help others. And no, Izuku will have both. Both origins, just like he has a mix of both of their quirks. The idea is exhilarating. And Izuku can't help but flutter as he asks, "Which school will I be applying to?" "Yui," is the automatic response, and then, "You will be taking the recommendation exam in 3 days." It looks like Izuku has some preparing to do, but he can't help but look forward to it as his handler exits the room, leaving the boy alone with his thoughts. A hero school. A school. It sounds so normal, a chance to be young and childish. Izuku knows that the year will be one he won't forget, and he can't wait for it to start. And it all starts at Yui, the recommendation exam. 3 days pass quickly, and Izuku finds himself standing before Yui's gates before he knows it. He cannot help but take a moment to admire the layout before him, eyes roaming over the large building and endless stretch of campus before him. He's heard about Yui, in passing and in the news, with its glory and prestige. It's known as the best hero school in all of Japan, the alma mater to heroes such as the symbol of peace, All Might. And according to his handlers, Izuku will be next. He just has to pass their exam and impress the teachers. For a second, Izuku wonders what will happen if he fails the recommendation exam. Will the handlers have him take the normal exam? Will they send him to a different school, applying and applying until he succeeds? Or will they retract their kind offer and continue to train him on their own? He doesn't want to risk losing his chance to go to a school. He has to pass this exam, no matter what. With this thought in mind, Izuku passes through the gates. He wanders in, quickly spotting another person, with blonde hair that sticks up in an odd, swooping curve, and an odd gadget around his neck. It's obvious that the man is a pro-hero and as such, a teacher here at Yui. "Well, good morning, little listener." The man cheers as Izuku approaches, and the phrase sounds rather familiar. "Good morning," Izuku responds politely, and the man's grin grows. "You're here for the recommendation exam?" "Yeah." When Izuku nods, the man claps and continues on. Great. I'll lead you to the testing room. You're going to be doing the written test first. And then the fun happens after. What, exactly, the fun stands for, Izuku doesn't know. All that he knows for sure is that the recommendation test takers will have to beat some sort of challenge. Test? Something has to be beaten. It's different from the normal entrance exam, where students apparently fight robots. But how different it is, Izuku isn't sure. As they walk, the hero continues to talk, asking him questions like, so what brought you to Yui? To which Izuku easily responds, a car. He had, after all, been driven to the school. His handler said he could not afford to be late. So Izuku sat with his wings awkwardly curled around him, sitting upright so that the back of the seat wouldn't irritate the feathers. Honestly, Izuku would have rather sprinted the entire way there. He'd be less uncomfortable in the end. The hero seems to like this answer, or at least finds it funny because he laughs. Izuku likes the man's laugh. It's loud and unashamed, like Rumi's. Good one, listener, the hero says, and the nickname the one the blonde has used twice already confuses Izuku. Why, he cuts himself off immediately, snapping his mouth shut with a flustered squeak. It's not polite to question this man on his choice of nicknames, however bizarre they may be. Or maybe it's okay, because the man turns to him and urges him to speak up, asking, what were you saying, little listener? Hearing it a third time is enough to make Izuku ask, why do you keep calling me that? A second of pause. And then, I just mean, of course I'm listening. Do people normally not listen to you, sir? Because that's not very kind. Izuku doesn't like it when people purposely ignore him, after all, so why would someone ignore this nice man? The man looks at him oddly, then lets out another laugh, although this one is more muted. Izuku doesn't know if he likes that. Sorry, little buddy, it's a habit of mine. Oh, that makes sense. Is it part of your hero persona? He knows about personas, knows that Keigo acts a lot more carefree when on the job, knows that Rumi thinks they're for people who are afraid of showing their true thoughts, knows that he doesn't know what he thinks about personas, doesn't know if he needs one, should want one, or how to even make one. But he knows about them, and as such the question can exist. The kind hero smiles at him, nodding his head. You got it, he confirms. I run a radio show, put your hands up, and I started calling my fans listeners because, well, they tune into my talk segments. Izuku perks up, finally able to place the man. Oh, you're the man with the voice quirk. Present Mike, right. That's me. The man, Present Mike, answers, and Izuku can't help but let his wings flutter with excitement. Izuku has listened to the show for years, the man's voice a pleasant background noise during long hours of training and working out. He's probably tuned into every show and found old recordings of the ones he missed. Thank Kami for podcasts. It's nice to meet the face behind the voice, although Izuku can't help but feel embarrassed. It took him far too long to realize who the man is, after all. Izuku almost wants to ask more questions, because Present Mike seems to enjoy them, so Izuku doesn't think it'd be a bad thing to do so. But before he can speak up, the voice hero is clapping him on the shoulder and stopping him in his tracks right in front of a giant door. Here's your stop, little listener, Present Mike says. Good luck on the exams, and I hope to see you in my classes come the new year. Watching Present Mike walk away, Izuku hopes so, too. His determination to pass the exams rises. Izuku steps into the classroom, quickly taking in the people in the room. There are 19 kids, and one open desk left. A few look at him with interest as he moves to the final desk. But most either ignore him or analyze him, sizing him up in their heads, trying to figure out how he'll act, trying to decide how much of a threat he is. Izuku isn't foolish. He did his research. Of the thousands of kids who apply to UE every single year, only 40 of them get in. 4 of those spots are reserved for recommendation students, which means that Izuku is competing with at least 19 others for a spot, which isn't quite so bad as being one of the thousands fighting to get one of the remaining 36 seats. But this exam is far more focused on strengths, weaknesses, and the like. Izuku will have to shine among stars, and he's not sure how bright he can be. Luckily, he doesn't have much time to worry about standing out, because the written exam starts only a few minutes after his arrival. A teacher comes in. Who they are, Izuku has no clue, and soon enough he's being handed a booklet and is told to begin. The written test is easy enough, Izuku thinks. While there were a few questions that were a little odd, and some that Izuku wasn't sure of his answer on, his years of studying seemed to be paying off. He's the first one done in the room, a fact that makes some students glare at him, and causes one girl to glance at him nervously as she shuts her own booklet a few minutes later. He doesn't react to these looks, instead facing ahead and staring at the blank chalkboard on the wall, letting the remaining time tick away. As soon as time is up, the teacher clears their throat and begins to speak. All right, everyone, please exit the room and follow ectoplasm. He'll be leading you to the locker rooms to change, and afterwards you'll head to the designated testing grounds. Good luck. Izuku could almost swear that the teacher mutters you'll need it, but he chooses to keep silent, not saying a word about it to the other contestants as they follow ectoplasm to their respective changing rooms, and staying mum as they all head to their testing grounds. It seems that all 20 are going to be in the same area, which is fine, except some of the examinees are still eyeing him oddly and Izuku doesn't know why. Well, it's not something for Izuku to worry about. No, he should be focusing on his exam. The test will be a 3-kilometer obstacle course race, Ectoplasm explains. You'll be sectioned off in groups of 4 or 6 people. After everyone has gone through the race, you'll be interviewed by the principal and a few other teachers. You have 10 minutes before the practical exam begins. Please look to the hologram for when you go, and remember to go beyond. When ectoplasm disappears, off to who knows where, the examinees begin to move. Izuku flutters his wings, flying over the others in order to see when he'll be up without interrupting the others. After seeing that he's in the final race, against 3 other examinees, Izuku lets his feet touch the ground once more. As soon as he does, a voice reaches his ears. "You like flying too, huh?" Izuku turns around, head tilting up so that he can make eye contact with the tall male before him. "You're lucky I have to use my quirk to go airborne, and even then I barely get off of the ground." "So do I," Izuku responds. "If I didn't have my wings, I wouldn't be able to fly, either." The brunette pauses, then laughs. "Yeah, I suppose you're right. But yours has the extra style, you know." Thank you," Izuku responds, adamantly ignoring how his wings flutter from the praise. What's your quirk, if you don't mind me asking?" Just like present Mike, it seems that this boy also doesn't mind questions, because he smiles and cheerfully explains, "Mine is called Whirlwind. I can control the air around me and use it to my advantage. If I get the momentum right, I'm able to fly, but it's not easy to do on my own. So if you had the right support gear on your costume, you could go flying." Izuku asks, and the boy perks up. "Yeah, I could." He nods his head enthusiastically, almost like he hadn't thought up the idea yet. "Thanks, man. Oh, wait, what is your name?" "Izuku Midoriya," he responds automatically. "Nice to meet you, Midoriya." Thumping a hand onto his chest, the brunette introduces himself. "I'm Inase Urashi. Nice to meet you, too," Izuku responds politely, smiling back at Urashi. "I hope that we both do well today." "Me, too. You're a nice one, Midoriya." Laughing loudly, Urashi adds, "And here I was, starting to question if I actually wanted to come here or not if I got accepted. That is, some of these people suck, but I guess it's not everyone, yeah." Izuku supposes that makes sense. "I haven't really talked to anyone else yet," he admits awkwardly. "I'm sure that there are plenty of nice people here, though. There have to be after all. Both of the people Izuku has talked to have been nothing but wonderful. I like your optimism. After the tests, come find me. I want to exchange numbers with you." "Oh, all right. Great. If everyone in the first group could line up at the starting line." A cheerful voice cuts in, and Izuku perks up when he sees present Mike, perched up on a looking area that raises up high above them all. "That'd be wonderful. The rest of you, please move out of the way." "Thanks, that's my cue," Urashi says cheerfully. "Wish me luck, Midoriya." "Good luck," he offers immediately, and Urashi lets out a cheer before moving to his spot. Izuku slips over to the side with the rest of the group, ending up beside a girl with black hair that's pulled up into a high ponytail. For a moment, he considers chatting with Hera and then wonders if she even wants to talk, or if she's mentally preparing for her turn, and Izuku doesn't want to risk messing anyone up, so he focuses on himself. The first race begins, and Izuku watches as a boy with red and white hair quickly speeds ahead of the rest, leaving a trail of ice as he goes. Urashi is seconds behind him, and the other 4 are quick to follow. It only takes a few moments for all 6 of them to disappear from view. As the race goes on, Izuku turns his attention to his wings, stretching them out so that they won't be stiff during his round. It'd be rather foolish of him to go in unprepared, so he's going to make sure that he's ready. The first race ends with Urashi taking the lead, sliding over the line a mere second before the ice user can. Izuku perks up when Urashi comes over to him, dusty and out of breath but still smiling widely. "Thanks for the luck," Urashi exclaims, and Izuku nods happily. "Of course, you did great. And you will, too." "Oi," Izuku hopes so. He focuses on his stretching as the second round goes on, moving from his wings to the rest of his body. By the time the third round is underway, he's halfway through his usual leg routine. He finishes just as present Mike calls for their attention and looks up to Urashi for some parting words. "Good luck," Urashi offers, and Izuku will take all the luck the boy can give him. And when the test begins, he puts it to use, soaring past the competition. Momoge Urazu. Her name is written on the front, marked with Yui's seal, and despite Momo's need to know her results, she can't help but stare at the closed envelope. All she needs to do is open it. Open the envelope, read the contents inside, and she'll know. It's probably the very first page. She doesn't even have to read the entire letter if she's too impatient. She can just skip to the final line. She doesn't want to skip to the final line. She's too afraid of what it will say. A dreaded "we thank you for your time," but one that will be polite but condemning, a sign of her failures. Though, Momo needs a moment. A moment to make her best guesses, to go over the day and see where she might land on the cutting board. Momo closes her eyes, the memories of the testing day coming back. She'd done well on the written exam. She's almost positive of that. She'd been the second one done in the room, with only that boy with the rabbit ears and bird wings to beat her. That had to mean something, right? But then again, being the second done doesn't mean she was the second best score. She might have been third, or fourth, or even the very worst. She knows that she's studied adequately, that the test only felt moderately difficult to her, but what if the others felt like it wasn't too hard? What if some of them breezed right through it? The boy who had finished first had seemed content, relaxed, not at all the expression she thinks someone who struggled would have. Momo shakes her head. She's getting too hung up on that green-haired boy, which is foolish of her. Although, looking back on it, there were a few others who had seemed rather at peace with their results when closing their books. The green-haired girl, whose quirk allowed her to split her body into pieces. The boy who could soften things. A girl who could turn her hands into lava. Momo shoves past these thoughts, moving on to the second portion. The practical exam, an obstacle course 3 kilometers long. She had been in the 4th round, and had performed to the best of her ability. She had stretched during the 10-minute waiting period, and then applied her quirk as well as she could when the race started. She had gotten second out of the 4 of them. The winged rabbit boy had gotten first. Momo wants to brush this off, because, well, the boy had the perfect quirk for such an exam. Who cares about obstacles when you can fly over them? He didn't, and Momo had been jealous as she watched the teen soar ahead. He was already talking to a friend when Momo finally reached the finish line. Somehow, that made everything seem worse. So he had a more suitable quirk. So what? The interview had gone well, Momo believes. Principal Nedzu had been intrigued by her quirk, had been delighted to hear the complexities of it. And since Momo knows nothing of how the other interviews went, she can delude herself into believing that she had stood out, and she must have. Because she knows that Nedzu was interested in her quirk, in her brain, and such a being like Nedzu couldn't be intrigued by everyone, could he? No, that would be absurd. Right. Momo takes a deep breath and opens the envelope. A small discus falls out. It hits the table, and a hologram flickers to life. Principal Nedzu's face fills the screen. The video begins to play. Momo Yaoyorozu. The being's voice seems to fill the room, and for how cheerful it sounds, Momo cannot stop worrying. I will be brief, as I know many students do not like to be forced through endless, trivial nonsense before hearing the important bit. He claps his hands together, not making much sound at all, likely due to his fur. To start, I must say that you've impressed me. With a quirk like yours, it takes an abundance of persistence and dedication to gain a proper handle on your abilities. Here at Yui, we strive to find those who will consistently go above and beyond, as is our plus ultra nature. I'm pleased to see that you have a similar set of traits, and even more pleased to delve into your results. For the written exam, you scored a remarkable result of 95%, making you our 3rd best scorer out of all of the applicants. Third isn't bad, necessarily. In a competition, it would still earn a medal. And Principal Nedzu is impressed with her. Momo begins to hope. For the practical exam, you did well. Out of the 20 examinees, you placed 6th, 6 out of 20, 3 out of 10. She's in the top 30%. That isn't the best, but it's not the worst, especially when the top 5 were likely people with quirks most suited for such an exam. And during our interview, you were marked as one of the 10 students with the most potential to go pro. Principal Nedzu chirps, smiling even wider. So with all of that in mind, I'd like to congratulate you for passing the recommendation exam and making it into Yui. She passed. Okami, she passed. Momo tears up, a hand coming up to cover her open mouth despite the fact that she's alone in her room. She can't believe it. She made it. She got into Yui. She's going to be in 1A. We look forward to seeing you in Class 1B, Nedzu says, cutting off the celebratory cheer in Momo's head. Welcome to your Hero Academia. With that final line, the hologram disappears, the discus shutting off. Class 1B, not 1A, 1B. She must have misheard. Clearly, Shesh got into Yui. How can she not be in 1A? I'll just watch it again, and I'll hear him correctly this time, Momo murmurs to herself, already clicking the button once more with a shaking hand. But he says it again. 1B, accepted, but not enough for 1A. She's just barely made it, hasn't she? Momo lets her eyes dart to the holographic screen, gaze fixing on the image presented. 4 faces fill the screen, 2 for 1A, 2 for 1B. The green-haired boy is in 1A, his smiling face filling her sight. The other 2, Momo recalls, a powerful wind quirk user and one with ice. Both are strong, all 3 with amazing quirks that the world will love. None of them are like her. None of them are like the girl who could split apart her body, or the boy who could soften anything. She's just barely made it, and she's the only one. You are nothing more than an act of inclusion. Something whispers in her mind, venomous and foul, and yet Momo can't object to it. She took the recommendation exam, knowing it would be easier for a quirk like hers, and yet she still wasn't at the top. She wasn't the smartest, nor the strongest, and she has a quirk that is hard to use. She is the odd one out, closer to a charity case than a true recommendation student. Suddenly, the victory doesn't feel like one. You passed. You will be in Class 1A. His handler doesn't bother leading up to the results, simply spelling them out and dropping a pre-opened envelope onto his desk. She turns to walk out of his room, grabbing the door handle, then pauses for a single moment. Congratulations for getting the top spot, Midoriya. And then she's gone. Izuku waits 2 whole seconds before lunging over to his desk, nearly ripping the envelope in his haste. He ignores the papers, only caring for the little round disc that is clutched in his hands. With an insatiable haste, he taps the button, eyes lighting up as a video begins to play. Izuku Midoriya, the principal greets, and Izuku has to tamp down the urge to greet him in turn. His ears do flick, though, so that counts for something. Let's hop right into your results, as I'm sure you're eager to hear them. Okami, is he ever? To start, I'm glad to announce that you got a nearly perfect score on the written exam, getting 99% on the test. This makes you our highest scorer for the written portion. As for the practical portion, it is unsurprising to say that you also got first, having the fastest time by flying over the entire course. Izuku giggles as the creature's smile grows, the mammal adding, admittedly, your result has only given a colleague of mine further ammunition to point out ways the exams could be fixed. But change is lovely in certain circumstances, and as such this is not an issue. Finally, there's your interview to be discussed. From our short talk in which Izuku had done his best to not ask too many questions, because Principal Nedzu is exactly that, a principal, and as such likely has less patience for his silly inquiries, I've decided that you were in the top 10 examinees with the most potential for growth. Oh, that's really nice of him. So with all of that said, congratulations. You, Midoriya, have passed the recommendation exam with flying colors, getting first place overall. Welcome to Yui. And we look forward to seeing you in one of your Hero Academia. The screen flickers into non-existence, and Izuku stares at the wall. He got into Yui. He got into Yui. He got into Yui. I'm going to a school, Izuku realizes, and a burst of joy explodes in his chest. Izuku lets a smile slip onto his face, and he plays the video again. We are sorry to announce that you did not meet the 45-point minimum needed to enter Yui's hero course. We wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors, and hope that you will find a new way to reach your full potential. Best of luck. Yui, 17 points. 6 more 3-pointers would have been enough. 9 more 2-pointers would have saved her. 17 1-pointers was what she needed. Her hand clenches, the paper held tightly in her grasp becoming crumpled and warped. Good. It's because of the 0-pointer. Because she was stuck under the rubble, and too sick, too scared, to move. Because the robot was coming, and everyone else was fleeing but she couldn't. She could have made it in. She was already halfway to the needed amount. But she was trapped. She was trapped and no one came to save her. No one defeated the massive robot, or pulled her out so she could find other bots to defeat. They left her there, until the 0-pointer shut down on its own, standing mere feet from her. It could have crushed her, had it not had a failsafe program in its code. It could have crushed her, and she would have died, and the other applicants had left her there. She rubs at her eyes, forcing away the tears that are falling freely. She can't focus on that. She doesn't have time to focus on her failures. She needs to find a new school. Most would stay at Yui. Most would go into general education, work their asses off and pray that they can get far enough in the sports festival to transfer up. But she doesn't care about the prestige of Yui. She cares about becoming a hero, because she needs the job so she can make the money needed to give her parents a nice, comfortable life. I hear that Shiksu is good, she mutters to herself, pulling up the exam date on her phone. It's in a week, she has time. She takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly. But this single breath, she gathers up all of her disappointment and throws it out, replacing it with a new round of determination. She will pass Shiksu's exams, and she will get into their hero course. And she will become a rescue hero, like her idol 13, and she will never leave someone like the Yui examinees left her. Achako Uraraka takes one last look at her rejection letter and then she throws it away, leaving a dream behind and making a new one. The first day, Izuku is forced to take the car to Yui again. But he can't even be upset about it because he's going to school. School with teachers and classmates and daily assignments. School with cafeterias and lockers and desks with chairs that Izuku probably won't like but won't complain about either. School with, or here, his driver says. They're not his handler, but rather a different person. A male, with dull, unalert eyes and a scowl as they press a button, unlocking the backseat doors. Get out, Skvader. Some of them only call him that. Skvader. Izuku doesn't know if it's because they don't know his name. much like he never knows theirs or if it's because they don't think he deserves to be more than his quirk. Kami knows how most of the commission will only call Keigo Hawks. Either way, the name doesn't ruffle Izuku's feathers nowadays, just another term associated with who he is and who he will become. And so Izuku gets out of the car, black messenger bag slung over his shoulder, and a little bounce in every step. He enters the building, ears perking up to catch the noises. It's rather quiet, so far, likely because he's early enough to not earn his teacher's ire, but late enough that the students here are already at their respective homerooms. Izuku likes it this way, not too overwhelming as he roams the halls until he finally manages to reach Class 1A. Izuku stares at the massive door, somewhat intimidated by its sheer size, yet also thrilled. It's larger than life, and for some reason that only boosts Izuku's spirits more. A smile set on his face, Izuku nods to himself and opens the door. He's greeted with harsh voices nearly shouting at each other, and instinctively takes a step back. His ears flicker back, and he can't help but wrinkle his nose at the noise. And unfortunately for Izuku, the two boys continue to bicker. Keeping your feet on the desk like that, you're being disrespectful to every hero who has sat here before you. The blue-haired boy shouts, arm chopping in an odd, robotic motion. The other one, who has blonde hair, red eyes, and seems to have completely foregone his tie, lucky him. Izuku's tie has been bothering him since he put it on, lets out a snort. Like anyone cares about their high school desk. Don't keep such a stick up your ass, or do. It'll be fun to rip it out of you during training. Such profanity. Do you really want to speak in that manner in such a fine institution like? Institution. The fuck kind of rich kid school did you go to? The blue-haired boy takes a deep breath, standing up straight and fixing his glasses before speaking once more. It appears we have gotten off on the wrong foot. Forgive me, I am Tenya Ida, from Sumi Academy. Can't even stick to your guns, huh? The blonde smirks, leaning back into his seat further as he adds, and an elitist, too. Can't wait to blast your ass to dust. Blast my, are you sure that you want to be a hero? Izuku frowns at the question and steps forward. He doesn't see how the blue-haired boy, Ida, can ask such a thing. To be honest, he doesn't think the blonde has done anything to warrant such a mean question. So the boy has his feet on his desk, didn't wear a tie, and has a penchant for swearing. What of it? What about that is so bad that Ida doubts him so quickly? Rumi swears all of the time, especially at villains. Keigo stands on tables when he's trying to make a point, and Izuku really wants to ditch his tie, and plans to lose at the first moment that he can. But the second Izuku tries to speak, someone brushes past him. Izuku startles, wings flaring, accidentally hitting the person who bumped into him. Izuku turns to face them, to apologize. He recognizes the dual-haired boy. Oh, Izuku squeaks. I'm so sorry, Todoroki. How do you know my name? Todoroki asks, but then his curiosity fades into annoyance. Let me guess, my father. Your father? Izuku asks, head tilting to the side. Huiso, Keigo's favorite, of course, the man with the flames. Endeavor. Todoroki gives him a funny look, lips pressed together but eyes betraying his confusion. Did you not know that? I'm not very knowledgeable on heroes, Izuku admits bashfully. I've always been more interested in, quirks and scenarios, not the people themselves. It may be the wrong thing to say, or maybe it isn't, but either way Todoroki is still looking at him oddly. How did you recognize me, then? He asks, and Izuku perks up. This is a question he knows the answer to. I saw you at the exam. You were really cool, your ice is amazing. Todoroki nods curtly. Thanks, and then he walks away, finding his desk and sitting down. Izuku figures he should do the same, and moves to find his spot. He makes it 2 steps closer to the desks before he hears a gasp. Fume, he's a bird, too. Izuku blinks in surprise as a shadow darts around his side, staring him in the eyes. Izuku stares back, eyes wide and unblinking. Is this his peer, or, oh, it's not. A boy is attached to the shadow, or is the shadow attached to him? It's probably that way around. If Izuku is being sensible and he has a bird's head and a hand tugging at a stray feather in exasperation. My apologies for my quirk, the shadow wielder says, bowing his head. Dark Shadow sensed someone of a similar nature, and is a curious one. That's all right, Izuku assures. They're not wrong, I am kind of a bird, and kind of a rabbit. And boy does that mess with his instincts. Either way, it was rather impolite, the bird boy states. But if you believe it is fine, I will not force you to say otherwise. I am Fumikage Takoyami. Oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Takoyami nods. And Izuku beams and opens his mouth to, say something. But just as he does, he hears a rustling noise in the doorway. If you're just here to chat, get out of my classroom, a new voice states, and Izuku turns around to find the source. And the source is a man laying on the floor, wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag. As Izuku stares at the figure, the man slips a hand out, bringing a jelly pouch to his lips and slurping loudly, eyes completely uncaring as he does so. Izuku thinks that he just found his new role model. You all took 8 seconds to settle down. The man goes on, somehow standing up without any struggle despite the sleeping bag limiting his range of movement. And Izuku decides right then and there that this man is his new favorite hero, teacher, and perhaps even person, because holy fuck, he has no qualms about what others think. Every second wasted is a second that could be used for something useful, the man states, slipping the bag off. A person saved. A villain defeated. Isn't that what you're here for? To prepare. Letting out a sigh, the man reaches into his yellow cocoon, pulling out a gym uniform and tossing it to Izuku. Get dressed and head straight to training field. If you're not there in 10 minutes, you're expelled. The man turns to leave, the only thing stopping him being a quick question from Ida. Who are you, sir? The robotic boy asks, arm chopping, and the man hardly spares a glance back. Shouta Aizawa, your homeroom teacher for the year if you can stay for more than a day. That is. With Aizawa's disappearance around the corner, Izuku lets his wings flutter as his grip tightens around the uniform. Wow, Izuku breathes out in awe, and then he's racing through the halls, searching for the boys' locker room. He's halfway through changing when the rest of the boys arrive. A few of them greet him, but Izuku is too focused on getting dressed to give them much more than a quick hello back. After 30 seconds of struggling to put on his shirt, and finally deciding to forego it for the time being, holding it in his hands and simply wearing his tank top that he always has on underneath his shirts, Izuku is leaving the locker room and heading out to find his teacher. Izuku isn't too surprised to find that he's the first one there, although he is somewhat disappointed when he sees that Aizawa-sensei doesn't have his sleeping bag with him. He shrugs it off, however, instead just enjoying the silence and the warmth of the sun. Aizawa doesn't let the silence last long, however, instead asking, why are you holding your shirt? It won't fit over my wings, sensei, Izuku says. I need to cut holes in if I'm allowed to, of course. Aizawa raises an eyebrow at the remark. It's your shirt. I won't get upset that you're adding the necessary openings. Izuku blinks in surprise, then smiles. He had assumed that he might get in trouble, but if Aizawa-sensei is encouraging him, do you have a knife? Izuku asks, then slaps a hand over his mouth. Again with the questions. Aizawa doesn't say anything, instead pulling out a pocket knife and tossing it to Izuku, who once again catches what the man tosses at him. Izuku sends a grateful smile his way, then moves into a kneeling position. He spreads the shirt out, mentally mapping where his wings need to emerge from, and begins to cut through the fabric. He's startled halfway through the first slit by his teacher, who asks, why didn't you have your uniform adjusted for you? I am sorry, Izuku asks, and Aizawa frowns. Your uniform. In the forms you got, you were able to ask for necessary adjustments and accommodations. Why didn't you ask for openings for your wings? I was never given the chance, Izuku answers simply, still looking up to his teacher. When the black-haired man gestures for him to continue, he adds, my handler, must not have thought I needed any adjustments. I would have to ask. And he doesn't ask. No, because President Mike and Yurashi may accept questions. And Aizawa-sensei seems to be alright with them as well, maybe, but his handler. No, your handler. Aizawa says the word like it's unusual, slipping off of his tongue in an almost funny sort of way. I suppose you could call her my guardian. Caretaker, Izuku offers, giving the second option when Aizawa just continues to stare at him. It's kind of odd how the man doesn't accept the answer straight away, but before the silence can go on for too long, the others finally start to arrive. Dude, you're fast, a redhead exclaims, and Izuku chuckles even as his ear twitches at the sudden remark. Thank you. Unsure how to continue the conversation, Izuku diverts his attention to his shirt, quickly cutting out the holes for his wings and slipping the shirt on as the last few show up. He hands the knife back to his teacher as the final student makes an appearance, and Aizawa begins immediately. The ball throw, standing long jump, 50-meter dash. You've done these tests each year without your quirks, because the world is afraid to admit that not everyone is equal. Eyes sweeping over the class, Aizawa says, today, you're going to change it up. 8 tests, quirks allowed. I'll be testing to see who can do the best. Bakugo, Aizawa tosses a softball to a boy with spiky blonde hair, who catches it in one hand. Throw the ball. Do whatever you like, just stay in the circle. Izuku watches as the blonde, Bakugo, steps into a white circle. His eyes stay trained on the teen as he pulls back his arm, and then throws it forward, an explosion shooting from his palm and sending the ball high into the sky. A beeping noise follows, and Izuku looks at the phone that Aizawa shows off. The ball went over 700 meters. Wow, that looks like so much fun. A girl who is entirely pink shouts, and Aizawa turns his sharp gaze on her. Fun, huh? Well, how about this? The person who ranks last will be expelled. Izuku blinks in surprise. He didn't know that teachers did that. How odd. His peers seem to be complaining about how unfair that is, but Izuku holds his tongue. It's not a matter of fair or not. The world isn't fair, Aizawa scolds, and Izuku nods, understanding. Fires, earthquakes, murders. Do you think the world is fair? No, it isn't, and neither are we. Yui has a rather lax policy on education. And that works for the teachers as much as it does the teachers. So the constant threat of expulsion is just a thing here. Izuku files that tidbit away. It's clear to him that he'll need to keep this in mind. And so with his class suddenly silent, and expulsion hanging over their heads, the 8 tests begin. They're actually not bad, if Izuku is honest. Well, not bad for him. Most of the tests focus on running or hopping, and Izuku is great at both of these things. But even then, he's able to simply soar through a majority of the tests, literally flying through the events. The 50-meter dash, standing long jump, and distance run are all handled by kicking off of the ground with a horizontal leap, using his wings to continue with the momentum and carry him to a high score. The repeated side steps are fun, reminding him of a competition he once had with Rumi to see who could keep hopping for the longest time. Izuku may accidentally binky a few times during the test, caught up in the memory, but that's fine. Sit-ups and the seated toe touch aren't bad, either. Izuku manages to end up as the final one going, likely because his trainer makes him do sit-ups and other basic drills whenever he messes up a maneuver or exercise. For the seated toe touch, well, bro, the redhead whispers, "How are you doing that?" That is Izuku practically collapsing on himself, his stomach touching the floor as his hands reach in front of him. Though, Izuku murmurs, "Well, I was trained to focus on kicks, so I need to be able to kick high to make up for my punches." His arms are muscular, sure, but he's definitely a kicker. He's just made for it, really. So I do a lot of stretching. His peers seem impressed, at least. The only tests that aren't as wonderful are the grip strength test and the ball throw. Izuku does well with the first, considering that he doesn't have a strength quirk, managing to get over 70 kilograms. It looks like his literal years of training have been for something at least. Finally, Izuku goes to the ball throw, where he frowns before lighting up, ears perking straight up. The Skvader bounces a few times before throwing the ball lightly into the air. Once it starts to drop, he jumps up and kicks the ball, beaming widely as it soars through the sky. He gets just under 200 meters and wiggles in delight. When the 8th test is finished, and all of his peers have gone, Aizawa puts up the results. Izuku looks for his name and beams at the hologram. Izuku Midoriya first. Izuku perks up at the placement, glad that he's proven himself so early. At the very least, now he's shown his teacher that he's good enough to stay, and staying means less time with his handlers and their disappointed looks. But Izuku does feel bad for the invisible girl, who is sniffling and presumably tearing up. Not that Izuku can really be sure. She has a few of the girls patting her on the back, consoling her, and Izuku feels himself taking a step closer to her. Maybe she'll be comforted if he drapes his wings over her. He met a little kid once who had enjoyed the feathery hug. They had described it as a personal blanket, shielding them from the world, and it looks like she needs a shield right now. However, just as Izuku goes to offer a wing, Aizawa shuts off the hologram and smiles widely. "I lied," Aizawa states simply, and the class freezes. Izuku does so too, confused. No one is going home. This was just a logical ruse to convince you all to do your best. Izuku watches as some of his peers freak out, yelling about how he had tricked them and they had been terrified. The invisible girl, for her part, is laughing in a somewhat hysteric manner, and Izuku averts his gaze, offering her a semblance of privacy instead. He ends up locking eyes with a girl with blonde hair and horns. The girl gives him a confused look and asks, "Was that not obvious? I thought it was just a joke." Her words are spoken somewhat awkwardly, as if the accent is unfamiliar. Izuku doesn't want to pry, though, so he doesn't. Instead, Izuku admits, "I assumed schools were just like that. Are you also not from around here?" She asks, eyes widening with excitement. Izuku feels bad when he shakes his head. "I'm, homeschooled. Or I was. But now I'm here. I am also now here," the girl says, delighted. "I am Pony Tsunotori, from America." Izuku Midoriya, from Japan, Izuku responds, and Tsunotori smiles so brightly at him, he can't help but return it. He walks out of the first day of school with his head held high, and a new friend to treasure. He wonders what tomorrow will bring. Day 2. Tomorrow, as it was called the day before, brings quite a bit to Izuku. The day starts the same as the day before, with Izuku arriving not too early, not too late, and only a little annoyed from the ride. Ada is already in the classroom when Izuku arrives, and so are Todoroki and Bakugo. But Tsunotori is there too, and she is as eager as he is to talk once more. "I never asked for your number." "For the telephone," Tsunotori exclaims as soon as she sees him, racing to stand in front of him. Izuku lets out a nervous laugh, because he had also forgotten. "It's a good thing we're classmates, then," Izuku comments as he pulls out his phone, opening up his contact and handing over the phone. When Tsunotori does the same, his eyes widen at the sheer amount of names her phone has listed. Izuku himself only has around 15, and only 3 of those are ones he wants in his phone. Other than Rumi, Keigo, and Yorashi, Izuku's contacts are nothing but tutors, trainers, and handlers. Contacts for people who only send messages on what he must do next, and never anything else. So when Tsunotori hands back his phone, and it's still open on her contact, Izuku takes it with a smile. His smile only grows when Tsunotori says, "Let's go sit before the teacher arrives. I think your spot is behind mine." And it is. But that's not even the most amazing part, no. The best part is that Izuku's seat is different. It wasn't before. Izuku knows this. He saw the desks yesterday, looked at all 20 seats and saw that they were the same. Blue padded seats, with a backing that would support even the tallest of his peers, that could roll around for easy access. Perfect for those who are especially tall. And armless to help those with extra limbs like the boy with 6 arms in his class. But not for those with extra appendages coming from their back. Not for people like Izuku. But this chair is. It's a rollable chair, just like the others. It has blue padding that will keep him from becoming uncomfortable. It's large enough for him to sit on, even if he was sitting with his legs crossed over each other, his shoes resting on the cushion and all. And most importantly, it's backless. Izuku can't help the spark of joy that flits through him as he sets down his bag, grateful for the accommodation. He wonders who made the change. Was it Aizawa-sensei, who questioned him yesterday when he couldn't wear his shirt? If so, the man is living up to his title as Izuku's new icon, and Izuku can only hope that he'll be able to thank the man sometime today. For now, though, Aizawa isn't in the room, so Izuku just takes in the sight of his peers. Tsunotori is playing a game on her phone, and Izuku hums softly as he spots the little English encouragements that pop up. He makes an internal note to ask her if she prefers speaking in English, but decides to wait until he's sure that she wants to answer a question rather than springing it upon her. The rest of the room is filling rather quickly. Takoyami takes a seat in front of Todoroki, who is beside him but not speaking. Takoyami offers him a quick greeting, Dark Shadow a longer one, and Izuku returns both gratefully. A few others smile his way, but Izuku doesn't speak up. Their smiles are enough, at least. The bell rings, starting the day, and Izuku keeps quiet as Aizawa enters the room. His peers fall silent only 6 seconds after the man walks in, to which Aizawa nods before starting the day. And the day flies by, much faster than Izuku would have expected. Izuku has heard people talk about school, after all, on the radio. Most say it takes forever to get through a single day, but Izuku feels like he changes periods with every blink. One moment, he's in English class, listening to present Mike talk about sentence structures, and the next he's being taught math by a guy who calls himself ectoplasm. And lunch. There's lunchtime, where Tsunotori takes him by the arm and pulls him to a table, nearly making Izuku drop his lunch, but that's fine, because Izuku gets to sit with a friend his age, and talk. Only 2 others join them at their table, but Izuku doesn't think that's a bad thing. He's happy when Takoyami joins them, murmuring that Dark Shadow wouldn't quit pestering him before taking a spot. He's ecstatic when another person joins, a pink-haired and skinned named Mina Ashido, who Tsunotori befriended in the changing rooms yesterday. "You're Mr. First Place," Ashido realizes after a moment, and Izuku blushes before nodding. He doesn't speak, but he doesn't have to. She stated a fact, after all. Ashido continues to speak, luckily, so the conversation doesn't drop off there. She talks about how excited she is to be here, and how she's looking forward to their afternoon lesson. The morning was all of the boring stuff, Ashido declares, but afternoons are for heroics. "I can't wait to show off what I've got, you know, and I as well." Tsunotori agrees. This looks like it will be a fun year. Izuku thinks heroics will be fun. He supposes it will be, if it's getting his peers so riled up. He just hopes it isn't the same training as he does with his trainers, or on his own. He does enough lifting. He'll be happy if there's some variety. Then again, at least he'll have people with him. That's bound to be better than just listening to a radio show, right? Yeah, with this in mind, Izuku isn't all too upset when lunch ends, happily following half a step behind Ashido and Tsunotori, Takoyami beside him. He sits on his seat, wings stretching into the open air, angled so that he doesn't accidentally knock Todoroki. As he stretches, he can't help but hear someone racing through the hall, and tenses up when the door slams open. A blonde hero races into the room, one of the few that Izuku can recognize by name. All Might, the #1 hero. His handlers want him to act more like the man, strong, confident, able to calm civilians with a smile. Izuku will do what he can, he supposes. It's rather odd, seeing the man in person. The man who is usually just a symbol of what he should become, an idea more than a reality, stands at the front of the classroom decked out in a shiny hero costume. All Might hops right into the lesson, sending everyone off to grab their hero costumes, and telling them all to head to ground beta before racing away. Izuku nods to himself. The directions are easy enough to follow. Without a word, Izuku grabs case number 20 and heads to the locker rooms. Hell likes his costume well enough, he supposes. Izuku never got a say, but he's glad that it's so familiar. The commission, at the very least, lets him have a piece of home in his outfit. It's a mixture of his colony, and makes Izuku smile as he puts on each piece in the locker room. First is the shirt. It's sleeveless and clings to his body, much like Rumi's costume, but the black fabric has the same markings as Keigo's shirt, just in a dark green that matches his hair. Black pants come next, with dark green stripes on the outside to make a pair of the first two pieces. Third is the coat, similar to Keigo's but green instead of the tan color Keigo sports. It's lined with a warm material, meant to allow him to fly higher without getting too cold. They even have wing slits, same with the shirt, and Izuku is happy that his handlers thought about that detail. For this he'd rather not have to cut his costume, after all. The rest of the costume isn't as exciting or comforting. Black boots are slipped onto his feet, a matching utility belt goes on his waist, and white gloves are pulled up to his wrists. Izuku leaves the locker room as quickly as he entered it, heading down to the correct training ground. He's the first one out once again, and All Might seems surprised by his early arrival, but Izuku doesn't bat an eye, instead turning his gaze upwards. All Might must be surprised by this, because he clears his throat, the sound oddly wet. Izuku wants to ask, but refrains, instead giving the man his privacy. Perhaps he choked on his own spit. Izuku has done that before during training. He won't judge the hero. You must be young Midoriya, yes? All Might asks, and Izuku startles before nodding. All Might smiles, but the expression starts to strain when the silence stretches. Was I supposed to say something? Izuku wonders to himself as All Might stays quiet. He doesn't think so, he nodded after all. But All Might is waiting for him to say something. Maybe he thinks Izuku doesn't know who he is. And you're All Might, I think. Izuku says hesitantly, probably way too late because All Might startles yet again. You think? All Might asks after a moment, and Izuku nods again. All Might opens his mouth, probably planning to say something, but he's cut off by the sound of footsteps. Midoriya. Tsunotori cheers. I am so excited. You are as well, right? Right. Izuku agrees instantly, because doing otherwise feels rude. Tsunotori brightens up all the more, proving Izuku's response to be the right one, and he smiles back. The rest of the class gathers not long after Tsunotori arrives, and Izuku marvels at all of their hero costumes. He can't help it, they all look so cool. And apparently All Might agrees, because he lets out a laugh and proclaims, they say the clothes make the hero, and you lot look like a bunch of new herolings. Now, let's get on to our first lesson. Hater raises his hand, and speaks before being called on. Sir, I see that this is the same grounds as used for the exam. Are we performing sit escape maneuvers? Not today. All Might rejects. Today, you'll be fighting indoors. The action may seem to only ever take place in the streets, but the truly nefarious villains know to hide in the shadows. That's why your first lesson will be a battle against your peers, to see how battles truly go. But isn't that dangerous? A girl with green hair asks. We haven't even learned the basics. The basics are best taught through experience, All Might declares, and so everyone accepts his answer. And, to Izuku's surprise, more questions are asked in a rapid flurry. How will teams be decided? How much can I hurt the other people? Are we going to get expelled if we lose? Isn't my cape marvelous? Izuku stares at his peers as they continue to inquire about the exercise, shocked by their boldness. So shocked that he nearly misses All Might's words. But he's learned what happens if one isn't observant. And so he tunes in at the perfect moment. We'll be using lots to determine partners, and then to decide who will be the hero team and who will be the villain team. Come grab your lot while I explain the scenario. Izuku follows the man's instructions, picking up a slip that has the letter F on it while All Might describes the exercise. It seems simple enough, and Izuku can't help but be excited to train for what must be the first time in ages. A chance to spar with new people, all while trying to either defend or get access to a fake bomb. Izuku's wings are already fluttering. Izuku glances around, trying to find his partner. Tsunotori stands next to a boy with a tail, Ashido with a guy who has a cool black streak in his blonde hair, and Takoyami with a boy who has on an orange bodysuit and soft beige hair. His face is hidden by a helmet, but Izuku is pretty sure that it's the boy with giant teeth that remind him somewhat of a skull. One by one, everyone else seems to know who their partner is. So who is remaining? Hey, you've got F, right? Izuku jumps, whirling around to face a redhead with a sharp yet kind smile. He nods quickly, showing his slip, and the redhead lets out a happy laugh before showing off his matching paper. It looks like we're a team. I'm Ijiru Kirishima. What's your name? I'm Izuku Midoriya. Kirishima grins wider at the response, nodding enthusiastically. Nice. We're gonna do great. Man, I just know it. Izuku hopes so. All Might calls the first match, Team B versus Team C. Team B, composed of the boy with the additional limbs, Xiaoji, and Zero, who can shoot tape out of his elbows, are the heroes. Team C, which is the girl with earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes, Jiru, and the frog girl Isui, are picked to be the villains. Izuku sighs with relief, glad that he doesn't have to be the very first to go, and watches as the battle begins. And oh, what a battle it is. Not one of explosive force and unwavering strength, but rather one focused on stealth and subtlety. Izuku watches with unblinking eyes as both Xiaoji and Jiru listen to their surroundings. And while the audio isn't available, he can still tell that the two are telling their respective teammates what is changing. When the heroes start to get closer, Isui gets into position, hiding right next to the doorway. She pounces the moment that someone enters the room. The problem is, she lunges on Xiaoji, who uses one of his dupli arms to smack her away. Zero uses the moment to shoot tape at her, effectively trapping her to the wall she landed against. Jiru tries to defend the bomb. Izuku can tell, but it only takes one moment of her being distracted by Xiaoji for Zero to sprint over to the bomb, tapping it and earning the heroes their win. The second fight is sort of funny, if Izuku is being quite honest with himself. The members of Team G, Hagakure and Kuda, are the heroes. Meanwhile, Team H, Bakugo and Satu, are the villains. Izuku watches the cameras, paying special attention to where Hagakure is when she takes off her shoes and gloves. And he can't hold in his laughter when the match starts, and she manages to walk right past Bakugo in the first 3 minutes of the match. What's so funny? Kirishima asks, and Izuku answers obligingly. Hagakure passed Bakugo, Izuku informs, and gets an odd look in return. How do you know that? Kirishima asks. She's, invisible. She messes up the light, Takoyami says, joining in the conversation. Dark Shadow nods behind him, and Izuku joins in. Oh, is it a bird thing? Kirishima asks, and Izuku giggles again. I can see ultraviolet light, kind of. It's not the best, but I can tell where Hagakure is because of it. Not very well, of course, because while his normal vision is well past impeccable, he doesn't rely enough on UV lighting to have fine-tuned vision, but it's enough that he can see the bizarre wrongness that moves where Hagakure is, messing with refractions and absorptions that simply don't occur when she interferes. It's rather fascinating, as much as it is unusual, but it's well worth it, to be able to laugh at the shocked face that Satu makes when All Might calls for the hero's victory. The teams return, with Bakugo looking rather angry as he slouches against the wall, and the third match begins. Now Team A, Ida and Todoroki, as the heroes against Team D, Takoyami and Honuki. Izuku looks forward to seeing what will happen, and he's not disappointed. Ida and Todoroki start off strong, or rather, Todoroki starts off strong, a wave of ice covering the entire building. Izuku gasps at the show of power and precision, amazed as the cameras show how every wall and floor is lined with the frozen substance. Todoroki enters the building calmly, confidence obvious in his set shoulders and upturned jaw. Ida, flustered, tries to move across the ice, but only manages to skid around. If one were to only follow the heroes, they'd assume that victory was assured for the duo, the villains already immobilized. But Izuku lets his eyes drift to the cams focusing on the villains, and his smile only grows. Because Honuki is doing something what Izuku isn't sure to the ice, and after making contact with it in a ring around the room, he settles back into place next to Takoyami, who was freed by a much larger dark shadow. When Todoroki enters, there's chaos. Chaos, because first Todoroki steps on his own ice, but rather than effortlessly sliding over it, he sinks. A softening quirk of sorts, Izuku realizes, eyes widening as the ice wielder seems to struggle in his stance. And the moment Todoroki begins to struggle, Dark Shadow moves for the final blow. Todoroki's ice means nothing against the Shadow, who winds around his blasts and knocks him down, tying him up and rendering him immobile. Ida never even makes it, unable to climb the stairs without slipping back down. The villains win, leaving Izuku's peers in silent awe. Dark Shadow is practically shining with joy when he comes back, as impossible as it sounds. The fourth round pits Teams E and J against each other. Team E is Aoyama and Monoma, who are the villains against Ajaru and Tsunotori. They're defeated rather quickly, although Izuku does note that Monoma seemed to be using the exact same quirk as Aoyama, a bright laser shooting from his stomach. I hate going against mutant quirks, Monoma mutters upon his return, and Izuku blinks as the pieces click into place. He has a copying quirk. Izuku wonders what the applications of such a quirk could be, but doesn't have any time to ponder the thought, because it's finally his turn. Izuku and Kirishima are set up to be the heroes, with Kaminari and Ashido as the villains. Izuku watches as his peers enter the building they'll be fighting with, then lets his eyes trail down to the blueprints All Might had given him. He can't help but notice how many windows there are, but nobody else has entered through the windows. So does that mean he shouldn't? What's on your mind, Midoriya? Kirishima asks, and Izuku startles. Kirishima wants his thoughts. Yui is full of surprises, isn't it? No one has gone through the windows yet, Izuku points out. When Kirishima just nods his head, Izuku runs a hand through his hair before adding, most of the rooms seem to have windows. The room with the bomb likely has them, too. Oh, so you want to fly on in? That's so cool, man. I wouldn't have even thought about it. Beaming, Kirishima asks, do you think you'd be able to lift both of us into the room? I think so, Izuku says, a plan coming together. Head tilting, he asks, you have a hardening quirk, right? How do you feel about throwing rocks at glass walls? Kirishima lets out a loud laugh, eyes wide with delight. Let's do it. He cheers, and that's all of the approval that Izuku needs. When time runs out, Izuku flies away, quickly scouting the room to find where the bomb is. Seeing that both villains are still in the room, he dives back to Kirishima, whose fists are clenched with anticipation. Ready? Izuku asks, and Kirishima nods. Swiftly, Izuku grabs the boy carefully, making sure to get a proper hold on him, and then flies back up. He stays out of view, keeping to a blind spot, and clears his throat. On 3, Izuku whispers. He begins to swing the boy, and on the count of 3, throws the boy with a forward motion. He grins as Kirishima hardens his entire body in midair, crashing through the window and moving into a roll the second he hits the floor. Izuku flies in after him, and immediately goes on offense, knocking Kaminari away from his partner. I'll get the bomb, Kirishima shouts, and Izuku hops into action, diving at the villains. The fight is the quickest one yet, Izuku knows, when Kirishima gets a hand on the bomb not 30 seconds later. Izuku giggles as he sets down Kaminari, who he had been dangling by a shoe, and lets his wings fluff up with pride as Kirishima cheers. That's how we do it. Kirishima cheers, holding a fist at Izuku. Izuku blinks at the gesture, and glances curiously at Kirishima. Is he playing that one gamma rock, paper, scissors? It seems fitting for his quirk, but Izuku doesn't think that's quite right. Are you going to leave him hanging? Kaminari asks, and Izuku frowns at the phrasing. Leave him hanging. Oh, now understanding what he has to do, Izuku takes his hand and grabs Kirishima's fist so that it's no longer hanging in the air. He must have done something right, because Kaminari and Ishido are laughing, and it sounds like happy laughter, and Kirishima is still smiling, so Izuku smiles too, proud and confident. And when he gets back to the watching room, the rest of his peers seem impressed by his plan, so Izuku thinks his second day has gone wonderfully. He wonders what happens next. Day 3. Izuku gets the vote for class representative. It's not necessarily exciting, nor is it something Izuku plans to decline. It just is. Izuku doesn't mind it, at the very least. He has no doubts that the commission would want him to take up the role. On the bright side, he'll likely need to show up to school earlier and stick around later. Maybe he can use this to convince his handler that he can bring himself to Yui. Congratulations on earning the role as class representative, Ida praises, and Izuku blinks up at the tall boy. Thank you, Izuku responds. And congratulations on becoming the vice representative. Ada definitely seems to be much more enthusiastic about the position, smiling and nodding sharply at the reminder. That little conversation aside, Aizawa instructs everyone back to their seats. Izuku perches on his chair, wings stretching in the open air before laying back down. Class starts, and Izuku lets his attention be fully pulled in by the subjects. Lunch arrives rather quickly, and Izuku hums with pleasure when Tsunotori leads him back to the same table as the day before. He takes his spot, right at the end, where he can stretch out a bit more, and smiles as Tsunotori sits on his left. Ishido quickly steals the spot across from Tsunotori, and Takoyami sits across from him calmly. And then, as if that wasn't great enough, Kirishima joins them. And so does Kaminari, the boy he faced yesterday, who waves cheerfully before plopping down into a spot. First place on the first day, mastermind behind your fight yesterday, and the class rep today. Midoriya, you're killing it, Kaminari exclaims. And Izuku smiles shyly at the praise. But it is rather odd, Izuku thinks, how so many of his peers had actively wanted to become the class representative, and yet still voted for him. He wonders why. I've just been lucky, that's all, Izuku says, and gets a round of confused noises and objections in return. Embarrassed but sure, he says. The initial test was simply in my favor. It didn't account for anyone with a wing quirk, as they're pretty rare. I was just lucky to have Kirishima with me as my human rock yesterday. And Tadea, admittedly, I'm not sure how I got the spot. Well, I don't know about them. Kirishima starts, jabbing a finger at the rest of the table, but I voted for you. You're really manly, Midoriya. I voted for you, too. Ishido chimes in. And I as well. Tsunotori agrees. I almost voted for myself, but I thought you were the better candidate, Kaminari adds. I'd probably overwork myself into short-circuiting, but you seem to like being here a lot. Short-circuiting. Izuku frowns. That doesn't sound very safe. There must be a way to fix that, right? Takoyami pulls him out of his thoughts with a somewhat exasperated, dark shadow. Filled out my vote, writing your name on it, which was rather unnecessary, as I also had plans to vote for you. Izuku blinks in surprise, and then smiles more sincerely. Thank you, guys. I hope that I'll live up to your expectations. He thinks that his friends are opening their mouths to reassure him, or something, but he doesn't hear a single word before loud alarms begin to blare through the cafeteria, making him wince and flinch back, hands reaching up to cover his ears. The noise is barely muffled, the alarm shouting out, Level 3 security breach. Please make your way to the designated safe zone. Level 3 security breach. Please. Izuku does his best to tune it out, listening to a third year as they exclaim, Level 3. That means that someone has gotten in past the gates. That's never happened before. Izuku lets his eyes flicker around, taking in the sights around him as Kirishima pulls him to the exit, the rather crowded exit. Izuku notes. His eyes widen as he gets close to the window, seeing a bunch of people storming through the gates which have disappeared, turned into dust from what he can see. He spots their cameras, and he understands. It's just the media, Izuku says, but no one can hear him over the panic. He tries to explain, but no one looks. He's too insignificant, lost in the crowd like this. So Izuku does what he does best, and flies above the rest. Yui, Izuku shouts, raising his voice more than he ever has before. It seems to work, his green wings gaining the attention that he needed. It's just the press. You don't need to panic, there is no threat. Eyes scanning the crowd, he focuses on a student in a third year's uniform. You should be leading them by example. A hero leads with confidence, don't they? Use that to make your way safely to your classes. The third year nods, smiling brightly. Got it. Let's go, everyone. Nice and calm. The blonde leads some of the herd away, and Izuku sighs in relief as the crowd dies down, giving him room to land. The moment his feet touch the ground, his confidence seeps away, leaving him shaking. He's never raised his voice like that. Kirishima offers an open hand when he reaches Izuku, and Izuku takes it gratefully. The redhead leads him back to 1A, praising him for his quick thinking all the way. Izuku doesn't respond, just smiling, but Kirishima doesn't seem to mind. When he gets to the classroom, the praise becomes worse, his peers cheering him on. That was so cool. Zero compliments. Dude, you were hella fierce for a moment there. You calmed them all so fast. Hagakure says, I was nearly trampled in the rush, and then you just stopped them all. It was amazing. You acted like a proper hero, as expected of the class representative in such a prestigious school. Ada chimes in, and Izuku winces back at that one. The words sound praising, yet, for some inexplicable reason, Izuku can't help but recoil as if the words are scathing. He doesn't understand why, though, and that makes him cautious. He nods at the words, and then turns when he hears footsteps on the other side of the door. The door opens a second after, and Aizawa walks in. The two make eye contact, which Izuku quickly breaks. He misses the way Aizawa studies him before speaking. I heard how you dealt with the alarm, Aizawa says. Good job, Midoriya. The rest of you, take his words to heart. You need to know how to act in the face of fear. Got it? Yes, sensei. The class cheers, and Izuku burns brightly from the praise. He moves to go back to his seat, but Aizawa raises a hand up. He stops. In just a moment, you'll be heading to the locker rooms to get dressed before we head out to training ground. See, before that, however, the class representative needs to choose his council members. Izuku blinks in surprise, then nods hurriedly. Not wanting to waste any time, he asks, how many members do you want me to choose? 3 will be plenty, Aizawa states. You just need them for votes, or if you or Ada are absent for the day. Right. Turning to the class, he says, please raise your hand if you'd like to be on the council. He doesn't want to choose someone who doesn't want to be picked, after all. Luckily, 3 of his immediate choices raise their hands, so Izuku is quick to call out their names. Tsunotori, Ashido, and Kirishima. Please. Izuku glances to Aizawa, who nods and marks it down. All right, go get dressed. Everyone. Izuku won't make him say it again, racing out with the rest of them. Once again, he's the first one out on the field. Aizawa nods in approval, then looks away, finishing up with, well, whatever he's doing. The man begins to speak the moment the last student arrives, and Izuku listens attentively as he does so. Heroes need to be able to evade as much as they need to be able to see what's hidden. For today's exercise, here Aizawa sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. Well, simply put, you're going to be playing hide-and-seek tag. Izuku watches as his peers begin to perk up. Kirishima pumping his fist in the air and turning to him with an eager expression. I love tag. Kirishima cheers. I haven't played that since elementary. It's impressive that such a well-known game can be applied to a training setting. Ada exclaims, and Izuku blinks in surprise. Are you excited? Tsunotori asks, and Izuku lets out a nervous laugh. Not particularly, Izuku admits, albeit hesitantly. I do not know what tag is. The field goes silent, and Izuku looks to Aizawa, assuming that he's the cause of the silence. But Aizawa is just looking at him. And when Izuku looks around, he sees that his peers are staring back. Is he the cause of the silence? How do you not know tag? Kaminari asks, and Izuku winces. I was taught on my own. Homeschool, Ashido says, nodding sagely, and Izuku relaxes when his peers look away. For tag, you have one person who is it, and their goal is to make contact with someone else who is playing. The person tapped is the new it, and they have to try to tag someone else, Takoyami explains calmly. And for hide and seek tag, you get to hide first. Dark Shadow chirps. Izuku nods, grateful for the explanation, and Aizawa clears his throat. For this, however, you are not a hider once you've tagged another person. Your goal as a hider is to be one of the last ones remaining, or to stay out of range once found without leaving the area. Those who are tagged become fellow seekers. If all of the hiders are found, we'll begin a new round. Understood. Izuku nods along with his peers, and Aizawa continues, explaining that the students cannot leave the area of forest, with random forts and trees and places to hide beneath before announcing the first seekers. Up first is Satu and Ajiru, and so the lesson begins. Izuku watches as his peers race off, then does the same. Wings fluttering, he glances around, seeing how his classmates hide in the tree forts, among piles of crates, or even in bushes. For a moment, Izuku wonders where he should go, and then he remembers something very, very important. His wings are green. His hair is green. His costume is also green. Izuku flies above the trees, and then slips away to an area that he knows no one else is in. Then he wraps his wings around himself, the color blending in with the leaves that he perches within. And then he waits, and waits, and waits. Izuku listens as his peers move around, the occasional cry of frustration reaching his ears, or a cheer of delight. Sometimes there is a terrified scream, and Izuku wonders who is being startled, the seeker or the hider, but they never seem to be close to him. Did he go out of bounds? No, he'd been careful. He's still in the forest. He's fine. His belief is proven when he hears footsteps come closer, one of his peers approaching his tree. A second pair joins, and Izuku listens as they speak. Who all is left? One asks, and Izuku thinks the voice sounds like Siro's. The other one sounds like Kaminari, who says, just Midoriya, I think. He lasted longer than the girl who is literally invisible. I think Ida tripped over her. Their voices fade away as the two walk further and further from his spot, and Izuku blinks in surprise. Did they not see him? Apparently not, because some time later, he hears a call through the trees. Midoriya, Aizawa shouts. You can come back to the starting point. You've outlasted everyone else already. Izuku chirps in delight at the teacher's comment, unfurling his wings and jumping off of his branch. He soars back to the entrance, landing gracefully beside his teacher. His peers all look at him, some smiling, others exasperated. Where are you? Jiru asks. I listened for you everywhere. I was in a tree. Izuku responds, to which Ashido mutters, Oh Kami, he's a bird, of course he was in the tree. Izuku wonders if he should remind her of his rabbit side, but figures it'd be rude to do so. He chooses to keep his mouth shut instead, looking to Aizawa for further instruction. You're the next seeker, with Kuda, Aizawa says, and Izuku nods before staying rooted in his spot, giving his peers the proper time needed to hide. Instead he looks at Kuda, who waves nervously. Izuku notices how a bird is sitting on the boy's head, and perks up. Kuda is the boy who can speak to animals, isn't he? Izuku chirps at the bird, keeping the tone soft, and the bird chirps back. Kuda stares in awe. Do you understand them, too? Kuda asks, voice barely a whisper, almost like Izuku's own when he speaks with his handler. Izuku shakes his head, smiling somewhat sadly. No, but I have their instincts. It's easier to understand their tone, if that makes sense. It must, because Kuda nods along. Emboldened by their similarity, Izuku says, I have a plan, if you'd like it. Kuda nods, and Izuku grins. How many birds do you think we can use as scouts? The round ends in 5 minutes. The forest may be vast, but birds are fast travelers. Aizawa starts sending out more seekers after that, and Izuku isn't allowed to be one of them. Neither is Kuda after their teamwork. Somehow, Izuku never once gets found. He delights in the frustrated yells, even if he really shouldn't. Keigo and Rumi have always encouraged mischief, after all. Shouta Aizawa watches as each of his students go, taking special note as a certain boy with wings exits the room, wings stretching out as he walks behind the others. His eyes narrow when the door shuts, and then he stands up, pushing aside the lesson plans he had been fixing up. He picks up a file and walks through the massive door of 1A. Shouta heads down to Nedzu's office, giving no warning as he opens the door. He knows well by now that Nedzu will be prepared to see him, the creature always is. And Shouta is correct, being greeted by the cheerful chirp of his name and a cup of tea being set for him. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Nedzu asks, and Shouta frowns before setting down the file. He slides it closer to Nezu, who opens it up with interest. "Oh, you've been looking into your student's file. What about it, Aizawa? Is Midoriya being raised by the government?" Shouta asks, not willing to beat around the bush. "Is he being raised by the Hero Commission?" "I've been wondering the same thing," Nezu admits, setting down the file. "When he took the recommendation exam, I was interested. The boy is well above his peers in terms of intelligence and education. He excelled in the practical portion. And it's clear that he's been pushed hard to become the best hero that he can be. I looked into his files a bit deeper, and it's interesting. I couldn't find much about his family," Shouta states. "It mentions a brother and a sister, but no names were actually listed. There are no parents referenced at all, and the guardian information is nothing but a telephone number." It had been rather unsettling how sparse the boy's information had been. With the few odd comments and actions Midoriya had slipped, Shouta was beginning to create a picture in his head. "I need to cut holes if I'm allowed to, of course." It's as if he's not used to being allowed much, with how clearly he hesitates to work around his quirk. Midoriya, slapping his hand over his mouth after asking for something, as if asking questions is wrong. "I was never given the chance." My handler was Midoriya's first term for his guardian. The instinctive reaction for choice of words. The boy had stumbled over calling the woman a caretaker, Midoriya beaming at him from on top of his new chair, as if Aizawa's simple switch of furniture was worth a smile of pure sunshine, as if he wasn't used to people changing anything for his sake. Yes, Shouta is beginning to create a picture in his head, and it isn't one that he likes very much. Nezu's smile doesn't change, but his eyes do seem to darken. The only visible sign of his discontent. "Yes," he admits, "I had noticed that sparsity. That's one of the things I looked into." Reaching into his desk, Nezu pulls out a file of his own and places it on the desk. Flipping it open with one of his paws, the creature begins to read. "Izuku Midoriya has 2 siblings, a brother and a sister. The brother's name is unfindable, and was hidden behind HC walls that I did not think were worth attempting to break at the time. His hero name, however, is one you will recognize. I'm sure that you know the wing hero, Hawks. Yes, Hawks, a daylight hero that is considered kind and aloof, yet not much is known about him. He's already the number 3 pro hero on the rankings, despite being in his early 20s. It makes sense, Shouta supposes, that Midoriya is related to the hero. Their quirks are, after all, very similar, and wing-related quirks are rare. Having a quirk that grants him bird-like wings would make many suspicious of his lineage. It should have been fairly obvious that Midoriya would be related to the man in some way. But if Midoriya's brother is Hawks, then where does he get the rabbit half? Wait, Hawks and Maruko, are they related? Shouta asks, and Nezu chuckles. It appears so. Maruko is the older sister of Hawks and Midoriya. What a family. The number 3 and number 7 hero, with a little sibling following in their footsteps with a quirk that blends many of the greatest aspects of their powers together. He wonders if it's just coincidence that all 3 have chosen the same career, if being raised by the Hero Commission has ingrained the idea into his student's head. Either way, it's something that he will have to keep an eye on. Midoriya is someone to keep an eye on. Shouta won't stand by if a student is being mistreated, after all, especially not in their own home. USJ. Izuku gets to school extra early, pleased as he walks up to the entrance of UA. He'd spoken to his handler, spoken up, too, about his new position as class representative, and after pleasing her with his accomplishments, he made his request to be free of the car rides he was stuck taking. He must be on track with the results that his handler and the board wanted, because his handler left a note on his door saying that he could go to school on his own so long as he has his phone on him, of course, which he always does. Aizawa is already napping on the ground when Izuku walks in, and Izuku whispers a soft good morning to the otherwise empty room before taking his spot in the back. He lets out a pleased whistle as he pulls out his things for the day, looking forward to what's to come. Ada is the next to arrive, and he seems surprised to see that Izuku has already arrived. Midoriya, good morning. Ada greets. I didn't expect you to be here before me, but I suppose it does make sense. You are truly striving to be a great class representative, aren't you? Honestly, Izuku just prefers being at UE back with HC. But he doesn't know how to say that to Ada, so he just smiles and nods. Ada takes the answer and sits down, pulling out a notebook and beginning to study like a model student. Izuku, on the other hand, pulls out his phone and slips in his earbuds, then turns on Present Mike's channel. It's the Voice Heroes English Hour, where the blonde has a mix of English songs to play. Izuku likes listening during this time when possible. It's a fun way to brush up on his skills so that his handler doesn't get annoyed. Izuku perks up as a familiar song begins to play, bobbing his head to the rhythm as he pulls out an analysis notebook and begins to mark notes on a quirk he'd been assigned to break down. The normalcy of the moment makes him relax, and Izuku begins to hum along softly, forgetting for a moment that he's not in his room. But then Tsunotori is in his face, eyes wide and smile bright as she says, I know that song. It is in English. It is. Izuku agrees, embarrassed as Tsunotori cheers. Do you know English? Yes. Summoning his courage, Izuku asks, do you prefer to speak English? I can, if you want. Not always, Tsunotori starts. I do need to become more fluent here, but we can talk in English for fun. She thinks talking with me is fun. Izuku thinks, and that makes him ruffle with excitement. Of course, Izuku agrees, and then offers an earbud to his friend when their conversation begins to die down. He's happy when she accepts it, and the two listen to the radio until the bell rings. As Izuku shoves his phone away, Aizawa begins to speak. We'll be going on a field trip today, the man starts, and is immediately cut off by cheering. Izuku watches as the man sighs, waiting out the cheers before saying, right, we'll be focusing on rescue training and how to act in different environments. When you go to get changed, I advise you to think carefully on whether or not you want to wear your costume or PE uniforms. You aren't likely to be used to your costumes yet, but you'll be doing a lot of movement. Is that clear? After receiving a round of nods, Aizawa nods once and says, right, go get changed, then, and meet in 10 minutes in front of the school. Izuku grabs his case the moment he can, already looking forward to the exercise. He's pretty sure that he'll do well in rescue training, since both Rumi and Keigo have shown that they're good at that field of heroics. While he may not have the telekinetic feathers that his brother possesses, he can fly, and that's always useful. It never hurts to have an eye to search from above. And he's like his sister in his ability to run quickly and hear soft noises, which always helps when searching for stragglers over large terrains. Yeah, Izuku is looking forward to this, and he can't help but beam as he pulls on his costume before racing to the front. Aizawa gives him a look when he shows up first yet again, and the man asks, do you always race around like that? Izuku is pretty sure that he does, so he nods. Aizawa lets out a hum in response, and Izuku enjoys the silence until his peers arrive, mostly in one giant clump. Everyone, please line up according to your student number so we can enter the bus smoothly and efficiently. Ada cries out as he approaches, hand-chopping sharply, and Izuku winces. Is that really something they need to worry about? Seating charts. For some reason, Izuku can't help but be annoyed at how Ida corrals everyone into perfectly symmetrical lines. We're taking more time getting into lines than it would take for us to just board the bus, Zero points out. And Izuku can't help but agree mentally. Externally, however, he just keeps his mouth shut. Still, a piece of him feels oddly pleased when he sees the bus's open seating arrangement, which effectively ruins the seating plans it had. Izuku watches as his peers get into the bus and claims an end spot, sitting next to Asui. Kirishima gives him a little wave from Asui's other side, smiling widely, and Izuku can't help but return the gesture as he turns, angling his body so that his wings can drape over the open end. It's a little odd, he'll admit, since it means he's staring at his peers, but it's far more comfortable, and Izuku will never pass up the chance to have a comfortable bus ride. Asui seems to take his position as an invitation to question him, saying, Midoriya. Izuku snaps his gaze to her, ears raising to listen better. She blinks at him for a moment, then continues. I like to say what's on my mind, so I tend to be rather blunt. Your quirk, it's a bit odd. You're a mix of a rabbit and a bird, aren't you? What is your quirk even called? Oh, I call it a Skvader, Izuku chirps. When Asui just blinks at him, he tentatively adds, Skvaders are a mythical creature, basically just winged rabbits and, well. Izuku extends his left wing, feathers ruffling as he stretches it, and he points to one of his ears to finish the gesture. I see, Asui says. So, am I right to assume that your parents had a rabbit and bird quirk, Kiro? Probably. Izuku agrees, nodding, only to hesitate when he notices the confused looks that he's getting. Probably, Kaminari asks, an eyebrow raising. Can't you, tell? Kaminari makes a gesture of his own, pointing at his head and back. Well, if I could see them, I probably would be able to. Yes, Izuku responds, and Kaminari blinks dumbly before inhaling sharply, cringing into his seat as if trying to become a part of it. Sorry, man. That was super uncool of me. Kaminari apologizes, and Izuku shrugs. It's really not a big deal to him, he's just never known his parents. It's nothing to worry about, or cry over, it just is. That's why Izuku doesn't have to fake his smile as he says, it's quite alright. That's a normal question to have, I'm sure. And to make Kaminari feel better, he turns to Asui and asks, so, were both of your parents frogs, or? They are, Kiro, Asui affirms. And my sisters. That's so cool. Kirishima cheers. You two have super cool quirks, origins or not. They're super manly. I wish my quirk was that interesting. But it is, Izuku says before he can help himself, and then he continues when Kirishima falters. A hardening quirk like that has so many applications, Kirishima. You can be a weapon of your own right, or a shield of support. Don't underestimate yourself. It may not be as flashy as mine, but it certainly has its perks. Aoyama joins in, to which Ashido comments, and it doesn't try to break your stomach every single time. Which brings up another question, Asui states, turning to look at Monoma. If Aoyama's quirk hurts his stomach, to the point that he needs a belt on just to regulate it, how did your body handle it? It didn't, Monoma grumbles, a hand reaching to touch his stomach as if he's remembering the pain. Recovery girl scolded me for 20 minutes about using his quirk as if I had any other option. Izuku winces sympathetically, but his attention is stolen by Kaminari, who says, well, I think there's a lot of people with really cool quirks on this bus, but I think we can all agree that Midoriya is the closest to pro. I mean, what about Bakugo or Todoroki? Anjuru asks, to which Kaminari scoffs. Please, they may be strong, too, but look at him. He has wings, Tsunotori offers, and Kaminari shakes his head wildly. No, well, yes, but I mean, personality matters too, guys. That's the nicest way to insult two guys at once, I think, Hagakure states, and Izuku watches with wide eyes as Bakugo begins to shout at Kaminari, calling him a dunce face for his comments. Todoroki, for his part, seems unfazed, but Izuku isn't really sure that Todoroki has been listening at all since they sat down, which, fair, because Izuku is starting to get lost in his own thoughts, too. Izuku supposes that Kaminari is right, at least, in his observation. Izuku probably is the closest to pro out of his peers, with an entire lifetime of training to look back on. He thinks it'd be a poor testament to himself if he was anything less, as if the Hero Commission would accept less than what I've offered. Izuku thinks, lips tempted to pull into a wry smile but stopped, kept purposely blank. The trip ends not long after Izuku falls silent, Aizawa waking up just as the bus stops and getting up immediately, gesturing for them all to follow. Izuku listens obediently, slipping out of the bus, happy to have land beneath his feet. He looks up at the massive, dome-like building, eyes widening as he takes in the view. It's so cool, someone shouts, and Izuku nods automatically in agreement. But when Aizawa leads them through the front entrance, excitement suddenly shifts into apprehension, and Izuku feels his shoulders stiffen as his ears perk up, feathers fluffing ever so slightly instinctively. Izuku glances around, eyes tracking everything. But nothing seems wrong. And isn't that alarming? Izuku's ear twitches as he watches Aizawa speak to another hero, who wears a spacesuit as their costume. Izuku wonders who they are. They look kind of familiar. Maybe he's studied their quirk. The feeling gets worse as the space hero lifts up 3 fingers, and Izuku lets his wings ruffle, displeasure uncontainable. Are you cold? Kirishima asks him, and Izuku frowns, shaking his head. He's not cold. His suit makes sure of that. No, his brain is just yelling at him, screaming more and more the longer Izuku waits. The hero begins to talk, introducing themselves as 13. But Izuku can't listen past that, only hearing the repetitive chants of flee, run, hide, get to safety now, and protect, save, defend them. It's confusing and disorienting, the way his instincts have always been when the conflicting halves of his quirk have to work at once. But Izuku knows one thing. He always trusts his instincts, and when his instincts are at war with each other, it only means one thing. And so Izuku slips over to his teacher's side, hesitantly tugs on Aizawa's sleeve as his class is enamored by 13, and whispers, something is wrong, sir. And something is. A swirling, purple vortex begins to open up by the fountain, a mist spreading around it. Izuku watches with growing worry as something steps out, misty and undefined by the normal, shapely figure that one would expect. A man covered in hands walks out next, followed by a hulking beast that makes Izuku's instincts shriek, and then more portals are opening up, dozens of people walking through. No, is the activity starting? Kirishima asks, and Izuku spreads a wing automatically to block the redhead from moving forward. Those aren't just people. They are villains, Aizawa says, goggles being pulled over his eyes and scarf beginning to levitate. 13, get the kids out. And that's all the man says before he leaps into the fray, taking down 2 villains on the way. Izuku watches him go, kicking and punching and never faltering, and he forces himself to wrench his eyes away when Kirishima takes his hand, saying, "Come on, Midoriya, we need to go," before pulling him along. They don't make it to the entrance. The man of mist appears before them, wispy arms spreading out like he's a servant come to greet them. "Greetings, hero hatchlings," the mist speaks. "I'd like to announce our company formally, to the young who are caught up in our endeavors. We are the League of Villains, and we have one goal today: to kill All Might and end the reign of the symbol of peace." No, there's no way. Izuku's mind flashes an image of the black monster with bulging muscles, and he shudders. If there's a way, it must be that. Where is he? The purple shadow asks. Our information said All Might would be here, but he's not present. I wonder if he will show up if we hurt his students. No, 13 shouts, but Kirishima and Bakugo are faster, the redhead ripping away from Izuku to try taking down the mist. Izuku watches with wide eyes as Bakugo sends a massive explosion at the mist, only to flinch when the dust dies down. And it's clear that the man is unscathed. "You nearly got me," the mist murmurs, but Izuku can hear it loud and clear. I see, you truly are the golden egg of heroes. Nevertheless, I do have a task to complete. Farewell. Move. 13 shouts, but it's too late, and Izuku watches with wide eyes as portals begin to appear underneath the feet of his peers. A few go right away, Kirishima, Bakugo, and Ida all disappearing in their respective circles of purple mist. Izuku darts into the air, flapping his wings and flying over 13's head at the mist. His mind yells at him, half screaming to attack the villain while the other wants to run. Don't fight, 13 shouts, making up his mind for him. Get help. Izuku nods once, and then he swerves around, diving out of the villain's way and saying, I will. As he soars at the gates, he thinks, I'll be back before you know it, just stay safe, please. He doesn't know what he'll do if they get hurt. Purple portals begin to appear in the air, but Izuku weaves around them with a practiced familiarity. He hears a grunt in the background, and the portals stop forming, and Izuku doesn't look back, instead shooting right at the doors and out into the open. He just hopes that he can be fast enough. Izuku spots the window to Nezu's office, and doesn't think before diving right through, glass shattering as he rolls to a stop. When he untucks himself, standing back up, he finds himself with an audience consisting of the principal and an odd, skinny blonde man. With no time for curiosity or niceties, Izuku blurts out his explanation, frantically saying, the USJ is under attack. There's so many villains, Principal Nezu, we need help. Nezu doesn't waste time, slamming his hand on a button that makes an alarm ring through the school, a different one from yesterday. I'll get All Might for you, the blonde man promises, already standing up, and that's enough for Izuku. Midor Nezu starts, but Izuku doesn't have time to listen, instead shooting through the broken window and flapping his wings as hard as he can, flying right back into danger. Rumi will be proud, Izuku thinks, and despite it all he smiles for a brief moment, even as he zips right past the symbol of peace. But that smile wipes away the very moment that Izuku gets back inside the USJ. Because the first thing he sees is that giant creature that makes him shake standing above Aizawa, holding him by the arm. And then the creature breaks it, and Aizawa lets out a pained sound. Izuku sees red, because Aizawa is family important. Aizawa is his idol, his teacher, someone who has been nothing but good, and he is hurt. So it's of no surprise to Izuku that his instincts finally stop warring. The predator side finally taking over and sending him lunging at the beast, snarling as he spins into a kick that lands true to its neck. And it doesn't move. Not even an inch, not even a touch does it budge. If Izuku could focus, could think of anything but his rage, he'd wonder why the hulking creature could take such a strong hit without even stumbling. But he can't focus on anything but his teacher, his homeroom teacher who is bleeding out on the goddamn floor. How interesting, a raspy voice says, and Izuku's eyes automatically flicker to the source. The man covered in hands seems to watch him as he tugs at the grip the beast holds on Aizawa. If the way his head is turned is any sort of sign. You're more than the typical NPC, aren't you? Flying into action the moment you see someone hurt? How noble. A hand, a real one, reaches up, the man beginning to scratch his neck in an oddly relaxed way. I'll have fun crushing you, Namu. And before Izuku can question who Namu is, he's being knocked through the air, something cracking as he smacks against the wall of the USJ. The second he looks up, he sees the creature racing at him, and Izuku can only think two things. The first thought is, oh, that's Namu. And the second, at least Aizawa-sensei is out of danger. And just as Namu grabs Izuku for the second time, the doors slam open. All Might has arrived. He isn't smiling, and for some reason, Izuku thinks that's important to note. Izuku blinks at some point, and in between the time where he closes and opens his eyes, All Might manages to rip him out of Namu's grasp, carrying him to the entrance in a single jump. Another blink, and an unconscious Aizawa is placed beside him. Izuku, quite honestly, can't tell if All Might is moving really quick, or if his eyes are struggling to stay open. But then he's watching All Might fight against the Namu, and he's shaking as he watches how his peers show up, Bakugo and Kirishima and Todoroki, all to protect All Might from the beast. And he's keeping an eye on nearby villains, those unconscious and the two that stand at a distance, the man with the hands and the man of mist, who both watch him. I see that All Might is having fun with the anti-symbol, the hand man says, and Izuku has to strain to hear his words. So why don't I have some fun of my own? Kurogiri. The man of mist, Kurogiri, responds. Of course, Shigaraki. And then a portal is opening up, and Shigaraki hops right through it, and Izuku reacts on instinct alone as he whirls around to protect Aizawa from the man, kicking Shigaraki's open hand away. Do you have cheats on? Shigaraki asks, tilting his head as he does. Your senses are on a higher setting, aren't they? I wonder if that means your pain receptors are more reactive, too. They're not, but Izuku doesn't want to find out what the man plans to do. He ducks around the man's hits, keeping an eye on how the man reaches for him more than punches, hands wide open. Hand-related quirk, Izuku decides. 5-point activation. Most likely, or he wouldn't have his fingers spread like that. Something that will cause pain, maybe that's where some of Aizawa's injuries came from. For some reason, the gate comes to mind, turned to dust, but quickly enough that it was able to be fully destroyed without the user getting caught. Izuku thinks he's found the source, and he gulps as he just barely dodges the hand that reaches for his face, instead catching on his coat. Izuku rips off the jacket as it turns to dust around him, throwing it at Shigaraki to distract the man before aiming a kick at his gut, sending him tumbling to the ground. A portal catches him, and Izuku looks for the man, untensing somewhat when he sees that the villain is backed by Kurogiri. He has cheats, Shigaraki shouts, only to scream in rage as All Might sends Namu crashing through the ceiling. They both do, All Might and his little pet. We should leave, Kurogiri says, completely ignoring the complaints in a way that Izuku would appreciate if he wasn't more focused on how the lights seem oddly brighter. The lights are out, aren't they? So how? Something else is said, Izuku thinks, because suddenly Shigaraki is racing at All Might, who for some reason is beginning to have steam form around him. And Todoroki sends out a wave of ice as Izuku lifts himself in the air once more to fly at the villain, only to stop when a gunshot rings through the air, and Shigaraki jolts back. Another, and Izuku watches as Kurogiri whisks Shigaraki away, the two disappearing as a dozen pro heroes enter the scene. We've brought back up, Nedzu proclaims, and Izuku sighs in relief, letting his feet touch the ground again only to stumble, vision blurry as he tries to regain his footing. My head hurts, Izuku thinks, and he lifts a hand to the back of his head. It's covered in red when he pulls it back, and Izuku hums. So that's what cracked, Izuku murmurs, and then his legs give out and he collapses to the ground next to Aizawa, eyes closing before he knows it, and everything fades away, with the green-haired boy unconscious next to the teacher who has unofficially become a part of his colony. Toshinori sits in Recovery Girl's office, watching over the green-haired boy that sleeps peacefully on one of the beds. He had offered to do so when Shuzenji had said she needed to step out for a bit. It's not that young Midoriya needs watching over, necessarily, what with his injuries already healed and nothing needed but some time to rest, but Toshinori cannot help but stick around. The boy has definitely left an impression on him, that's for sure. The first time he saw the boy was during the quirk test Aizawa put them through, and Toshinori had been impressed by his scores and abilities. The boy had shined during the test, and Toshinori could see how he moved with ease with his wings. He was someone to have high hopes for, surely. And then the second day of school, with the odd introductions that Toshinori couldn't help but sputter over, the way young Midoriya remained silent for nearly a minute of silence, only to say that he thought Toshinori was All Might, as if it was only a guess, had been puzzling. Toshinori has, admittedly, never met someone in Japan who didn't recognize him on sight well, when he's in his muscle form, of course. So to have this young heroing, who had gotten in on recommendations, no less, not recognize him, well, it had made him more memorable. But Tadetade's actions take the cake. Toshinori can't decide what was more startling, the way that Midoriya dove right through the glass to get help just a touch quicker, seeing Midoriya face down the Nauma, only to go toe-to-toe with the leader while All Might was busy with the beast. Or how Midoriya collapsed into an unconscious heap the moment the ringleaders disappeared, but he does know that Midoriya's character has shone today. Yes, young Midoriya will be a fine hero. He already has the intelligence, the power, and the personality to back him up. If Toshinori is to be honest with himself, the boy would make the perfect successor. It's a shame, then, that it's already too late. His decision has already been made, his old sidekick's choice having agreed to take the legacy. If only he had met this boy just 1 year earlier, the things Midoriya could have done, the symbol he could have become. Toshinori will just have to settle for encouraging the boy from the sidelines, and making sure his actual successor can go far as well. Somehow, he feels like he's won a consolation prize, and he can't help but wonder what if. But what ifs change nothing, and neither will his wishing. As his life, not done yet. Izuku walks into the halls of Yui, tired and wondering if he can sleep before class. Not from injuries, no, just training. Since Recovery Girl had healed him before he went back to his handlers, that meant weekend training commenced as usual. The incident at USJ, of course, was no reason for them to halt his progress. If anything, it had given them more reason to, as school had been cancelled on Friday because of the attack. At the very least, his siblings made sure to steal him away yesterday evening for dinner. It had been nice, getting to sit down with them and enjoy a meal. Rumi had been proud of him, too, when he told them about his version of events. A window. He broke through a window, Rumi crowed, an odd move as she was the only non-bird person in the room. Izuku, you genius. Good job, Keigo praised. You're already soaring high, little brother. Izuku had been on cloud 9 from the praise, and the quick flight he went on with Keigo afterwards had only made him feel even lighter. But now Izuku feels like he's back down to earth, footsteps dragging more than usual as he slips into 1A. He'd left earlier, to avoid his handler on the way out. He'd been worried that they'd make him get back into the car, and just doesn't like the car. So getting to school even earlier than usual, even though he was the first one there on Thursday. It's worth it. Aizawa isn't in the room, Izuku quickly notes, which makes sense, he supposes. Aizawa had been hurt badly by the time that Izuku returned. There's a good chance that the man won't even show, not today. With how exhausted the man always looks, Izuku won't be surprised if his homeroom teacher decides to just sleep the day away. It's a tempting idea, Izuku thinks. And with that thought he sits in his chair, messenger bag dropped to the floor before he curls his knees to his chest and rests his head on his knees, letting his wings wrap around him. He's out in seconds. Some time must pass, too, because soon Izuku is being stirred back into consciousness, ears picking up soft conversations that go on around him. Look, he looks just like this bird picture, Ashido whispers loudly, and a cooing noise follows a short silence. How is he able to stay up like that? Kaminari asks. I'd fall off without something to support me. Is it a bird thing? Probably, Kirishima responds, and Izuku's ear twitches when he hears someone stepping closer. Oh, Tsunotori exclaims, voice rising. He's waking up. Izuku raises his head, blinking the sleep out of his eyes as he unfurls his wings, letting them lay against his back instead. He smiles softly at his friends, and they smile back. Good morning, Tsunotori says when Izuku looks her way, and Izuku hums happily. Good morning, he responds, and then the door slams open, and Aizawa enters the room. Izuku does not binky in his spot. He doesn't. Okay, maybe he does. But who can blame him? Aizawa is back, after all. And sure, the man is bandaged up, but he's here. Aizawa blinks at him, and Izuku stills, freezing as the man stares at him before slowly drawing his eyes away. Izuku curls into his seat ever so slightly, embarrassed at having been caught in his excitement. Luckily, Aizawa doesn't say anything about his instinctual action, instead distracted by the students who ask, Are you sure you should be here? Shouldn't you be resting? I'm able to move, so I'm able to work, Aizawa says, and Izuku is left wondering if the man can become any cooler. Besides, you're not out of the clear. You're not done yet. Izuku blinks in surprise at the panic that grows around him, his peers tensing up. Do they think Aizawa is talking about villains? Would Aizawa even know about an upcoming attack? Or, the sports festival is approaching, Aizawa finishes. Oh, what the fuck is a sports festival? Izuku wonders, but he keeps his mouth shut as his peers begin to comment. So soon, we were just attacked by villains, Mon Professeur. Aoyama cries in dismay. This is going to be epic. Kirishima cheers. I've watched the sports festival for years. Hagakure cheers. I've always wanted to be in it. Oh, Izuku perks up, finally realizing what his peers are talking about. The sports festival. Present Mike has talked about it every year on his radio show. And Izuku remembers that because his handler always wanted him to listen to those segments. Write down every quirk you hear him mention. He'd be advised. And then break them all down, one by one. Izuku would spend hours just analyzing the quirks Present Mike spoke of, occasionally searching for video proof if there was a really cool one. He wonders if his handlers will want him to analyze this year. He wouldn't be surprised if they expect him to do so while in the middle of it all. He'll just have to keep his eyes open. Aizawa hushes the class, quelling their concerns by saying, There will be 5 times the security as previous years have had, in light of recent events. You'll have 2 weeks to prepare. And there will be gyms open after school. If you want to train in a more specialized gym, you'll have to go through your class reps. Got it. Good. He doesn't wait for a response before turning around, picking up a piece of chalk. Just like that, class begins. And oh, how class flies by. Lessons a blur of note-taking and assignments being handed out. The excitement of his peers feels contagious, and Izuku can't help but flutter when the bell rings for lunch. He gets up, Tsunotori already chattering about how she's eager to do her best. But the simplicity of the action is cut short, because the entrance is blocked. Dozens of other students waiting outside of the room. Izuku blinks at the living barrier, then glances up. Technically, he could just fly over them. He's distracted by a purple-haired boy, who makes his way up to the front of the crowd just as Bakugo storms past, calling the others extras as he shoves his way out. A few others follow, Kaminari, Ashido, and Siro using his exit as an opportunity to escape. But Izuku doesn't move, focused on the boy who begins to speak. This is what One has to offer, he asks, voice dry as he scans the room. I'll admit, I expected more. But I guess it's nothing but people like him who make up this group. Huh. Izuku wants to speak up, and he almost does. But then another voice is cutting through the crowd. You must think you're so high and mighty, having faced down a bunch of villains so soon. A boy with silver hair and matching eyelashes shouts. But I never expected you to be such arrogant assholes, making us 1B kids look so bad. Does ... does he think that they're glad to have been attacked by villains? Todo have seen Aizawa get so hurt, trying to protect them. Do they think Izuku was happy to come back to the USJ? Only to see his teacher sprawled out on the floor, held down by Namu. Is that what they think being a hero is all about? Izuku wants to ask him, so badly. He wants to know if this boy knows that his teacher almost died. If he'd care if he knew Izuku was thrown across a room by a beast created by unnatural causes. He wants to know so much, but his lips stay shut, and Izuku can only blink at the boy. He doesn't speak, only staring as the purple-haired one speaks again, saying, if a student from general education does well enough, they'll get moved into the hero course, and someone else will get kicked from the course. His eyes lock with Izuku's, and Izuku is too cold to react. Consider that my declaration of war, then. And the boy leaves, and the rest of the crowd starts to disperse. Still, Izuku stands, watching on with unseeing eyes as they go. He feels someone take his hand, and his gaze slips over to Kirishima. Let's go to lunch, Kirishima says, a smile on his face, and Izuku fixes one of his own onto his lips. The redhead drags him away from their classroom and down to the cafeteria, filling the silence with Tsunotori's eager help. Their conversation helps Izuku focus back on the present, and he's able to genuinely smile as Kirishima leads them to a table. It's not their usual table, but rather one a few spots over. Izuku blinks in surprise as he's pulled into a seat across from Bakugo, Kirishima happily plopping down on his left and Tsunotori sitting on Kirishima's other side. Ashido, Kaminari, and Siro all greet him happily, and Izuku nods in return. We were in the same zone, Kirishima explains, and Izuku blinks at the admission. The same zone. At the USJ. Izuku watches as the rest of his usual table mates join the table, no one questioning why they've switched away from their normal place. Izuku listens along to the conversations that surround him, occasionally answering when spoken to, but mainly sitting in silence. Across from him, Bakugo is quiet, and almost seems to be ignoring the group. Still, Izuku thinks it's a rather nice lunch, and when it comes time for hero training, Izuku is content. Training isn't bad, either. Aizawa is in charge of the lesson today, and he has them doing quirkless spars. It's something Izuku is familiar with, his trainers having made sure he'd never be a liability in the event that his quirk was, well, unavailable. But it's nicer, this time. Izuku doesn't even get told to bind his wings up, and if Aizawa isn't going to ask him to, Izuku is going to keep mum and not remind his teacher. Aizawa doesn't make anyone bind up their quirked features, surprisingly, and Izuku can't help but bounce on his toes with joy at the realization. He ends up going against Ajaru, and the blonde smiles good-naturedly as he approaches. Ready? Ajaru asks, and Izuku nods. Izuku finds himself enjoying the matches, impressed by Ajaru's skill level. He's really experienced. That much is clear in how he moves with perfect forms and puts power into his hits at the right time. The biggest issue, if anything, is that Ajaru has moments where he moves to use his tail, only to pause midway as he remembers that he's not supposed to. Shoot! Ajaru exclaims as he gets up, Izuku having kicked the boy to the ground during a moment of hesitation. I'm not used to quirkless spars. They're not always the greatest, Izuku admits, and Ajaru laughs. Sensei must have known what he was doing when pitting us against each other. You're really good. Midoriya, did you go to a gym? I had trainers, Izuku confirms, and Ajaru hums. That's pretty cool. And they had you practice without your wings. When Izuku nods, Ajaru asks, how did you get used to not using them? I use my tail without thinking. They bound my wings, Izuku says simply, and he can't help but wonder why Ajaru's eyebrows furrow at the statement. Oh, Ajaru murmurs, and then they're resuming, hopping right back into training. Izuku never does find out why Ajaru had made that expression. Training ends, and the day does, too. Izuku is stopped by Ida in the changing room, the spectacled boy saying, we have a meeting with the 1B representatives in 10 minutes. Izuku nods, dressing quickly before following his peer back to their classroom. They sit down, and the 1B representatives enter the room only a few moments later. The first to enter is a girl with orange hair and blue eyes. The second one is Momo Yaoyorozu, who Izuku recognizes from the recommendation exam. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ida proclaims the moment that the two girls enter, standing up and chopping his arm excitedly. I am Tenya Ida, the vice representative of Class 1A. My name is Itsuka Kendo, the orange-haired girl responds. I am the class representative of 1B. Momo Yaoyorozu, Momo says, voice soft, vice representative of 1B. Izuku Midoriya, the class representative, Izuku introduces, feeling somewhat out of place with his meager introduction. But no one makes any comment, and the meeting begins. The meeting itself is simple, the four simply discussing what days would be best for their classes to have some of the specialized gyms reserved. They go on a back and forth pattern, each class getting a week total for the gyms. Truthfully, it doesn't even take 20 minutes for the four to make their decisions, and Izuku smiles as Kendo and Yaoyorozu stand. It was nice to meet you, Kendo says warmly. I look forward to working alongside you this year. You as well, Izuku says, and Kendo's smile grows brighter at the response. She turns to leave, Yaoyorozu only a step behind. I'd say that our first meeting went well. Ada declares once the two leave. I'm glad that there is no animosity between us, despite the hostility some of the 1B students offered to us earlier today. Izuku grimaces at the reminder, and Ada promptly moves on from the subject. I will be heading home now. My family asked me to return straight away. Would you like to walk out together? Ada turns to Izuku as he asks this, his bag already on in body position to walk right out of the door. It's clear that the boy is eager to go home. Izuku wonders if he's ever been so excited to return to the commission, to his handlers and trainers and endless lessons and not getting to see his colony for weeks on end at times. He doesn't have to wonder. He knows the answer well. I think I'll stay behind a bit longer. Thank you, Izuku says, and Ida accepts this answer and goes on alone. And Izuku sits in the empty classroom, listening as his peers' footsteps grow more and more distant, softer and softer until he can't hear a sound. Only when there is nothing but silence in Izuku's ears does the boy get up, picking up his bag and stepping out of the room. He glances in the direction of the exit. He goes the other way, deciding that now is the perfect time to explore. With most students not around, already long gone for the day, he's able to stroll through the halls without worrying about getting into anyone's way. And it's nice, Izuku thinks. The halls are vacant, and Izuku only spots a few students in their classrooms. No one pays him much mind, and he's able to simply go on his way, letting his feet take him wherever they wish. It's just after Izuku passes the support hall, where he hears what seems to be explosions and maniacal cackling, that Izuku runs into the skinny blonde man from Nedzu's office. The man seems just as surprised to have run into him as he is, letting out a choked cough that makes Izuku worry, because he's pretty sure that the man just spat out some blood. Is he okay? Is Izuku allowed to ask if the man is okay? He also wonders if he's allowed to ask the man if he's, somehow, related to All Might, because the longer he stares at the tall man, the more he notices just how many similarities the two share. The hair color, the length that their blonde hair is in really. This man has two long locks that look like All Might's signature V-shaped bangs. If the hair were to drop down, they're both the same height, they even dress the same way. Honestly, Izuku can't even tell if he'd rather ask, are you related to All Might? Or are you All Might? Because in this day and age, he wouldn't even be surprised if All Might can somehow change what he looks like. With as much of a symbol All Might is, Izuku doesn't know what the man can and cannot do. So who is he to say what's a part of the realm of possibilities? But Izuku knows it's not his place to ask. Not his place to ask any of the things running through his head, so instead he just stares up at the blonde man before him. And the blonde man stares back for a moment. And then he coughs again, this time sounding nervous, before saying, "You made quite an impression, young man." Izuku feels his face warm up immediately at the reminder, knowing that the man is thinking of the shattered window. Is he angry? Luckily, it was a very good one. Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you, Mr. Ah, the blonde smiles, the expression sheepish. Just call me Yagi, young man. All right. Thank you, Yagi. Izuku smiles back, and the man chuckles. It's good to see passion in the new generations. Keep up the fire, why don't you? Will do, sir. Izuku promises, wings fluttering to emphasize his words, and Yagi chuckles again. That's good to hear, young Midoriya. I'll see you around. And just like that, Yagi walks away. Izuku wonders how Yagi knows his name, despite him never having said it. Again, he chooses not to ask. Later, when Izuku is asked why he was gone so long, Izuku simply claims that his meeting took a while. His handler nods along and leaves him to do his homework. For some reason, the lie feels as relieving as it does condemning. Izuku doesn't know if he'll lie again, over something so simple. Another part of him thinks that he will. And that part is just a bit bigger. Even so, Izuku cannot help but smile as he sets his sights on his schoolwork. Momo sits down at her desk, setting her bag on the floor beside her. Quietly, she pulls out the notebook she'd been writing in not half an hour ago, taking notes on the meeting she'd just been in. Her parents are proud, Momo knows. She's heard their delight, both to her face and when they don't know she's nearby. They're proud of her, for following in their footsteps, for trying to be a hero, just as they are. Her mother especially so, praising her relentlessly for making it into UA. Her mother had never gotten in. She had actually met her father, a UA alumni, out on the field during their first years out of school. But her mother had ended up at Ketsubatsu, a school known for creating great heroes out of people with atypical quirks for the career path, which was the perfect place for her mother, considering that her quirk was so precise. Momo is lucky, she thinks, to have a quirk-like creation. It's rather complex, yes, and it's reliant on her intelligence being up to par, but she can make anything that she wants. It's rather close to her father's quirk, who could make weapons out of his fat cells so long as he knew the size and material it was to be made of. Her mother, however, had to know the molecular composition of a substance in order to control it. She could not make anything. That did not stop her mother from becoming a hero, though. She still became a rather great one of her own, with a special move that relies on her ability to control the very elements around her so long as she focuses well enough. And if her mother can't be stopped, neither can Momo. And if her mother believes in her, Momo should feel the same way. Except she doesn't. She's not proud like her mother is. She doesn't fully believe that she'll make it as well as her parents did, because her parents are looking at their own past and her future, while Momo is in the present. And the present isn't enough. She is not enough. The first day in 1B was rather lackluster, Momo will admit. Their homeroom teacher, Vlad King, had whisked them away to orientation right away. That had lasted hours, and Momo had quickly noticed that Wana had not even come to the entrance ceremony. Where were the Wana kids? Tetsu. A boy who could turn his skin to steel asked when the ceremony was finally over, and it was in Sayurashi, the boy who controlled wind during the recommendation exam and used it to race ahead of his competition. Who answered? Oh, my buddy, Midoriya, said that their teacher had them do a quirk test. Momo remembered, then, how the green-haired boy, Midoriya, had spoken with Urashi during the exam. She left school with a frown that day, and again on the second day, when she saw a few students enter 1A. She could not help but be jealous, seeing them go into the class that she had been eager to get into, the class her father had gotten into. On the third day, they voted for class representatives, and Momo hoped for a chance to prove herself, a chance to show her worth. She was chosen vice representative. Another girl, Itsuka Kendo, took the top spot. Kendo tried asking if she wanted to have a say in who their 3 council members would be, but Momo didn't care enough to choose. So Kendo chose, and that was that. And then there was the alarm that blared through the cafeteria, and Momo couldn't help but watch and envy as Midoriya once again took center stage. And then Thursday arrived, and it was calm, and Momo was simply filling out her notes. She'd heard that they'd be having a field trip that afternoon and was interested in what it would be. And then the alarm rang out, a different one, and Vlad King disappeared before Momo understood what was happening. Then she found out what had happened, and she couldn't help but wonder. Villains had attacked the class of 1A, the class that Momo had so desperately wanted to be in. Momo wondered if she would have been of use, if she would have been able to make it out safe and unharmed. She heard the reports. She knew that only one student was greatly injured, although she didn't quite know who it was. Would she have made a difference? Or would she have been dead weight? Momo had no clue, and it scared her. School resumes on Monday, and Momo took the distraction with eagerness. Vlad King's announcement of the sports festival gave her something to focus on, something new to look forward to, a chance to prove herself to Japan, to show her skill, to tell the world that she is a force to be reckoned with, that she deserved to be in 1A. Then there's the meeting after school. Only she and Kendo went, because they're just meeting up with the representatives of 1A. Truthfully, Momo should have expected to see Midoriya waiting for her, but she hadn't expected it, and so she couldn't help but stare in surprise. Stilling in the entrance, Kendo walked to one of the desks, sitting down and spinning the chair around so that she'd be facing Midoriya and the boy beside him. Momo recognized him, Tenya Ada, the second son of the Idaten family, the top recommendation student, and a legacy child. That was the face of 1A. Momo ran on autopilot as the meeting commenced, jotting down notes and keeping her gaze off of Midoriya as well as she could. Not that it was always easy. His bold wings and constantly twitching ears were excellent distractors, but Momo was persistent. She left the moment she could, slipping away the moment Ada said the meeting was over. And now here she is, staring at the notes she can barely remember taking, more focused on what-ifs and should-have-beens, and the boy who seems to have everything she ever wanted. The perfect quirk, simple yet strong. The recommendation spot in 1A. A role that shows his worth. Midoriya is the picture of what Momo always wanted. She wonders if she will ever reach his position, or if he'll continuously fly out of reach, soaring as she sinks. She hopes that the sports festival will be her moment of clarity, both for herself and for others. Oh, how she hopes. Make your mark. 2 weeks pass more quickly than Keigo can soar from the commission's main building to his own agency, which, in Izuku's opinion, is really quick. But the days soar like his brother does, and just like that, Izuku is pulling on his gym uniform, awaiting the start of the sports festival. The rest of his peers linger around the room that they've been sent to, some in groups, others on their own. Izuku sits in his own corner, content to watch his peers as they hype themselves up or wait patiently for their cue. And then Todoroki calls his name, walking towards him. Midoriya, Todoroki says, and Izuku turns to face the heterochromatic boy. Todoroki, Izuku responds, standing up as he does so. Todoroki stills, eyes appraising him before he speaks again. You may be strong, but I have more power than you, he states, and Izuku nods because, well, he's right. Skvader may be a cool quirk, and Izuku knows that it can be a powerful one. Both of his siblings are in the top 10, after all, and the commission wouldn't train him so diligently if they didn't know he'd be able to be something special, but it'll never truly compare to a powerhouse quirk like Todoroki's. You're right, Izuku admits easily, but I won't let something that simple take me down. Good. I look forward to fighting you. The bold declaration seems to have garnered the attention of their peers, and Izuku is surprised when Kaminari speaks up, saying, "Oh, shit. It's a battle for the crown. Is now really a good time to be starting fights?" Hiroshima asks, and Todoroki shrugs. "I'm here to compete, not to make friends," the boy states. "Well then compete with me, Frieza Brain." Bakugo complains. "Why go after the fucking bunny boy? He's not even a proper threat." Todoroki just blinks at Bakugo, unbothered, and Bakugo seems to grow angrier. So Izuku speaks up, tentatively asking, Bakugo, would you like me to challenge you?" Since Todoroki didn't. Bakugo huffs, crossing his arms as he says, "Fine. I better see you at the top, you fucking rabbit, since the fridge is too fucking stupid. It's the moment you've all been waiting for." Present Mike's voice cuts through the air, and Izuku sighs in relief. "The sports festival of the first years. Let's get these contestants out here." "Come on," Ada cries, pulling open the door, and Izuku follows his peers as they slip through the exit to the tune of Present Mike's cry. The students who faced a horde of villains and came out on top give it up for the Class 1A. The crowds cheer, wild and free, and Izuku looks at the packed stadium with awe. He's seen the recordings, of course, and has heard Present Mike talk about the event year after year. But hearing and seeing are two different things, and Izuku can't help but stare at the crowd they've gotten. And then he sees a flash of red, and his eyes widen with delight as he focuses on two figures in particular, because sitting in the stands is Keigo and Rumi. They're just for him. Izuku waves at them, preening when they spot him and wave back, completely missing the announcement of the other classes. And then Midnight is speaking, pulling his attention away from his siblings. "It's time for the student's oath," Midnight says. From the top scorer of the entrance exam, Katsuki Bakugo. "The top student from the hero exam," someone murmurs, and Izuku blinks in surprise. Is that really how it was chosen? Nevertheless, Izuku watches as Bakugo walks forward, stepping onto the raised platform and leaning close to the mic. And then, with a calmness that Izuku has never seen in the boy before, he says, "I'm going to win." A pause. "You'll all be great stepping stones to my victory." Izuku blinks at the uproar, watching as Bakugo shrugs and saunters back down to join the rest of the class. A part of him is amused, because wow, Rumi will get a kick out of a speech like that. He's pretty sure she's already laughing. But another part, well, that part knows that Bakugo just angered all of their opponents, and he can't help but be nervous. "All right," Midnight exclaims, slashing her whip through the air. "Let's find out what our first event is, shall we?" Midnight gestures to a lottery wheel, then gives it a spin. Izuku watches as it cycles, colors blurring together until finally the wheel stops abruptly, landing on the event of choice. Our first event, the obstacle course. Instantly, a few of Izuku's peers let out groans. Izuku, however, is delighted, because he knows exactly how this event will go. Shouta knows exactly how this event will go, and so he sighs and slumps into his chair. "What's that sound for, Eraser?" Izashi asks, and Shouta snorts. "You'll see. Ominous. I like it." Shouta huffs at that, keeping his eyes on the students as they line up at the starting point. Some cameras reposition, focusing on groups that seem more interesting. But when the race begins, Shouta knows exactly who to keep his eyes on. Izuku Midoriya, who, as expected, flies over every single thing. It's amusing, admittedly, how panicked Hisashi gets the moment he realizes what is happening. Because Hisashi always announces the different sections the moment a student reaches it, and Midoriya is already soaring right through them. And here we see Izuku Midoriya of wanna reach the first obstacle, the Robo Inferno. Will he fight or he's already passed them all. Just like that, we see the second part, the pit. Students will be able to travel by ropes or by traversing from one pillar of rock to the next, just don't fall. He's already flying over it, Mike, Shouta points out. And Hisashi makes a noise that sounds both distressed and excited. Right, and here Midoriya is reaching the third part, the minefield. And, he's still flying. Oh, look, he's nearing the exit. Ladies and gentlemen, in first place we have Izuku Midoriya. I really should have seen that coming. He has wings, what did you expect? Who knows? Shouta huffs again, watching how Midoriya waves shyly to the nearest camera now that he's landed, a bashful yet proud expression on his face. The boy seems to look for someone, and he perks up when he finds them. Glancing into the crowds, he spots a pair of red wings that can only belong to hawks and sees Maruko beside him. The two are leaning over the railing, and they seem to be cheering Midoriya on. It's the happiest that Shouta has seen his students so far. A good change, in his opinion. Shouta finally looks to the other contestants, tuning back into his husband's eager commentating. The man now focused on Todoroki and Bakugo as the two compete for second. Behind them trails the rest of 1A, and further back Shouta can recognize the 1B students following close behind. A few students from the other departments seem to be making gains of their own, including a pink-haired girl covered in gear, a purple-haired boy who is sitting on another person's back, and a few others who slip in among the rest. And soon enough the round is ending, and Shouta isn't at all surprised to see that all of his students have advanced to the next round. He just hopes that the next round will be at least a little challenging to Midoriya. Then he remembers what the next event is, and he sighs. The sports festival, apparently, is a challenge to anyone who can't fly, and those who can well. The event speaks for itself, honestly. Kami, Shouta needs a nap. Izuku vibrates with leftover glee from his win. Sure, it hadn't been especially impressive, but he knows his handler won't be upset. She's always ingrained efficiency into his head, getting the most out of the least. Showmanship comes second to surviving, after all, and Izuku had given the cameras a smile for her sake even when he'd rather flinch away. But all in all, he's happy, and his siblings are cheering him on. They had even chatted with him while he waited for the other 41 open slots to be taken by others, singing his praises and telling him, in their words, to kick ass and take names. And when Midnight announces that the next round will be a cavalry battle, Izuku has an idea. 2 to 4 people, Izuku murmurs, eyes scanning the students around him. 2 to 4. Izuku isn't foolish. He knows that most of the contestants will be trying to take him down. He's worth 10 million points. After all, it makes sense to try to fight him. His headband alone will be an automatic guarantee for first place, and not many will want to join him. Not when everyone else sees him as a target. Izuku has 2 options. The first is to fight everyone head-on, doing his best to avoid losing his points while actively hunting down more. The second is to flee, staying out of reach. And what better place to flee than in the air, where only a few will be able to reach him? The rules only said that a team has to be 2 to 4 people, and that he can't get out of bounds or have the rider fall off. So if the rules say 2 to 4, Izuku will follow their minimum and keep himself safe. Mind made up, Izuku turns around, looking for the perfect teammate, someone light enough that he can carry them for the entire 10-minute round, yet strong enough to defend where he cannot. Preferably someone who can be ranged or up close, considering that Izuku's arms will be full from carrying them. He spots the perfect person, and lights up with a grin. Tenya moves to follow Midoriya, an idea in his head. He knows most people are avoiding Midoriya, afraid of the amount of points that he carries and becoming a target, but Tenya believes that they, together, would be able to avoid danger while still being able to gather more points if they wished. After all, Tenya and Midoriya are the fastest students in 1A, and his peer is light enough that he'd have no issue carrying the team. With 2 others, they could become the most impressive group, easily securing a win. A pink-haired girl reaches Midoriya first, getting in his personal space as she shows her inventions to him. Tenya chooses to stay back, as is polite, content to simply watch and see what Midoriya chooses to do. If Midoriya accepts the offer that she is obviously making, then he is sure that they'll be able to make a plan that includes her. She seems to have well-made gear, which wouldn't hurt to have, surely. And if Midoriya declines her, well, Tenya has a few people in mind that they could pick. After a moment, the girl nods and walks away, apparently taking rejection in stride, and Tenya takes the chance to approach. Midoriya, Tenya calls, and Midoriya's eyes dart up to meet his. Would you like to team up with me and be partners for the cavalry battle? Midoriya smiles at him. That small, shaky smile that seems to appear on his classmate's face more often than the wide grin that Tenya will sometimes see. But then he shakes his head. Thank you, Ada, Midoriya says, but I'll have to decline. I already have a plan. I see, Tenya says, and he cannot help but be impressed. Only a few minutes have passed, but it seems that Midoriya already has a fully fledged plan, as expected, of the boy who became class representative. Well, then I look forward to being your rival. I do hope that I will be able to prove a proper challenge to you, Midoriya. Midoriya offers another small grin, and then races off. Tenya notes how his peer automatically heads towards Takoyami, then heads off to find his own team. Todoroki makes a fine teammate, even if not the most amiable one. Still, Tenya will do his best. 10 seconds remain before the second round begins. Students race to get into position, riders getting in place and fastening their headbands securely, lest they fall off. 9. And the camera flickers from group to group, showing the different teams. 8. Katsuki Bakugo lets out a shout, drawing eyes to his group. He is the rider, his teammates Ijiru Kirishima, Mina Ashido, and Hantashiro. 7. Next the camera looks to Shouto Todoroki, who is supported by Denki Kaminari and Tenya Ida. It seems that they could not find a 4th member in time, or perhaps did not want one. 6. The view flickers to a group not from 1A. Tetsu, Ibara Shizaki, Itsuka Kendo, and Hitoshi Shinsu. The 1B students look oddly dazed as the 1 degrees Celsius boy is held in their grasp as their rider. 5. Ponitsuno Tori is on all fours, Toru Hagakura on her back. 4. Mashura Ajiru, Juzo Honuki, Nido Monoma, and Yuga Aoyama are together. They seem to be debating whether or not Honuki can be counted as a true blonde, or simply an honorary one for the event. 3. Inasa Yarashi and Yosuwa Ways hold up Momo Yaoyarazu, who has her eyes trained on a group out of sight. 2. A group of 3 make up a group, 2 girls and a boy. The boy is passing a piece of gear to the other horse, who seems nervous as she slips it on. A girl with wings sits on their back. This trait makes people remember the boy worth 10 million points. And the cameras flicker too. 1. Izuku Midoriya holds onto Fumikage Takoyami's back. Wings flared out like he's protecting his teammate. 0. The second rounds begin, and everything turns to madness. Keigo perks up as the fight begins, watching with eagerness as the first years begin to turn on each other. The only one who hadn't gone to a hero school, or really a school at all, Keigo has never gotten to experience things like the sports festival. But oh, is he enjoying this one? The kids are feisty. He'll give them that, and Keigo can recognize who some of them are from Izuku's recollections. The girl who runs on all fours must be Tsunotori, the girl who seems to have taken Izuku on as a close friend. The redhead is clearly Kirishima, the boy who helped Izuku when he was scared during the first week. The tall boy with the wind quirk is Urashi. The boy had texted Izuku a bit during their last dinner. Here and there, Keigo can spot the people Izuku has grown to care for, and he recognizes the teachers who are in the announcer's booth, too. The loud one is clearly Present Mike, but Keigo would know that no matter what. He knows how long Izuku has listened to the man, and has spent multiple hours hearing it in the background because Izuku wanted to hear the newest segment. Aizawa, however, is a new voice, but not a new name, because Izuku has made the man one of his icons, and Izuku has never been afraid to share his interests with him or Rumi. If that means sitting through excited ramblings about how nonchalant and unabashed the teacher is, then Keigo is happy to listen. Kami knows the boy doesn't get to ramble often. Keigo doesn't, either. And as Aizawa speaks, offering the occasional comment thanks to Present Mike's prompting, Keigo can also tell that the man is not as uncaring as he acts. His comments are well placed, understanding his students and their actions in the way that a teacher could not if they did not pay attention to their pupils. Keigo is glad that Izuku has such a good teacher. His little brother deserves all of the good that he can get. Keigo, Rumi shouts, pointing at a girl with wings. Look, she just stole all of the bands from a team. Keigo laughs, his sister's energy infectious. He lets his thoughts turn away from the path they'd gone down, instead enjoying the hustle and bustle of the cavalry battle. And then he laughs again as a blonde boy shoots himself in the air with explosions, knowing exactly where he's heading, and knowing that the boy won't get what he's after, not when he's after Izuku's points. But it'll still be fun to watch. Enjoying the weather, Izuku asks as chaos reigns below. Takoyami looks up at him, exasperation evident on his face. It is a mad banquet of darkness below us, Takoyami says, and Bakugo is approaching on our left. Right. Izuku looks at the shadowy quirk that circles around them. Dark Shadow, if you would. My pleasure. Dark Shadow crows. And Izuku giggles as Dark Shadow dive bombs Bakugo, forcing the boy to drop back to his group. Dark Shadow cackles, an odd sound but pleasant despite its abnormalities. Izuku thinks that the second round is rather peaceful, all things considered, although that may just be because the war is beneath him. Oh well. The fight ends, and Shadow is only in second place. Second place for the first round, and now he's taking the same spot once again. He can feel his father's anger from here, and he doesn't like it. Endeavor wants him to be better, to use his fire, to become the ultimate weapon, someone to take All Might's spot as the #1 hero since he, himself, could not. And yet Shadow refuses to use that half, and as such is stuck in second place. And so far, it is Midoriya, his opponent, who comes out on top. Shadow doesn't know what compels him to approach Midoriya, but he does. We need to talk, he says. And Midoriya obliges, withdrawing from his friends, following him passively. They move to an empty room, and Shadow moves to the opposite wall. He notices how Midoriya keeps his distance, but isn't hurt by the fact. Midoriya seems to keep his distance from anyone he is not close to, after all. Shadow watches as Midoriya eventually settles, wings tucking behind his back and ears no longer, flicking this way and that. The green-eyed boy stares up at him, attentive and curious. The emotion is clear in his gaze, even if he doesn't vocalize it. He reminds Shadow of himself, in an odd way. Silent, not speaking until spoken to, but Midoriya is cheerier, happier, full of hope and wonder. Similar, but not the same. It's a bitter understanding, how little they are alike. How Midoriya seems like him. If only he didn't have to worry quite so much, and didn't have all of the same steps taken beforehand. It drives Shadow to speak, words falling from his mouth with a restlessness Shadow has never fully known before. You're always out of reach, aren't you? Getting first for both events, maintaining your position at leagues ahead of me. It's a pattern of yours, huh? You placed first on the recommendation exam. You were first during the test Aizawa-sensei gave us on the first day. When the villains attack, you were the one to act first, and the one to face the biggest threats as soon as you saw them. Midoriya, oddly, turns red at the statements, as if it's praise instead of pure fact. His reaction isn't relevant. Not yet at least. You're like an all might of your own style, Shadow decides. Right beyond my grasp, but I will take you down with only my mother's ice. I will prove to my father that I don't need his fire to be a hero. Midoriya's expression changes, and for a moment Shadow doesn't understand why he looks so lost until Midoriya softly utters, "Fire." Shadow blinks at Midoriya, who blinks right back. "You did say you know my father is Endeavor, didn't you?" Shadow asks, and Midoriya blinks again. "Yes, Dodo, you have a temperature regulation quirk," Midoriya asks, and it's clear to Shadow that he still doesn't get it. Oddly enough, Shadow wants Midoriya to understand what he's saying, to explain the reason he's going to become a hero with his mother's half alone. Because Midoriya is 2 steps to the left, maybe, of who Shadow has become, but maybe he will still understand. And that's why Shadow asks, "Have you ever heard about quirk marriages?" The look he gets in response, Shadow looks away. "My father has always wanted to be the #1 hero," Shadow says, eyes trained on the clock as he speaks. But as time went on, he quickly realized that he couldn't surpass All Might. His quirk just wasn't strong enough for the job. So he married my mother, practically bought her away from her family. She had a strong ice quirk, powerful. My eldest brother wasn't strong enough. He had a better fire quirk than my father, one that burned hotter, too, than his body could handle. My sister got a weak ice quirk. My next sibling didn't manifest a quirk at all, and then there's me." Shadow clenches his hands, shutting his eyes. "I got both halves. My mother's ice, my father's fire. I was everything he wanted. His perfect tool. The ultimate weapon built and trained for the sake of becoming the best. But I refuse to use his fire. I refuse to be what he wants. Not when he is the reason my own mother hated me, rejected me, scarred me." Shadow lets his hand rise up, tracing over the long familiar scar around his eye. "I will not be his tool, and I will rise to the top with my mother's ice alone." Shadow finally looks at Midoriya, who is still staring at him with an unwavering gaze. Meeting green eyes with his own, he states, "And that is why I have to beat you. Because if you are the all might of our grade, then beating you shows that I will never need him or his quirk." Midoriya makes an odd sound, something that Shadow can only compare to a bird crooning. And then, gently, Midoriya says, I haven't gone through a life quite like that. I don't know much about my parents, but if your training has been like mine, and your father is like my handler, it's tiring. It feels like you're just constantly expected to be better, at a rate that feels almost impossibly terrifying." "Right, but I think there's one thing I don't understand. Your quirk, it's not your parents', it's yours, Todoroki, unless your parents can somehow activate your quirk, or manipulate the output. Sorry, that may have been insensitive. It's up to you to decide what you plan to do. But I think your father has no say in what you do, and you should do what seems best to you." Midoriya looks bashful when he finishes speaking, face darkening once more before he turns away, feathers ruffled as he says, "I'm going to go head to lunch. I'll see you in the tournament." Shadow watches as Midoriya exits the room, shutting the door behind him with a nearly inaudible click, and Shadow stands there, thinking over what his peer has said. "It's yours, Todoroki. Do you have a temperature regulation quirk? You should do what seems best to you." Midoriya's words resonate in Shadow's heart, but he doesn't know what to do with them. Shadow thinks, though, that he'll keep them tucked away, kept for when they count. He doesn't know what to think about the fact that Midoriya has been trained, or the fact that Midoriya has a handler. He wonders who truly has it worse. He wonders what Midoriya's story is, why the boy is so skittish and silent despite having such great power. And a bit of him is afraid to know the answer. Shadow takes a deep breath, clears his mind, and heads to the cafeteria. The 3rd round is on its way, and Shadow has to be prepared. Show them what you've got. The world began not with a crash, but with a bang. So, too, does the 3rd round of the sports festival, with a blank being shot into the air for dramatic purposes and the match beginning. But before Katsuki Bakugo can move, Hitoshi Shinsu speaks. "So, you're the representative of what the hero course has to offer?" Tilting his head, Shinsu asks, "What? They couldn't find anything better than a yappy Pomeranian with an obnoxious bark." Shinsu smirks, and Bakugo falls for the trap. What the fuck did you say, you little?" Bakugo falls silent, eyes going blank as he stands still. "Walk out of bounds calmly," Shinsu says, and Bakugo heeds his command. And just like that, the first battle reaches its conclusion. What a way to start. Izuku doesn't know why Bakugo wandered out of bounds the moment the match began, but he's pretty sure it's because of his opponent's quirk. Izuku recognizes the purple-haired boy from a few weeks ago, when the boy had given his declaration of war, so to speak. Izuku isn't surprised that the boy ended up in general education. He's too scrawny to fight robots. It's clear that the boy was planning to rely on his quirk but couldn't, but it is a shame. Luckily, it seems that Shinsu plans to earn his spot in the hero course. He's done well, making it so far in the sports festival. Actually, Izuku glances at his notebook, where he sketched out the tournament roster. 16 names cover the page, in pairs for the first round of fights. There are 9 students from 1A, 6 students from 1B, And Hitoshi Shinsu is the only student from a non-hero course. It's impressive on its own. The fact that Shinsu has come so far without any formal training, he's at a disadvantage. Despite this, however, Shinsu is making his way through the ranks with a quirk that isn't the typical powerhouse one that most people are eager to see. Izuku is more than able to make up any lack of interest, luckily, and he looks forward to seeing how far Shinsu will make it. But there are 7 more matches until the 1 degrees Celsius student has another match. And so Izuku tunes in his present mic announces the second round of opponents, Kirishima and Tetsu. The boy who had called their class arrogant, who had assumed that they were happy to be attacked by villains. Izuku isn't a spiteful person. With that said, he hopes that Kirishima wins, and perhaps a small part of him, too, hopes that Kirishima will crush his competition. But the match is a slow one. A fight that draws out as an immovable object meets an immovable object. They end in a tie, and present mic announces that a tiebreaker will be done at the end of the first round. Izuku has no doubts that Kirishima will win in the end, and is content as the third match begins. At ease, Izuku watches with attentiveness as Todoroki faces off against Ibara Shizaki, a girl with vines for hair that she's able to control. It's a bad match from the start, and it only lasts 20 seconds. Todoroki has trapped Shizaki in a glacier, present mic announces, and Izuku wonders if it was necessary to point it out, because, well, quite bluntly, it's impossible to miss the giant mass of ice that surrounds Shizaki. He wonders what the repercussions of that act are, and a single glance at Todoroki shows that the boy is shivering, his right hand shining with frost. Izuku twitches at the sight, and there's a part of him that urges him to get up, to go to Todoroki and ask, why aren't you using your fire? It's just hurting you to do this. But no, Izuku will just have to hope that he and Todoroki both make it far enough to go against one another as opponents. Maybe, he will be able to help Todoroki through his doubts. A quick glance at his roster tells Izuku otherwise, and Izuku worries for his peer. But what can he do? Izuku doesn't have a clue. Up next, present mic starts, and Izuku emerges from his thoughts. We have the boy who can get in and out of any sticky situations, Hantashiro of the hero course, and against him we have Inasa Urashi, one of the recommendation students of the hero course. Izuku chirps with delight as he sees Urashi walk up to the arena, the tall male giving a quick bow to Shiro before midnight calls for the match to begin. And oh, how it begins. Shiro makes the first move, eager and ready as he lets out a reel of tape, aiming to hit Urashi. But Urashi is fast, and he is powerful, and Izuku grins as Urashi sends out a gust of wind, whipping the tape away. And then Urashi is moving, quick and ready as he whisks himself into the air and across the arena floor, crashing right into Shiro before using a larger blast of air to send Shiro tumbling over the boundary lines. Hantashiro is out of bounds. Midnight cries out, looking delighted by the quick pace of that match. Inasa Urashi advances to the next round. Urashi moves over to Shiro, helping him up before the two walk off, and Izuku leaps out of his seat the moment that Urashi disappears from view. He races out of the Wana seating section, missing the confused looks of his peers and barely catching present Mike's voice as he announces that the next fight is between Yosuke Uwais and Itsuka Kendo. Izuku darts down to the waiting rooms, finding Urashi walking down the halls. Midoriya. Urashi cheers. I won. You did. Izuku agrees, tongue just a little bit looser than normal as he responds without much prompting at all. Congratulations. He's glad for his friend, truly. It's nice to see that the boy is excelling in 1B, even if they do not get to see each other often due to their different classes. It was your text, Urashi jokes, holding up his phone, and Izuku giggles. A single good luck text isn't more important than all of your hard work, Izuku denies, but Urashi shakes his head energetically. Nope, must have been the text. Here, I'll prove it. And just like that, Izuku's phone buzzes. Go on, open it and see. Izuku does so, smiling at the text that reads, good luck. Izuku giggles again, turning his phone back off and slipping it into his pocket. Thank you, he says, and Urashi nods. Yeah, come on, let's go back to the matches. Yours isn't until the end, right? Right, Izuku confirms. There are still 3 more matches to go. And just like that, Kendo takes the win, slapping her opponent right out of bounds. Ooh, that's bound to leave a mark, present Mike exclaims. And Izuku blinks. Make that 2 matches. 2 matches, Urashi confirms, and together they head to the 1B section, gaining a few odd looks. Isn't your section right there? A boy with braided black hair asks, pointing to the divider that separates 1A and 1B, and Izuku nods. Blinking, the boy shrugs, turning away. Izuku turns his gaze away as well, watching as the next 2 people enter the stadium. Oh, it's Yaoyorozu's turn. Urashi points out. She was in my team. And look, that's your teammate, Midoriya. And it is. Izuku watches as Takoyami stands across the field from Yaoyorozu, both with determined expressions on their faces. Start. The moment the word is shouted, Dark Shadow springs forth, rushing straight at Yaoyorozu. The second Tokoyami points in her direction, and Yaoyorozu reacts quickly, a shield manifesting, being created out of her arm. She blocks the quirk's first blow, and the second, and the third, but each time she is knocked back. Further and further, the shadow sends her reeling, and Izuku realizes that Dark Shadow is trying to knock her back rather than simply harm her. By the time that Yaoyorozu has made a staff, it's too late. She's already been pushed out of bounds. Yaoyorozu has been knocked out of bounds. Midnight cries out, and Momo wants to cry. Fumikage Tokoyami advances. She lost weeks of training, of pushing herself to the limit, and it was for nothing. Absolutely nothing, because Momo lost right when it mattered most. Her peers congratulate her for getting so far. When she returns to her seat, they're impressed by how she managed to get into the third round at all, especially since only 6 of their class managed to do so. And so does Midoriya, who, for some reason, sits in the 1B section, offering her a bright smile and a cheerful thumbs up. It feels mocking, like they never expected her to even reach the third event. Does it surprise them that she managed to do so? Is it really worth celebrating when she couldn't even defeat her first opponent? Momo feels foolish, and she turns to watch the match. In the arena, there are 2 students from 1A. Present Mike announces them as Mina Ashido and Denki Kaminari. And when the match begins, Momo can't help but frown, because the boy, Kaminari, incapacitates himself at the very start. He overwhelmed himself, letting loose a giant electric attack that apparently left him temporarily brain dead. When Ashido is able to simply nudge him out of the ring, Yaoyorozu can't help but feel bitter. How could someone with such poor control of their quirk get into 1A while she was stuck in 1B? If she had gone through the normal entrance exam and passed, would she have that boy's spot? Or would they still put her in 1B because he had a flashier, more exciting quirk? Midoriya leaves the section, drawing Momo's attention, and he appears a few moments later in the arena below, facing off against Ida, the class representative up against his vice. Momo has a feeling that she knows who will win. And he does. Ida may be fast, with a great engine quirk that allows him to move at impressive speeds, but Midoriya is faster and can fly. And fly he does, soaring out of reach before swooping in low, a well-timed drop enough to trip Ida up, sending him sprawling. From there, Midoriya pins the boy, swift and merciless. It's not one of the quickest matches, and yet it is impressive. Momo looks away when Midnight announces the boy's victory, and slips away as the second round begins. She decides that she needs some fresh air. She knows that it is not true, but she is far too upset to care if anyone else realizes the truth. The second round begins, and ends as quickly as the first round of the third event did. Shadow watches as Kirishima passes by, clearly disappointed but still not upset as he goes. Despite having lost to the boy from 1 degree Celsius, the redhead still smiles as he walks back to the 1A seat. Shadow doesn't understand, but he supposes that he doesn't have to. Right now, all he has to do is focus on winning. And here we see a battle of 2 recommendation students. Present Mike announces as Shadow walks out into the open air. The stadium roars around him, the hero's voice surpassing them thanks to his microphone and quirk. From Class 1A, we have the Ice Prince Shadow Todoroki, and from 1B, the one who can sweep you off of your feet, Inasa Urashi. Urashi smiles at him when Shadow approaches. Best of luck to us both, Urashi says. May the best man win. Shadow doesn't bother with a response, instead moving into a ready stance as Midnight calls for the match to begin. Not having to be told twice, Shadow swipes out his right hand, a wave of ice following the motion. And that should be it, Shadow assumes. That should be the end of the match. But then the ice shatters, and Urashi grins a dangerous grin at him. Did you know that even a little bit of wind could shatter glaciers? Urashi asks, tilting his head. Midoriya taught me that one. The right amount of force in a small, central point. Why waste strength when I can shatter through either way? Shadow sends a larger attack, spikes of ice jutting into existence. This time, Urashi sends a much stronger blast of wind. Flashiness matters too, though, is all Urashi says. So let's go big or go home, huh? That's the only warning Shadow is given before Urashi goes on the offense, whipping up gusts and sending them in Shadow's direction, pushing him back and forcing him to make a wall of ice behind himself, if only to stay within bounds. Urashi is relentless, destroying glacier after glacier, entire walls of ice decimated into nothing in seconds. He's cold. He's so cold. He can feel that he's slowing down and none of his attacks are hitting. And Urashi hasn't looked fazed whatsoever. An especially strong attack sends Shadow stumbling. And for a moment Shadow concedes, is ready to give in and give up. And then a shout can be heard from the stands, from a voice that Shadow has only heard rise once before, back when the students of Yui were panicking from an alarm. A voice that holds a passion, a conviction, a belief that Shoto has never heard in that voice before. Todoroki, Midoriya shouts, and Shoto spares a glance at the green-haired boy. In a single glance he sees the boy's ferocity, wings flared wide as he leans over the railing, all pretenses forgotten as he declares, "It's your fire." He looks like a spark, wild and determined. And Shoto remembers. "Mama," Shoto said, once, when it was just him and his mother, sitting on the couch. "Mama, I want to be a hero. Then become one," his mother said. And Shoto had frowned. But I have Dad's fire." And Natsuo says Dad's fire isn't good. "And you've said that?" And Shoto, his mother cut in, voice soft but steady. "Shoto, the fire you hold isn't your father's. It's your fire, Shoto, and no one else can control if and when you use it." Shoto ignites, and for once he feels wild and free. The ice melts around him, off of him, and Shoto grins widely, reveling in how Urashi grins back. "That's what I'm talking about." Urashi cheers. "Let's go, like men." "No, like heroes." Shoto obliges, sending a wave of fire at the boy, one that's met with an even larger blast of air. The fire is dispelled, but Shoto simply sends another. Blow after blow, wave after wave, Shoto feels like he's on cloud 9. In the back of his mind, he can hear his father, but louder still is Midoriya's cheers. The boy is louder than ever before, and Shoto focuses on that. And even when Urashi surpasses him, with a blast so strong that it knocks Shoto right past the boundary line, too fast for him to catch himself with ice, Shoto is proud, happy, and feeling untethered at long last. He may not have passed the second round, but he still feels like a champion as he walks to the exit. And for now, that is plenty. Izuku slumps into his seat, wings drooping as he slouches. Kirishima chuckles beside him, patting him on the back. "Man, it's always so epic to hear you get so pumped up," Kirishima says. "Gets me all hyped." Got Todoroki hyped, too, Kaminari points out. "I didn't even know he could use fire." "Talk about strong." "I'm surprised that you were so loud," Asui says. "You don't raise your voice often." Izuku offers a small smile to the frog girl, because he has no good explanation. "Ooh, look." Tsunotori cheers. The next round is starting. And it is, with Takoyami going up against Kendo. Izuku glances at the girl, taking a second to recall her quirk Big Fist, which allows her to, well, enlarge the size of her hands before standing up. Already knowing that Takoyami will win, Izuku decides to head to the waiting room. And indeed, Takoyami passes by a few moments later, looking satisfied and proud as he goes, feathers ruffled gleefully. And Izuku goes out to face Ashido. The fight isn't hard, admittedly. Not when Izuku can fly out of his opponent's range, gliding around her acid attacks and sending her spinning in circles. All that it takes is one shot, a good kick that sends her flying right out of bounds as she slips on her own acid. It's almost disheartening, but mainly it's relieving, because Izuku can at least guarantee that he's in the top 4, which means that, no matter what, he won't be punished too harshly should he fail in the future. Still, Izuku can only hope that he continues to succeed, so that he doesn't have to face whatever reprimands come if he does anything else, because there would be consequences, and Izuku knows this well. He always has. Hitoshi lives, and will likely die by the phrase, "If it's not broken, don't fix it." Sure, maybe that's lazy, but hey, it got him through the first 2 events of the sports festival, and now it's carried him through 3 of the 4 rounds of the one-on-one competitions alone. To be fair, it helps that he's been up against talkative people, with that mouthy explosive boy in the start, and then the friendly redhead, and now the loud and proud Iridia. Hitoshi hasn't struggled much so far. Now he just has to watch, wait, and see who will be victorious, because whoever comes out on top is his opponent. And that is the deciding factor on what lines Hitoshi has to say in order to coax a reply out of his enemy. It's between the emo bird and the bunny bird boy. For one, Hitoshi would probably just have to make an edgy, depressing comment. But for the green one, honestly, Hitoshi can't get a good read on him. He's too fast in his fights, too quiet most of the time. But then he's shouting from the stands to cheer on his peer. And yeah, Hitoshi doesn't have a damn clue what to say. But it seems like the boy is the victor, with the shadow wielder thrown out of bounds. Great. Then Hitoshi notices how the boy moves over to his opponent the moment the match has ended, helping the Raven stand. So if a greeting doesn't work, a comment on his class probably will. Hitoshi just hopes that it'll work. After all, Izuku Midoriya is the only thing standing in his way to a complete victory. A guaranteed way to get into the hero course. It's not like Midoriya needs the win. Anyways, the boy is already in the course, what more could he want? Izuku shifts nervously as he waits for Present Mike's cue, ear flicking back and forth as he listens intently. There's only one match left, and then everything is over. And here we have the final match, the moment you've been waiting for. For better or for worse, Izuku steps out into the open, the underdog who we don't know much about, the mysterious Hitoshi Shinsu from 1 degree Celsius. Shinsu walks with a casual gait, hands tucked into his pocket as he ambles up. It's a far cry from Izuku's tense walk. And on the other side, the recommendation student who has soared to great heights, leaving everything behind him, our first-place champion of the first 2 matches, Izuku Midoriya from 1A. The crowd cheers for them both, willing them to do their best. Izuku can see the way that Keigo and Rumi wave to him from the stands, a beacon of belief. Start. Midnight cries, and Izuku flies up into the air, eyes tracking Shinsu's every move. And Shinsu, for his part, tilts his head, a wry smile on his face as he says, right into action, huh? Well, aren't you the poster child of heroics? Izuku doesn't speak, instead swooping down into a lunge. Shinsu darts to the side, stumbling over himself ever so slightly as he does so. Izuku lunges again, twisting to try grabbing the boy. But it seems that Shinsu is a good dodger. Silent, huh? Shinsu asks, I guess you aren't as foolish as your friends, who all make the same mistakes less than a minute into each match. They're not foolish, Izuku says, and that is his mistake. The world goes fuzzy, and Izuku feels his limbs lock up. For a moment, all Izuku can see is the victorious smirk on Shinsu's face. Then he falls to the ground, because he stopped flapping his wings, and the fuzziness breaks away abruptly. Shinsu blinks at him, surprised, before murmuring, yeah, I should have expected that. Izuku stands, and Shinsu fixes his expression, donning an annoyed look. So you're that much of a golden child? Huh? He asks, and Izuku bristles before catching on to the panicked undertone in the boy's words, fear growing with each additional step that Izuku takes. Got a great quirk like that? Yeah, that lets you do anything you want, no matter what. I saw how you shot through the rounds, flying ahead of everyone else. It must be so easy for someone like you. Did you even need to train to get where you are, or did you just breeze right through the exam, too? Izuku narrows his eyes, but holds his tongue. It's a verbal response he knows now that Shinsu needs. You don't know what it's like. Shinsu cries out as Izuku continues to advance. To have to fight for what you want, to have it all held right out of reach. The comment resonates, somehow, but Izuku can't figure out why. He continues to walk, only a few yards away. Calm and steady, he knows better than to speak. Shinsu doesn't know him, he doesn't know what to say. Shinsu knows enough, apparently, because he says, yet for how high and mighty you are with your quirk, you still let your homeroom teacher get so hurt. And that is the straw that breaks Izuku. Izuku growls at the comment, feathers ruffling as he moves into a fighting stance. And just like that, the world goes fuzzy once again. Holy fuck, Shinsu murmurs, a distant sound in Izuku's ears. I can do that. I can take control of people for making noise instead of words. Meanwhile, all Izuku can think is, holy fuck, I can do that. I can growl. Where did he get that ability from? Is the growl a bird thing? A rabbit finger? Is that just a human thing? Dodo humans growl normally. Izuku has never heard a human growl, and it feels really weird to refer to people as humans instead of, well, people. His internal crisis, can it be labeled as a crisis, or merely a revelation, is cut off by Shinsu's voice, his opponent commanding, turn around and carefully walk out of bounds. And, well, Izuku has always listened to the commands his handlers and trainers gave him. Could he have ever hoped to break free of a quirk-infused order? No, not as he is, not with who he is, and so Izuku walks right out of bounds, and the sports festival ends with his loss. Not long after, Izuku finds himself standing on a raised podium, a perfect smile painted on his face as he waves, the second-place champion of the first years. Shinsu stands a step above, eyes glistening with unshed tears that seem rather out of character for the purple-haired boy. Not that Izuku would ever judge him for being emotional in a moment like this. Takoyami and Yurashi share third place, having refused the offer to see who would place and who would not. Izuku doesn't know why, exactly, but he thinks it's because they're both just eager to celebrate or something. They seem satisfied, at the very least, proud to have made it into the rankings. And Izuku has a feeling that he, too, should be excited. And he is. And his smile does become real when All Might places the silver medal around his neck. And it stays real as he hears his siblings cheering in the stands, matching the eager cries of his peers. But his shoulders droop the moment he is out of sight, fear and dread taking the spot that his joy had held. Because while Izuku is more than satisfied with second place, he knows that his handler won't be. Suddenly, the 4-day weekend doesn't sound half as nice as it did, and Izuku can only hope that Monday comes quickly. Of hero names and work studies, Izuku is tired. That's all there is to it. His muscles protest, his wings ache, but he has nothing to say against it. It's his fault for losing, after all, for only being good enough for second place. He should have been more prepared, should have known to stay quiet. I thought you were trained to be better, his handler said. I suppose we will have to add some additional lessons, Skvader. They did. Mental, physical, all that lays between. The 4-day break was supposed to be a chance to rest and recuperate after a day of activity. A chance for the first years to relax, maybe go to see how the second and third years fared if they pleased. Izuku didn't get that, of course. But the weekend is over now, and his trainers know his limit. They never push him too far over it. and so Izuku knows that he's not at risk of collapsing. That does not mean, of course, that Izuku is fully awake. No, he's ready to fall right back asleep. And that's exactly what Izuku does upon reaching the empty classroom. He tucks himself into his chair, burrows into his wings, hides from the world and dreams of absolutely nothing. When Izuku wakes up, it's to the bell ringing and a class full of people. His friends smile at him, some seemingly amused by his awakening. "Good morning," Tsunotori says in a cheerful little whisper. "Did you enjoy your nap? You looked very comfortable." Izuku nods and nearly opens his mouth to admit that he was, but you've been growing more talkative as of late, his handler noted, eyes giving away nothing for Izuku to work with. "Why is that?" "Because I'm happy," Izuku wanted to say, and that surprised him. Wasn't he happy already? He was happy with Keigo and Rumi. Was that not enough for him? Or is he simply becoming selfish? Wanting, tacking is not supposed to want. Izuku stayed quiet. His handler seemed satisfied with his lack of an answer. Izuku decides to keep his mouth shut in the end. If Tsunotori thinks that this is odd, she doesn't point it out, instead turning around as Aizawa stands up to speak. "Internships are next week," Aizawa says, straight to the point like usual. He's efficient with his words, Izuku notes. Better than Izuku is when he speaks. "Heroes and agencies have sent recruitment offers based on your performances at the sports festival. These work studies will last the entirety of next week, so choose wisely on who you want to be with. This is a chance to figure out what kind of hero you want to become." "Sensei," Ashido shouts, and Aizawa pauses. "What if we don't get any offers? We have 40 agencies who already agreed to take on any students who don't have any offers, or simply didn't want the offers given to them," Aizawa informs. "But before you get your offers, you have to pick out your hero names. These are temporary for now, but you should be careful when creating them. Most people end up using their temporary choices simply because they become known with that name. So if you choose poorly, your life will become a living hell." Midnight cheers, slamming open the door and strutting in. "And that's why I'm here. I'm unqualified to help with names," Aizawa states, then steps into his sleeping bag. "Just don't be stupid." And just like that, Aizawa is napping, just like Izuku wants to be. "Oh, well." Midnight passes out whiteboards and black markers, smiling as she says, "Go ahead and put down the name that you think will best suit your image. Make it your own, you know. Plus ultra style, kiddos. 15 minutes, and then we start presenting." 15 minutes. Izuku furrows his eyebrows, glancing at the board. It won't take 15 minutes for him, although that may be because his hero name has always been known. Wasting no time, Izuku writes down his name before curling back up, eager for a quick nap. And as such, the next 15 minutes pass in the blink of an eye, with Izuku being coaxed back into reality by a gentle tap from Dark Shadow, the quirk eyeing him oddly as it does so. "You're like the teacher," Dark Shadow declares, and Izuku hears Todoroki let out an odd huff beside him. "Oh, that's a laugh. If everyone is ready," Midnight says, drawing the class's attention back to her. "Who would like to present their name first?" "Oh, me. Pick me," Silvu's plate. Aoyama cries, and Midnight waves him up. Standing behind the podium, Aoyama shows his whiteboard with a dramatic flourish, announcing, "The shining hero, I cannot stop twinkling." It's a whole sentence. His peers cry, and Izuku can't help but agree that it's, well, a bit too long. "It's a bit too long," Midnight says, more gentle, and Izuku watches as she walks over, taking a marker and making corrections. "If we cut out the first part and make this a contraction, there we are. Can't stop twinkling, how about that?" Izuku, personally, doesn't know if that's really much better ... but Aoyama is sparkling happily, so it must be good enough. Either way, Aoyama prances back to his seat, and the naming continues. "I'm King Explosion Murder," Bakugo shouts out, and Izuku blinks. He has a feeling that Wealth Commission wouldn't approve of a name like that. Midnight does not. "Fat no, Bakugo." "Why not?" Bakugo asks, and Midnight sighs. "That's too violent. Pick a new one." Midnight gestures for Bakugo to head back to his spot, and Bakugo does, grumbling all the while. Izuku would grumble too, he likes the name. Shaoji walks up next, holding up his whiteboard and saying, "The stealth hero, Tentacle." "Ooh, I like that," Midnight says, then looks at the class. "Take note. A nice, normal name. The stealth hero, Invisible Girl." Hagakure cheers, and Midnight nods. "That really suits you," Midnight encourages. "Now who wants to go next?" "Me." Ashido cheers, and races up before Midnight calls on her. Slamming her whiteboard down, she declares, "My codename will be Alien Queen." "Hold on," Midnight says, eyes narrowed. "Like that monster with the acidic blood?" "I don't think so. Try again, Ashido." Izuku watches as Ashido walks back to her desk, dejected as she slumps into her seat. Izuku thought it was pretty nice, so it's somewhat disappointing that she's been shot down, especially when Todoroki chooses his first name as his hero name, simply saying, "Shadow." Midnight seems disappointed by Todoroki's decision to, at least, insists that something Izuku should take consolation in. Jiru comes up next, saying, "The hearing hero, earphone jack. That's who I'm going to be. Now that's a good one." Midnight approves, and then she says something similar a few moments later when Kaminari introduces himself as the stun gun hero, Chargeable. On and on, his peers introduce themselves, and Izuku pays attention to each announcement. Asui introduces herself as the rainy season hero, Froppy. Honuki is Mudman. Siro is the taping hero, Cellophane, and Ajaru is the martial arts hero, Tailman. Sato is the sweets hero, Sugarman. Takoyami is the jet black hero, Tsukuyomi, and Kirishima is the sturdy hero, Red Riot. Ashido gets her groove back, taking on the name Pinky, and Monoma follows her up, introducing himself as Phantom Thief. Ida takes on his first name, Tenya. It's odd, not what Izuku assumed the boy would pick. Then again, Ida has been acting oddly, stiffer than normal. Did something happen? Izuku doesn't have a clue. Kuda chooses to be the petting hero, Anima. Tsunotori cheerfully announces her choice as the horsepower hero, Baraki. Bakugo gets rejected on Lord Explosion Murder, and just like that, Midnight is looking right at him. And that just leaves Midoriya. Come up here and show us what you've got. Izuku listens to the command, standing up from his seat and picking up his whiteboard. He slips to the front of the room, unveiling his choice without much bravado. Skvader, Izuku says, because that's who he is. It's who he's always been. Who he always will be. A decision concluded before he could even say the word. From the day that he was born with feathers sprouting from his back and ears poking from the top of his head rather than the sides. Izuku has been Skvader longer than he has even been Izuku, and so that is the name he presents. And Midnight accepts it, letting him go back to his seat as quickly as he left it. Izuku listens once more, content to watch on. A viewer as Aizawa stands up and ushers Midnight out, before picking up a giant stack of papers in one hand and showing a display on the board. As I said earlier, Aizawa starts. You were sent offers based on your performances at the sports festival. Usually, offers are more evenly spread out, but recent incidents have caused more people to keep an eye on your class. As such, some of you have much higher offers being presented to you than your peers. Izuku glances at the board, quickly noting the top 3 students in terms of offers received. Takoyami came second, as the only other one who made the final rankings. Third was Todoroki, who seems almost resigned to the number as if he knows that not all of them are truly for his potential, but rather for his legacy. Not that Izuku feels much different, glancing at his own results, because he is the one with the most offers, undoubtedly attributed to his quirk and second-place ranking, but likely influenced by his handlers, and perhaps even by his own legacy, because Izuku isn't really hidden, not fully. The commission doesn't broadcast him, doesn't post the reports they make regarding his progress and skills, but they let him see Keigo and Rumi and let him be seen with them. They let him fly with Keigo and head to Rumi's agency. If they wanted to keep him secret, they would. If someone wanted to know about him, they absolutely could. So Izuku sees the thousands of offers being attached to his name, and he can't help but wonder just how many are due to his family and trainers. Work studies begin next week. Aizawa continues, passing out stacks of papers to certain students and single sheets to others. Your decision needs to be made by Friday, and your form must be submitted by then as well. Aizawa sets down a stack, the largest, on Izuku's desk, and doesn't move as he says, "You will have the rest of the period to look through your offers. Your form is attached to the offers." That's all that it takes for his peers to start looking at their choices, eager-eyed and excited. Izuku doesn't feel that same enthusiasm, instead toying with the top page. Glancing down at Izuku, Aizawa says, "You may want to consider checking the section under E." Then he walks away, and Izuku blinks in surprise. Shrugging, Izuku decides to heed the man's advice, skipping straight to the section. It's not the lengthiest section of the packet. Not many heroes start their name with the vowel. Interestingly enough, skimming through the list, the first name his eyes catch on is Endeavor's, Keigo's favorite hero and Todoroki's personal nightmare. Izuku hesitates on the name, knowing that he should want to go with such a high-ranking hero. But his eyes continue scanning the list, until his eyes catch on a much more interesting option, Eraserhead. That's Aizawa's hero name. Aizawa sent him an offer. Why did Aizawa send him an offer? Aizawa is an underground the underground hero. Aizawa hides away from the media and stays out of the spotlight. Izuku isn't meant to do that. He's supposed to be flashy and bright, attention-grabbing in the best of ways. He thought that he's been clear enough, showing his peers and teachers alike that he's supposed to be a daylight hero. So why would Aizawa be interested in mentoring him? Or is there another reason? Is Izuku not doing well enough? Does Aizawa think that he needs extra help? Is that why he even went out of his way to tell Izuku to skip straight to his section? Izuku chances a glance at Aizawa, but the man is already fast asleep. His face gives away nothing, smoothed out and expressionless. Maybe Aizawa does believe that Izuku is lacking in some aspects. Maybe he's disappointed in the fact that Izuku placed second rather than first. Or perhaps he sees something in Izuku that he can encourage, strengthen, and better. Whatever it is, Izuku knows that it is only Aizawa's opinion that influences the availability of this offer, because Aizawa is not the type to be swayed by legacy, or familial connections, or government handlers, or, well, anything. Aizawa is simply Aizawa, who trusts in himself and knows just what to do without relying on the approval of others. And so Izuku makes his choice without hesitation, filling out the form with a smile without sparing a single look at the other offers that have been presented to him. Because it is only Aizawa who Izuku can say, with certainty, wants to train him for who he is. That is enough for him, in the end. The morning passes quickly. After that, not quite so much a blink, but more like a montage that one would see in a show. First period fades away. English comes and goes. Math is a blur of equations and notes that Izuku has already taken before. The morning is gone before Izuku realizes it. And then the bell is ringing for lunch and Tsunotori is leading him to the cafeteria, filling the silence by talking about her weekend. Because Tsunotori, unlike Izuku, had gone to see the other sports festivals. Well, she went to the third-year festival, at least. It is the most exciting one. Tsunotori explains. They are all very powerful. It is impressive. And it sounds impressive, Izuku thinks, as Tsunotori talks about a girl who used waves of energy to fly around, and another who used support gear to outshine her opponents. The third years are somehow more competitive and yet more carefree, confident in themselves in ways that the first years aren't always able to be. It's because they're more experienced. Izuku decides. They know what's coming. They know that the sports festival is important, but they also know that they are ready. They know what they can do with their quirk and their body and their mind. The third years have seen the world, have trained for years, and they know how to overcome their setbacks and make a situation work for them. The thought of setbacks makes Izuku pause, and he glances ahead of him, where Kirishima and Kaminari walk just a few feet before them. Lips pursed, Izuku makes up his mind and speaks. I need to go to the support department, Izuku states, voice soft but still cutting in through her words. He feels bad for interrupting, but Tsunotori just nods along. All right, do you want me to come with you? She asks, and Izuku shakes his head. He doesn't want to cut into her lunch period, or her chance to talk to the others, and tells her this. She accepts his answer, and the two go their separate ways. And so Izuku finds himself standing in front of a large door, taking a deep breath before pushing it open. There are only 3 people in the room. One is the teacher, clearly the man sitting at his desk and filling out some sort of paperwork. His head is covered by an odd metal contraption, and Izuku wonders if he'd be able to recognize the man if his face was uncovered. Likely not, so Izuku glances to the next person. A boy with brown hair is hunched over one of the workbenches, glasses skewed as he glares over them at the laptop he's furiously typing on. Beside him is one of the biggest travel mugs that Izuku has ever seen, and Izuku can't help but be impressed. And then the boy takes a drink from the mug and promptly disappears, a bolt of lightning that darts into the computer. How odd. And that leaves the last person, with pink, dread-like hair and patches of oil covering his arms. Izuku immediately recognizes Mei Hatsum from the sports festival, and she, too, recognizes him. 10 million. Hatsum greets, looking cheerful despite the fact that he rejected her offer to join his team. Have you come to see what my babies can offer you? Izuku would blush if he didn't know that Hatsum was simply referring to her gadgets. Instead, he offers a hesitant smile and says, well, it's not for me, but I think you could help my friend. Hatsum doesn't even blink, nodding happily and asking, what can I do for you? My friend has an electricity-based quirk. Izuku begins, and Hatsum nods along. Like Jujutsu, she says, and Izuku has no idea who that is. I don't know. I'm Jujutsu. A new voice pops in, and Izuku squeaks as the brown-haired boy falls out of the laptop, dusting himself off with a smile. Kenji Jujutsu, at your service, or something like that. He's the only one who can match my genius. Hatsum explains, although he likes coding more than creating the robots themselves. It makes us a decent duo, Jujutsu admits, although Power Loader Sensei doesn't really let us team up. Izuku chances a glance at the teacher, apparently Power Loader, even with his face covered. Izuku can feel the exasperation he's letting out. But anyways, Jujutsu continues. My quirk lets me control technology, not electricity. I doubt your friend is as similar to me as Hatsum assumed. He isn't, Izuku agrees. He can generate electricity and cover himself in it. He can emit the energy, but once it goes too far he can't control it. If he exceeds his limit, though, his brain short-circuits. The room falls silent, Jujutsu's smile falling. Short circuits, he repeats, and Izuku nods. What the foo? I'm assuming that's why you're here. Hatsum asks, and Izuku nods. I think it'd be good for him to get a better method of controlling the direction of his discharges in the future. But for now I'm just worried about him hurting himself, Izuku admits. Is there anything you can do? Surely. Hatsum cheers. You've got me, Jujutsu, and Sensei to help you out. Tell me, Jujutsu starts. Does your friend wear any metal in his costume? Izuku blinks, trying to recall Kaminari's outfit. Wears an earphone over his right ear, with an antenna sticking out of it. I don't know what material it's made out of, though. Fuck, Jujutsu murmurs, then shakes his head. Hatsum, let's go make some rods. Rods? Lightning rods, Hatsum says, already racing to grab things. Think about it, 10 million. If we don't want the electricity reaching his head, we need it to go somewhere else. Having metal up by his head isn't going to help us, but I doubt we want to get rid of the device. So we'll add more metal and see if that redirects the energy. Oh, that makes sense, thinks. We'll have it done soon enough, Jujutsu reassures. Back to typing. Your friend is in good hands. Who is the friend, by the way? Hatsum asks. Kaminari. Ooh, he has a good outfit. Appearance-wise, we'll make the metal look cool enough for that. But that said, Hatsum begins to usher Izuku out of the room, shoving him out without hesitation. Oh, and I'm going to be changing your hero costume. That coat got trashed during your fight. Maybe I'll make you a brand new one. You're in need of some upgrades. 10 million, Hatsum announces. I'll get those to you soon, though. See you then. And then the door is slammed shut, and Izuku is left in an empty hall. Confused and mildly concerned, Izuku decides that it's in his best interest to simply grab a quick lunch and head back to class. So he does, and the rest of the day is calm and normal. Shouta only needed one look at Midoriya to see that the boy was tired, and not quite there. Whether it's because he had only just woken up, or because of something else, Shouta wasn't sure. Either way, he chose to pay attention, keeping an eye on the boy. And it was odd how Midoriya acted. A little vacant when Aizawa set his stack of offers on his desk, a hint of unenthusiasm in his voice when he presented his hero name. That's another thing, too. His hero name. Skvader. Now, Midoriya isn't the first student Shouta has had that made their name relate to their quirk. He's not even the only student in this current class, but Midoriya is the only one who has ever seemed resigned as he announced it. And that isn't right. There are many ways students have spoken when announcing their names, many emotions that he's seen flitter across their faces, many times hidden from the surface but screaming openly in the eyes. Resignation has never been one of those emotions. But there is Midoriya, one of his brightest, happiest students, presenting his whiteboard without as much as an upturned lip, tone blank as he offered the name he'd be known by for what would likely be the entirety of his career. And then with the internship offers, he had expected Midoriya to be excited by the vast number connected to his name, thrilled at the literal thousands of offers sent his way. Yet Midoriya had only ducked his head at the sight, and had barely even touched the packet that Shouta gave him. It wasn't until Shouta guided him, telling him to look in the very same section that his own offer was listed, that Midoriya began to look. Midoriya seemed a bit better when the period ended, a small smile on his face as he finished filling out his form. But by the time Shouta next saw him, at training, he didn't look quite so excited. First, the boy just seemed confused, and Shouta wondered about that until he overheard that the boy had gone to the support department during lunch, something about helping a peer. And Shouta was still sure that the confusion was simply the same that most hero students deal with, upon finding one of the more eccentric support students. But then, as training began, Shouta could not help but notice how exhausted Midoriya seemed. Not that his training suffered, no. Midoriya clearly put 100% of his effort into his training, and it showed. It always did, with the boy, when he gained a determined expression and let nothing falter him. It was whenever the boy paused, because when Midoriya was not moving, was not training, was not working to the edge of his limit, and then some collapsed. Not really, not physically, but it was as if watching someone deflate, losing their spark and falling in on themselves. Midoriya collapsed with every pause, eyes meeting the ground, wings drooping ever so slightly, and Shouta just wanted to know why. But the day ended, and Shouta still doesn't know the answer, just that Midoriya is tired, and resigned, and exhausted. He has no explanations, but he has a guess as to who the source is. Shouta is just glad that Midoriya took up his offer. It'll give Shouta a chance to try figuring out his student more and how to help him. Because for all that Midoriya is willing to help others, spending his time searching for solutions to the problems his peers face, he never speaks up for himself. Shouta supposes that he'll just have to be a little louder, as Ashi will be so proud. You're going to intern under Endeavor, his handler says, and Izuku freezes. Because Izuku has already turned in his slip, with his homeroom teacher's name written on it. His handler sees the pause and the lack of a nod, and her eyes narrow at him immediately. What is it? She asks, and the question is one that Izuku has to answer. I already turned in my slip, he admits, and her eyes narrow more. Who for? Eraserhead. She doesn't recognize the name, it's clear in her expression. He's an underground hero. You don't plan to be underground, she states. He doesn't? No. It's not in the plan that life has set for him. But, oh, Izuku knows what to say. Now, the racerhead relies on stealth and being silent. You know, wrong word, I need to be quieter. I need to learn when. The racerhead is strict, and his lessons are efficient and decisive. Strict, efficient, silent. His handler's eyes do not soften, but the glare lessens. She hums a short note and then nods curtly. Then I suppose there is no issue. I expect that you will choose Endeavor next time that you have the chance, unless there is a better option by then. A better option. Who else is better other than All Might? Izuku doesn't know, but his handler is already walking away, leaving him in silence. It's a small thing, but it feels like a victory nonetheless. And now Izuku can't help but look forward to interning under Aizawa. He just hopes that he can meet his teacher's expectations. Work studies, work for your future. The day begins with Izuku heading to the train station, despite the fact that he is likely heading to Yui for the beginning of his own work study. But Aizawa said for everyone to meet there, so that he could make sure they were all going to the right places, and Izuku doesn't think he could disobey the man's orders, nor anyone else's, but that's neither here nor there. So Izuku stands with the rest of the group, a suitcase in one hand. Not one for additional inefficiency. Aizawa had told Izuku on Friday to leave his costume case at the school, and so Izuku listened. And now he's here, watching his peers as they converse with one another. They're excited. Well, most are. It's clear to Izuku that he is one of the few who has resided in the same area that they were trained, and the only other stands a short distance away from the others, expression normal but eyes radiating the resignation that the boy holds inside. Izuku glances at his friends, who all talk to each other, and then forces himself to move, walking up to the dual-haired boy. Midoriya, Todoroki says, voice blank but eyes now curious. Todoroki. Izuku offers a hesitant smile, but it drops quickly. Are you working with Endeavor? Todoroki fills in, and Izuku isn't surprised. Disheartened, perhaps, but not surprised. My handless wanted me to choose him, Izuku says. I had already submitted my slip, though. For Aizawa, right? Todoroki asks, and Izuku wonders if it's as special for Todoroki to ask questions as it seems to be for him to do the same. Yes, why? He is good. There's no other way to explain it. And yet, somehow, Todoroki understands perfectly, eyes flashing with comprehension. I had other offers, Todoroki says, but I need to control my fire. There was no better option. And really, isn't that what it comes down to? Comfort or quality, there can never be both. Izuku glances at Aizawa and adjusts his thoughts. Perhaps there can be a teacher that is good, without making someone want to give up just by entering the room. Next time, Izuku murmurs, we could look at offers together. Todoroki seems surprised by the suggestion, perhaps because Izuku is the one who spoke. But then his eyes calm, and he says, I think that'd be nice. Izuku perks up, but he doesn't get anything out because Aizawa decides to speak before he can. All right, let's get this over with so you can go to your work studies, Aizawa says, and the class falls silent. Everyone has their costume and their belongings, correct? Yep, Ashido chirps, and Aizawa sighs. For a moment, it looks like he's going to correct her in formal tone, but then his shoulders droop and he shrugs it off. Don't cause property damage, listen to your mentors, and no illegal actions. There's a pause, and Aizawa raises an eyebrow when nobody moves. What are you waiting for? Go. His peers react instantly, many racing off the moment Aizawa tells them to. A few wave as they pass Izuku, calling out quick goodbyes as if they hadn't done so just minutes ago before darting away. Izuku watches all 19 of his peers go, some with excitement, some with nerves, one with resignation, and one with a stiff gait and downturned lips. Izuku's eyes track that last one, Ida, for a moment longer than the others. But Izuku has nothing to do with the boy's anger, doesn't know his peer well enough to try making it something he has to do with, and so he turns to face Aizawa. Ready? Aizawa asks, and Izuku nods quickly. Let's go, then. The trip to Yui is quick and unexciting, but Izuku isn't fazed as he follows the man to school. His interest is piqued, however, when Aizawa leads him to a basic training gym after having Izuku grab his costume case, because someone is standing in the gym, waiting for them. And when they turn around, Izuku blinks in surprise. Hitoshi Shinsu blinks right back. You two will be working together roughly half of the time, Aizawa states. For the other half, you will be working individually to hone different aspects. For now, go get dressed into your PE uniforms. 10 minutes. Eyes trained on Izuku, he says. Just leave your case in your chosen locker, you won't be needing it yet. Izuku nods, then speeds away to get dressed. Shinsu gives him a guarded look as he changes, but Izuku just offers a smile before racing back out. Aizawa gives him the same look he usually does, when Izuku is just a little too fast at returning to be normal, but he's far too used to it to say anything by now. So the two wait in silence, Aizawa with a tired expression, Izuku enjoying the quiet, until Shinsu joins them once again. The boy gives him an odd look, one that seems to be a mix of exasperation and annoyance, but he doesn't say anything to Izuku. Maybe that's because Aizawa speaks up immediately. To see where you two stand right now in terms of skill, I'm going to have you spar against each other. First you'll fight without quirks, and then with them. No biting, breaking, or anything of the sorts. Understood. The two nod in sync, and Aizawa turns his gaze onto Shinsu alone. I don't expect you to be on the same skill level as Midoriya. Midoriya is one of the best fighters in my class. This is simply the best way to observe what you need to learn, and find out what you already know. Izuku blinks, surprised by the compliment, but hides his smile when he sees the despair in Shinsu's eyes. But along with that worry is another hint of irritation, and that makes it a bit easier to quell his joy, hiding it away. Izuku moves automatically when Aizawa gestures to the center of the room, stepping onto the training mats, slipping into a defensive position automatically. Remember, Aizawa says, this is a quirkless spar. Shinsu, do your best. And Midoriya. Izuku looks to Aizawa, and the man grins. Don't go too easy on him. Shinsu's face falls the moment Aizawa says that, and only a few seconds later the boy's body is following his expression, Izuku pinning the boy to the ground, wrists caught in his grasp and lower body trapped with his own. His wings rest calmly on his back, not having moved since Aizawa spoke. Shinsu stares, eyes wide as he realizes what happened. Really, he murmurs, and Izuku takes that as his cue to get up, fixing his stance once again, this time more offensive. Midoriya is quick, Aizawa warns. Again, and Izuku heeds his command. Over and over again, Aizawa has them spar. Hitoshi is breathless by the time that Aizawa backs off of the quirkless rule, but half of his air is gone from the times he's been knocked to the ground, mere seconds after Aizawa called for him to start, and he can't even be mad at Midoriya. Irritated? Oh, definitely, because Aizawa's little comments have reminded him of just how great of a life he missed out on by being born with a villainous quirk. But mad? No, he can't even be pissed right now. Because damn, it's clear that Midoriya has training for fights. How many gyms did he hit to get hits quite so hard? Midoriya is ruthless during the quirkless sparring sessions. Or maybe ruthless isn't the best choice of wording, because Midoriya isn't dragging the rounds out. He's not toying with Shinsu, he's not hurting him any more than he has to. Perhaps efficient is a better choice, because that's what Midoriya is. Quick, precise, no movement unneeded. Everything has a purpose, but Midoriya moves from step to step fluidly, like it's a dance he's done so many times. It's permanently etched into his memory, kind of like Aizawa seems to be. But it's worse, somehow, when quirks are allowed. Because Hitoshi, well, quite frankly, Hitoshi assumed that he'd be able to get Midoriya to speak again, or even growl like he did last time. Yet for the entirety of their quirked sparring, Midoriya doesn't make a single sound. Not one noise. Hitoshi tries everything. He tries insults, both against Midoriya and his friends, but it's like Midoriya doesn't even hear him, and the green-haired boy is diving at him in seconds, knocking him down for what feels like the 100th time today. So he moves on to what worked in the sports festival, reminding Midoriya about the USJ, about Aizawa's injuries. All that had done was earned him suspiciously teary eyes, and an odd look from Aizawa. Hitoshi doesn't use that trick anymore. It feels wrong, using it against Midoriya, especially with the man in question as the only one watching them. He tries jokes, but they don't land right, and half of the time Midoriya just looks confused. He tries asking questions about the weather, goddamn, but Midoriya just moves and fights like it's the only thing he knows. He tries and tries and tries, and sometimes he just tries lashing out, but even his hits don't land. And finally they're on their final match, and Hitoshi can't help but snap, can't help but open his mouth and ask, "What, you don't have a loose tongue anymore?" Too good for something like a weakness. And Midoriya is on him in seconds, knocking him down and knocking the air right out of him. It's a harder impact than the other times, as if Midoriya lost control of himself for just a split second. Hitoshi catches his breath, but then he's distracted by the way Midoriya stares at him. Because Midoriya is, well, still on him, oddly still. It's only when Aizawa calls out Midoriya's indisputable win that the boy stands up. His smile strained as he murmurs, "I'm not supposed to talk much. My handlers didn't like it." And that's a sentence that Hitoshi decidedly does not like. Because what the fuck does that mean? Needless to say, sparring ends on a rather jarring note, one that Hitoshi can't shake even as Aizawa hands over a training plan for Hitoshi to follow. And a part of him can't help but wonder who these handlers are, and why they are making such statements. He'll have to ask about that, he supposes. Izuku watches as Aizawa sends Shinsu across the gym, handing off a packet before walking back over to him. Izuku stands up, finishing the stretches that he had been doing during his wait, and Aizawa nods to him. "Good job on sparring," Aizawa says. "We'll be working on stealth now. I want to see how quiet you can move, to start." How quiet he can be. Oh, Izuku can be quiet all right. And so the next 40 minutes are a blur, with Aizawa soon realizing that Izuku already knows exactly how to move when he needs to hide his presence, that Izuku softens his steps like second nature even when sprinting, that the boy knows how to make his flight practically unnoticeable, gliding so gently that the air doesn't even whistle and no breeze can be felt. So Aizawa quickly shifts gears, making it a game of sorts. He marks out a small area for the two to stay in, closes his eyes, and instructs Izuku to get past him, to circle him, to steal his scarf, his goggles, whatever. And Izuku manages to succeed all but 3 times, in which Aizawa was just a moment ahead of him, and was able to ensnare him with his capture weapon. When they finally finish, Aizawa turns to him and asks, "How are you able to do that, kid? That has to have taken a lot of training." "It has," Izuku admits, "but it's also instinctual." "How so?" Aizawa prompts, and Izuku shrugs as he answers, "It's just instincts, I think. Rabbits need to be good at hiding from predators. Birds need to be quiet enough that their prey can't hear them, and I'm both, kind of." Aizawa nods, and Izuku assumes that's the end of the conversation. But it's not, Aizawa having one last comment to make. "He'd be a perfect underground hero," Aizawa observes, and the praise makes Izuku binky with delight, his teacher kindly ignoring the action, choosing instead to wave Shinsu over. "Go buy some lunch, then head to my classroom. I'll get you when it's time to continue." Then the man walks off, leaving Izuku and Shinsu on their own. And nothing is said. Izuku stays quiet as he walks to the cafeteria with Shinsu, the purple-haired boy looking at his phone and not once in his direction. Taking the hint, Izuku does the same, only looking up to pick his food, thank lunch rush, and pay. Izuku sits in his normal class seat, far in the back. It's the only comfortable one, after all, but more than that, it's his spot. Shinsu ends up at Xiaoji's spot, far enough that it'd be awkward to try talking to him, but close enough that it's clear Shinsu isn't scared of him, or anything like that. Izuku takes the obvious hint, and uses the time to catch up on some texts that his friends have sent, quick updates on first impressions and positive outlooks. He types out quick replies between bites, offering a few comments about his own experience so far. Yet despite being the one to take a spot away from him, Shinsu is the one who ends up breaking the silence, turning his chair around and asking, "So, why Eraserhead?" "Huh?" Izuku asks, tilting his head as he looks up at the boy, eyes straying from his phone. "Why Eraserhead?" Shinsu repeats, "You had to have thousands of offers, right?" Izuku nods, and then he ducks his head at the sour look on Shinsu's face, bitter and irritated. His ears droop, and he can't help but drop his gaze, focusing on the dimming screen. "Then why did you choose your homeroom teacher, huh?" "He shares the coolest," Izuku murmurs. And when he glances up, Shinsu looks confused, so Izuku assumes he hasn't explained well enough. So he continues, adding, "He's kind, open, he says what he means and what he expects. And I know he sent an offer for me, and not nothing artificial or superficial." Shinsu is still giving him an odd look, but this one is different, like he's trying to put together a puzzle but the pictures don't align and he's just realizing that he mixed 2 different sets together. It's an odd expression, to say the least, but so is the one on Shinsu's face. Shinsu doesn't say anything more, although his mouth does open and close a few times before he turns around, lips pursed and eyebrows furrowed. The rest of lunch is silent. And when Aizawa arrives to lead them back to training, they're both just scrolling through their phones. The rest of the day is spent training and sparring. When Aizawa is with Shinsu, Izuku is running through basic routines, running and lifting weights, and all of the other things that his trainers usually have him do. And then Aizawa switches back to him, and they work on his hand-to-hand combat, once again just like his trainers do. It's nothing special. And yet somehow Izuku feels lighter when the day is over, and lighter still does he feel when Shinsu chooses to initiate conversation yet again. Voice low as they follow Aizawa to his house, leaning in slightly so that the man doesn't hear it as he says, "His capture weapon is going to be the death of me." Izuku can't help but giggle, earning a surprised look from his internship partner as he simply mutters, "Oh, same." Then Shinsu smiles, a little upturn of his lips that shows that he's pleased. It's a start. And sometimes, a start is all Izuku needs to keep a smile on his face, ears perking up as Aizawa ushers them inside of his house. "Shoes go there," Aizawa says, pointing to the respective spot, and Izuku slips his shoes beside a pair of boots that are familiar, but clearly not Aizawa's. Izuku stares at them, trying to figure out whose they are, and Aizawa catches him. "My husband's," he says. And Izuku hums. "All right, you two are sharing a guest room, but there are separate futons. That isn't a problem, correct?" Izuku glances at Shinsu, who is already eyeing him. Shrugging, Shinsu drawls out, "Well, I don't snore, do you?" I've been told that I chirp," Izuku admits, and Shinsu blinks. "Chirp," Shinsu repeats, and Izuku nods slowly. "Okay, yeah, I can handle chirping." "Great," Aizawa says, voice monotone as usual, and then he gestures down the hall. "Go drop off your stuff, Bond or something. Dinner is in an hour." The closing statement makes Izuku feel oddly warm. But he brushes it off. Yet he still ends the day with a smile, feeling strangely content, almost like he's home. In other words, the first day of internships goes well. Work for your dreams. If Izuku got a break every time that he heard the phrase "the early bird gets the worm," he'd probably get to sleep in long enough to stop hearing people say that to him. Who is he kidding? Izuku would never get that many breaks. As if his handlers ever had a sense of humor. But the few times he's heard the saying are enough to make his nose wrinkle with disgust as he recalls the words. Because he is once again getting up far too early in the morning. He hates internal alarm clocks, because here Izuku is, wide awake before the sun can even rise, slipping out of the shared room. Shinsu is asleep. He wasn't when Izuku fell asleep, but Izuku has always been an early riser and an equally early sleeper. Izuku wonders if he actually chirped in his sleep, and if that made it worse on the boy when he was trying to succumb to sleep's call. Or if, perhaps, the chirping helped. A white noise, so to speak. Izuku shuts the door behind him, softly letting the lock click shut and letting sock-clad feet sneak down the stairs. He doesn't quite know where to go, admittedly, just that it's never the best idea to stay in a room where someone is resting if he isn't. His automatic reaction is to try texting a peer, or perhaps reading something. There's always more to learn. After all, more to catch up on or get ahead of. But Izuku knows that it's too early for the former and he just doesn't feel up to reading hero analyzes or English papers at the moment. A lone ray of sunshine is enough to make up Izuku's mind for him, and he glances up to find the source. A windowsill, rather high up on the wall, with enough room for a person to sit on, beckons to him. And so Izuku flies up to it, a few gentle wing strokes bringing him to his destination. Izuku nestles into the corner of the sill, pulling his phone out of his pocket and scrolling through past conversations, aimless but content. He stays like this for quite some time, he thinks, before someone else finally wakes. And it's not Aizawa-sensei or Shinsu who get up, but Aizawa's husband. And although his hair is down from its usual style, and he's yet to put on his hero gear, Izuku recognizes his teacher by voice alone as he quietly calls out, "Little listener, are you good up there?" Izuku nods to present Mike, whose shoulders seem to lower with relaxation at the reaction. "Want to come on down?" Present Mike asks, and Izuku moves immediately, letting himself drop down, using his wings to make the landing seamless and silent. Present Mike relaxes even more, smile gentle as he nods ever so slightly, as if to himself. "Hey, kiddo." "Hi, Present Mike," Izuku responds softly, and then frowns, because Present Mike does the same. "You can call me Yamada, Sprout," Present Mike corrects. "I did tell you guys my name on the first day." "Yeah." He had. Hisashi Yamada, the voice hero Present Mike. But it's different, calling Present Mike Yamada instead of his hero name. Still, an order is an order, right? Izuku agrees. And upon Present Mike's patient look, adds, "Yamada-sensei." Present Mike no. Yamada laughs softly, shaking his head slightly. "Almost there," Yamada says. "Just Yamada is plenty. There's no need for the sensei in my own home." "Yeah." Izuku thinks, briefly, of all of the times that he's been called a Skvader inside of the place that he lives. But that's not a home, is it? No, he lives in a place that is not quite house nor home, but rather a place of being. And so it makes sense. Izuku decides that he can be a Skvader even in his bedroom. But Yamada does not want to be Yamada-sensei or Present Mike within his domain. And so Izuku nods. "Right, Yamada." At this, Yamada beams, an enthusiastic nod making Izuku feel like he's finally picked the right choice. "There we go." Yamada cheers. And then, out of the blue, he asks, "Want to help with breakfast?" Izuku blinks in surprise, and he must have a silly expression on his face because Yamada chuckles at him. "Shu and Shinsu will probably be up soon, because Shu gets up in about half an hour from now and I have no doubts he'll force your buddy up. But I have to go before they get up. And just because Shouta can run off of jelly packets doesn't mean you two can, so I figured I'd cook something up to make sure you all have a good start to the day. So what do you say, want to help me out?" "Sure," Izuku says easily enough, and so he's enlisted into helping. And it's nice. Izuku has only ever cooked with Rumi or Keigo, during nights where he wasn't only able to escape from training for a mere hour or two, but a whole night instead, and as such didn't have to rush through the motions to get every moment secured. Cooking with Yamada is different, but still pleasant. Because Yamada may not cook with quick movements. He may not be impulsive as he throws random items into dishes and sees how to counteract his mistakes. Yamada isn't wild and reckless as he cooks, nor is he confused as he moves through the motions. No, Yamada isn't like that. Yamada cooks with a soft smile. He has a pep in his step as he grabs some plates from the cupboard. He hums a pop song that Izuku can recognize and can't help but whistle along to. He moves with ease, like he's used to Izuku acting as his assistant chef. It's calming, enough so that Izuku is startled when they have to stop. The food all done and Yamada smiling softly as he glances at the time. "I've got to grab my stuff and get going," Yamada explains. "Just because hero students don't have class doesn't mean I don't have to teach." The first thing that Izuku realizes is that, oh, Shinsu is officially a hero student, isn't he? It's good to know, and he's glad for his friend. Acquaintance. For Shinsu. He's glad for Shinsu, and hopes that the boy is going to be joining 1A. But the second thing Izuku realizes is that he's disappointed. He's disheartened, wings drooping the moment Yamada slips away, off to change into his hero costume. Because he'd been enjoying himself, cooking alongside Yamada, but the blonde pro-hero plans to simply disappear without even eating. Izuku frowns to himself, and then begins to search through the cupboards, wings perking back up somewhat when he finds a spare container. And so when Yamada crosses through the kitchen once again, Izuku is ready, a filled container in hand. Sprout? Yamada asks, when Izuku holds the container out. What's up? It's your meal, Izuku says, not quite able to look the man into the eyes, and missing the way the man both lights up and softens at his words. You made it, and thanks, Yamada says. And with a quick hair ruffle he takes the container. I'll see you guys later. Maybe at Yui, who knows? And then Yamada leaves, but Izuku still smiles. The day seems just a little bit better, and it's only beginning. Shouta yawns, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes as he trudges his way to the spare room. He opens it without hesitation, and watches as Shinsu wakes up with a yelp at the loud noise. Time to start the day, Shouta says simply, and then turns around. Before glancing back, confused, because, where's Midoriya? Shinsu blinks up at him, and then slowly drags his gaze over to the second futon in the room. Shouta can see a perplexed frown slip onto the kid's face, the purple-haired teenager blinking slowly before murmuring, no clue. Clearly, he must have gotten up already, Shouta realizes, and shrugs before walking down the steps. He can hear Shinsu following behind him, but more importantly, he hears whistling coming from the kitchen. And he knows it isn't Hisashi, because Hisashi tends to hum or belt out songs. So Shouta makes his way to the kitchen, fully expecting to see Midoriya in there. He doesn't expect to see Midoriya scrubbing dishes, however, nor did he expect to see food set on the table, dishes covered in a clear attempt to conserve heat. You cooked? Shouta asks, and Midoriya startles, wings flaring out as he jumps away, water dripping from his hands as he stares for a few seconds before settling, resetting his position and going back to his task. Like Yamada-sensei Yamada. The boy nods to himself resolutely, as if he finally fixed an unknown mistake, asked if I wanted to join him. The explanation is short, but Shouta can see how nervous the boy is, still tense as he switches off the water, beginning to dry the dishes. And so Shouta nods, offering a quick thanks before heading to the table. And for a moment, just a single moment, he can feel eyes following him, guarded, waiting, apprehensive. But the gaze flickers away before Shouta can even consider looking back. And Shouta makes sure to look as unsuspecting as possible as he sits down, grabbing some food for himself. Shinsu sits down before Midoriya does, but only truly starts to eat when Midoriya does the same. Shouta makes sure not to bat an eye at that, but he does keep it in mind. They eat quickly, and Shouta ushers the boys off to get dressed the moment that they're done, taking the cleared-off plates before Midoriya can. Midoriya looks like he wants to protest the action, but his lips stay shut. Another issue in Shouta's mind. The boy doesn't speak nearly as much as he should, and it's clear, to Shouta at least, that the boy doesn't necessarily dislike speaking. No, Shouta has seen how the boy has reprimanded himself, covering his mouth after a blurted-out question, shutting his lips when he seemed ready to respond to a friend. No, it's clear that Midoriya isn't against speaking. He's been taught not to. And oh, doesn't that hurt to realize? To know that Midoriya is worried about speaking up, that he has been trained not to talk unless spoken to first, and even then only to respond when necessary. Midoriya deserves to be able to speak when he wants, to know that talking isn't a bad thing. And, well, there's only one way to go about proving that. Unfortunately, it will have to wait a few days, but Shouta can at least get the ball rolling. Shouta sends a text to his husband as he leads Midoriya and Shinsu back to Yui, feeling better when Hisashi responds positively as predicted. Work studies are meant for growth, after all. Sometimes, it's not just about the heroic side. When Aizawa told them to get changed into their PE uniforms once again, Izuku had assumed that they were going to do more sparring. He had not expected a lump of white cloth to be dropped into his hands, a matching one appearing in Shinsu's a mere second after. I'm training you two to use the capture weapon, Aizawa explained, and that was that. So here Izuku is, not 20 minutes past arriving at Yui for the day, trying to work with his new capture weapon, which he apparently gets to keep. Cool, and it's, well, difficult. The capture weapon, after all, is a mystery of its own. The technology doesn't quite make sense, something ingrained into the fibers to make them move as if they're simply an extension of Izuku's body. Carbon alloys and tiny nanobots mix with something in his DNA, apparently, to connect with Izuku and do as he asks. And as someone who has extra body parts compared to most people, which he uses to fly around without thinking, one would think that Izuku could handle a bundle of cloth. But then one would have to remember just how difficult it would be if they woke up with an additional limb tossed onto them, and just how hard it can be to maneuver with objects that are designed to wrap around things, and just how easy it is, apparently, to wrap oneself in their own capture weapon until they're writhing on the floor, bound from the top of the head to the tip of their tail. Rabbits and birds have never liked being caught, and neither does Izuku. But instead of risking his life against a predator, Izuku is just tangled up in his own weapon. Somehow, in the moment, this feels undeniably worse. The only good thing, however, Izuku has some practice with weapons and getting out of binds, so he's not completely useless with his new weapon. That said, he managed to get himself even more caught as he was stuck in his head. Okami. Well, at least Shinsu seems to be struggling just as much, if not more. Izuku will count his blessings. Shouta sends the boys off to lunch, hiding his smile as they race out of the gym, as if terrified of being in there a moment longer. He knows that it is not him that they fear, but their new weapons. The capture weapon, a fickle tool, but one that has helped Shouta get a leg up on his enemies numerous times. Great for offense, defense, and mobility. Shouta is sticking with his decision to teach both boys how to use the thing. If they both stick with it, he has no doubts that they'll do well, and will be able to protect themselves in the future with their matching gear. But at the very least, Shouta gets a moment to laugh, because both are just as bad about getting tangled up in the capture weapon as he was. "Sensei," Midoriya called out, and Shouta looked at his student instantly, only to immediately stifle a laugh as he saw just how tangled the boy had gotten himself. "I think I'm, stuck." Shinsu, however, didn't manage to hold in his laugh as easily as Shouta had, snickering as he asked, "How did you get it between your feathers? How did you manage to get caught hanging from the ceiling?" Midoriya retorted, "I'm supposed to be the bird here." But his laughter faded quickly, because Shouta couldn't help but note how that was the first time that Midoriya had teased someone back, at least that Shouta knows. And oh, doesn't that leave a bitter taste in his mouth? Shaking his head, Shouta exits the gym, noting how the boys are long gone. It seems that the idea of food and getting away from the dreaded capture weapons was enough for them to all but run to the cafeteria. Idly, Shouta decides that he'll end weapon practice a few minutes earlier today, giving the boys a bit more time to spar. But this decision made, Shouta is content as he walks into the teacher's lounge, taking stock of who all is in the room. A few of his colleagues are present, Nimari and Ishiyama seated at their desks, but Shouta is most focused on heading over to Hisashi, who is sitting on a couch. "Shoo," Hisashi greets, and Shouta offers a tiny smile as he falls into the spot beside him. "How are the little listeners?" Terrified, Shouta responds, lips quirking up even more. "I gave them capture weapons." "Awa," Hisashi coos, as if their fate is something to find cute. "You're going to kill the poor kids, Shouta." "They're tougher than that," Shouta declares passively, and Hisashi agrees easily. "They are. They're good kids, too." "Shinsu was in your homeroom class, wasn't he?" Shouta checks, and Hisashi nods. "Yeah, the listener was so hyped when I handed over his offer from you. I think he was ready to cry, honest. Midoriya didn't touch his packet until I advised him to check my section," Shouta says, and Hisashi frowns. "Really?" Shouta nods, and Hisashi hums. "Poor kid. He seemed really tired that day, you know. Usually he's all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, but on Monday he looked like he was just trying to get through the motions. He was definitely better by Tuesday, though. His slip was turned in by then," Shouta notes, and Hisashi beams. "The little listener must have been excited to train with you. The kid gets so pumped when he spots you. He gets excited every time he sees a friend or teacher," Shouta points out. "I've seen him light up when you enter the room." "Maybe so, and I will take that observation with pride," Hisashi concedes. "But you are the only teacher that he binkies around." Shouta pauses, and then, "How do you know that, Hisashi?" "Nedzu sent me the security footage," Hisashi says happily, and Shouta just wants to know why the fuck Nedzu would do that, and even more so why he isn't surprised Nedzu did something like that. But Hisashi isn't concerned about talking about that, instead saying, "It's just you, Shu. The kid is probably your biggest fan other than me, of course." "Of course," Shouta says reflexively, then huffs out a sigh. "But, nope." Shaking his head, Hisashi looks at Shouta with a serious expression. "It's clear as day that kid adores you. Don't brush the kid off, Shouta," Nimari teases, turning her chair and shoving herself into the conversation. "I can't remember a single time a kid has favored you in the past, so don't ruin it this time. Especially with a darling like Midoriya. Poor kid is already timid. Don't scare him." Shouta knows he makes a face, because Nimari's playful look fades in an instant, expression serious as she asks, What's happened to the kid?" "Midoriya doesn't seem to have the greatest background," Shouta admits, a frown slipping onto his own face as he leans further into the couch. "As of right now, I don't know much, and even what I do know isn't confirmed by the kid." "What do you know?" Nimari asks, once again straight to the point. "She's a protector," Shouta knows. "It's in her blood. It's part of why she became a hero and a teacher. So telling her that a student she knows and teaches isn't in a good situation, no matter the severity, Nimuri will still feel that urge to protect, to save. All of them will, honestly, and that's why Shouta finds himself listing out the few things he can say he believes to be fact. All things he's complained about to Hisashi. He's being raised by the commission, Shouta starts. That one is a fact, Nedzu and I confirmed it. There are no registered guardians except for a lone phone number, and Midoriya exclusively refers to them as his handler. From how Midoriya acts, it's clear that he's not only unused to being allowed to ask for things, but he's not even allowed to speak much at all. He's gotten extensive training for a boy his age, to the point that he's ahead of his peers mentally and physically. He already knows how to hide his presence well enough that I, an underground pro hero, have trouble not only seeing him, but hearing him as well, even when acknowledging how his quirks and instinctual habits may have played a part in this development. That is a level of skill that either takes extreme dedication, which an above-ground, limelight hero wouldn't need, or is ingrained through necessity. Nimuri's eyes harden. You don't think. Think back to last Monday, Shouta advises, when Midoriya presented his hero name. How was he? Nimuri pauses. Tired, she says, which was unusual, because the boy always has so much energy. And it was a long weekend, so he shouldn't have been so exhausted. Not unless he was given additional training, Hisashi realizes. But why would they do that? Midoriya got second place. He lost to Shinsu, Shouta agrees, and Hisashi stills, eyes widening behind his glasses. What is it, Zashi? He lost because he responded to Shinsu, Hisashi murmurs. Then, louder, has he been quieter in your classes, too? He has, Shouta agrees. And Nimuri does the same. The same realization creeps up on Shouta, and it shouldn't surprise him, but it does. It was already assumed that he wasn't allowed to speak much, Nimuri points out, throwing Shouta's own words at him. What if they were training it out of him? But why? Hisashi asks. The commission doesn't. They wouldn't take the time to train an underground hero. They've always cared more about those who stay in the spotlight. So why are they doing this? For some reason, Shouta can't help but think of Midoriya's older brother, the wing hero, Hawks, who is always ready with a witty remark, who speaks a lot but never really says anything. His brother is Hawks, Shouta blurts out, surprising Nimuri. Hisashi, who knew this already from Shouta's previous rant, nods. Hawks was also trained by the commission. He talks all of the time, but we know very little about him and who he is, Nimuri finishes. With such an open nature, you'd assume that something would slip. So they're silencing the listener so that he doesn't reveal anything. Hisashi asks, and Shouta doesn't know. Doesn't know what the commission would be afraid of Midoriya revealing. Maybe, he admits. Or maybe it's a play on the power dynamic. Keeping him quiet could be a way to control him. He automatically wrote a Skvader for his hero name, Nimuri recalls. Do you think they call him that, his handlers? Shouta doesn't know. He doesn't know a lot, it seems. The bell rings, signaling the end of lunch for the students of Yui who don't belong to the hero course. Shouta stands as his husband and colleague do, all three making their way to their respective classrooms. Chest lighter from his talk, yet hollow all the same. Shouta assumes that the rest of the day will be fine, will be better than lunch has been. He doesn't yet know what he will soon hear, and how it will hurt to learn. They move on to sparring not long after lunch, and Hitoshi can't find a single reason to complain. Not when the alternative was more time with the capture weapon, which, yikes, Hitoshi doesn't want to go near that thing for the rest of the day. That thing could probably kill a man by tripping them. And Hitoshi doesn't want to test his luck on whether or not he's the person in question. So when Aizawa tells him to spar against Midoriya again, Hitoshi doesn't even complain. He just shrugs his shoulders, gets off of the floor, and moves onto the mats where Midoriya is already positioning himself. And Midoriya is silent again, just like yesterday, in that way that makes Hitoshi feel just a little bit worried. Normally, silence pisses him off. Silence aimed at him, at least, like the quiet in the air is a weapon being pressed against his own throat. It's a sign of distrust. Always has been, where the people around him refused to open their mouths. They were too afraid of what he could do, pinning him down as a villain and never giving him a chance to prove otherwise. Midoriya's silence isn't aggravating, not anymore. In less than 24 hours, Midoriya's lack of speaking stopped wearing on his patience, but instead raised his level of concern for the boy. Because Midoriya's silence isn't a personal attack against Hitoshi. No, it's almost like a punishment for Midoriya. And isn't that odd, that the boy with the villainous quirk and the one with the perfect, comforting, heroic quirk were both condemned to silence. Yet the worst part of their sparring, surprisingly, isn't even when Midoriya is silent, but rather when he speaks. They've been sparring for a while now, at least an hour, and Hitoshi can feel what the hour has done. He's tired, but he knows that he has to push beyond his limits, as is the school's plus ultra motto. Besides, they'll likely have a break soon, so Hitoshi can't complain. Midoriya never does, anyways. But Hitoshi knows he only has to work a little longer. Because Aizawa has allowed quirk usage as much as that hasn't helped Hitoshi, and that only comes when he's letting up a bit. And even now, Midoriya is using his wings to gain an advantage over Hitoshi, as if he isn't already a fighting machine, a weapon of his own rights. It's after a dodge that Hitoshi just barely makes that he lets loose a comment, more habit than anything, really, saying, "Wow, you really just want to get the drop on me? Huh. Give a guy some time to move." Midoriya stares at him, then, hovering in place for a moment like he's lost in thought before blinking, diving right back into action. The match ends in 20 seconds, which isn't bad, in Hitoshi's opinion. 3 more rounds, Aizawa calls. Then you can take a break. All right, Hitoshi murmurs appreciatively, more eager now as he takes an offensive position. Maybe he can actually get some hits in, this time. But Aizawa calls out, before either can move. 2 rules, no quirk usage. And, Hitoshi asks, Midoriya simply tilting his head to the side, a silent question of his own. Talk. Shrugging, Aizawa leans back against the wall. Get to know each other, see how you tick. Ask questions, answer. Midoriya just stares more, the inquiry obvious in his eyes, and yet he doesn't ask it. Hitoshi does. Why? Multitasking, Aizawa states. Heroes often have to be able to relay information and fight at the same time. Working on this in the beginning of your training will help you get used to this habit. Shinsu already talks during fights, Midoriya murmurs. Yes, and he usually stops moving entirely to do so. Does he? Hitoshi wonders if he's been ruining his own chances of victory during quirk spars by doing so. He'll have to work on that. Alright, Hitoshi agrees. Then looks to Midoriya. So, 3 rounds of conversation, and then we get a break. Ready? Midoriya nods, then freezes. Right, he agrees verbally, looking uncomfortable and confused as he settles into his fighting stance, wings now draped on his back. 3. Hitoshi isn't surprised when Midoriya moves, quick on his feet like always. Yelping, he ducks under a hit, bringing a knee up to force the boy back. Question for a question. He breathes out, when Midoriya is at least a foot away. Midoriya nods, and Hitoshi lunges forwards as he says, Okay, you first. Is Eraserhead your favorite hero? Midoriya asks, and Hitoshi wheezes out a short laugh. Yeah, obviously. What about you? Eraserhead. Present Mike is right behind him. Midoriya pivots on his foot, bringing the other one up and kicking Hitoshi, sending him back. Hitoshi pulls himself right back up to his feet. Was Eraserhead your only offer? Nope. Got a few others, Hitoshi admits proudly, pride growing when he lands another hit on his opponent, even if only partially. But Eraserhead was the best option, obviously. What was with that odd look you gave me during our last spar? Hitoshi asks, and Midoriya hums, feinting a right hook, then hitting Hitoshi down with his left. Hitoshi yields. Your words, they reminded me of the sports festival, Midoriya admits. What do you mean? Hitoshi asks, and Midoriya moves first once again. 2. You don't know what it's like to have to fight for what you want, to have it all held right out of reach. That's what you said to me. Shinsu, Midoriya quotes, head tilting as he weaves around Hitoshi's punch, only to throw one of his own, both physical and verbal. I suppose you're right, Petite's not about what I want. The murmur probably wasn't meant to reach his ears, made to be lost in the rush of moving, but Hitoshi hears it and can't help but feel confused. What do you mean? Hitoshi asks, and Midoriya responds, first with a kick, then with words. 2 have a good quirk for heroics. I know this. You know this. My handlers, they know it too. I've been trained my entire life to become a hero, because I have the potential to be a great one. And it's not right for me to make it a matter of what I want, when there are hundreds and thousands of people who need me to become a hero. Midoriya pins Hitoshi. And Hitoshi can't even focus on that. The boy gets up, gets back into position. I do hope that answers your question. Why do you want to be a hero? The words fall off of his tongue oddly, the way Midoriya seems to stress, almost accidentally, the words why do you want? It makes Hitoshi prickle, not with anger but with fear, as conclusions start to form. New conclusions, which crumble his old assumptions all the more. You can't help what your heart longs for, Hitoshi says, but Midoriya clearly doesn't get it, movements actually pausing as he tries to understand. It's been my dream since I was a kid. What was your dream? Hitoshi asks, quickly, before Midoriya can move, can end the match. To be a hero, Midoriya says, automatically, as if the answer was drilled into him, and then, I don't know. I don't have one. Do you think there's anything else you ever wanted to be? No, just a hero, Hitoshi says. And that spurs Midoriya into action, the boy pinning him down and then hopping right back off. 1. Did they really train you your entire life? Hitoshi blurts out before Midoriya can start the final spar. And the boy tilts his head, eyes flashing with an indiscernible emotion as he speaks. How do you think I've gotten as far as I have? A bird doesn't learn to fly without being pushed. After all, eyes widening, Hitoshi can't help it, he uses his quirk. Midoriya freezes instantly, eyes going blank, arms falling to his sides. But Hitoshi is more focused on looking at Aizawa, who is already staring at Midoriya. Kami, what the fuck? It all depends on you. Izuku wakes before the sun once again, calm and content as he rises, wings arching all the while. Not far away, Shinsu remains asleep, unaware of Izuku as he sneaks out of the room just as he had the day before. The air is still, the house still resting as Izuku makes his way into the kitchen, footsteps light and gentle. He doesn't want to wake anyone, no, but he does want to cook. He knows, now, that his teachers will be awake soon. Yamada will rise within the next 20 minutes, presumably, and Aizawa is moving before half an hour passes past Yamada's awakening. Shinsu, too, will be up when Aizawa is, and so Izuku knows that now is as good a time as any to start prepping, especially since he has no idea where half of the ingredients are being stored in this household. Their pattern of organization isn't the same as the ones he knows, as Izuku would expect. The extra time is just a chance to gather what he needs while keeping to a timely schedule. Satisfied, Izuku lets himself move almost on autopilot as he roams from cupboard to cupboard, opening drawers and closing them softly, occasionally taking things from their spots. As he does this, Izuku can't help but recollect on the day before. Not that there's much to recall, now that he thinks about it. The morning had been fun, cooking alongside Yamada, and then going to Yui and beginning to train with Aizawa's signature capture weapon. Lunch was calm, albeit silent. Shinsu spoke with him for a few minutes, but in the end they both reverted back to checking their phones. And then there was the afternoon, which, well, Izuku can't help but feel like he's forgetting something. He remembers sparring. He also remembers feeling God when Aizawa told them to talk while sparring. He wanted Izuku to talk, and said that it was necessary. Izuku can't recall the last time a teacher instructed him to talk while training. Izuku can't recall a time at all. It's weird, too, because Aizawa made points that made sense. It's something to think about, certainly, and Izuku remembers them talking, asking questions, so it wasn't just mindless chatter. Izuku got to ask Shinsu about his thoughts, and Shinsu had responded with equal inquiry. Izuku thinks he did well, answering to the best of his ability. He's not so sure why Shinsu seemed so hung up on Izuku's answers, but he supposes that he was intrigued by Shinsu's, so it must be normal. But then Izuku can't remember what comes right after. He thinks Shinsu used his quirk, because the next thing Izuku remembers is Aizawa saying he won by default, because Shinsu broke the quirk usage rule. However, this doesn't make sense, because when Shinsu used his quirk on Izuku during the sports festival, Izuku remembered it all. He remembers being commanded to walk out of the ring, and he remembers doing exactly as he was asked. So why doesn't Izuku remember what happened? Did Shinsu command him to forget? Why would Shinsu do that, though? There's no reason to, right? Izuku wonders if Shinsu was just embarrassed, and didn't want Izuku to remember his mistakes. Izuku can understand that. He doesn't like when his handlers recall his errors. Either way, the next thing Izuku recalls is Aizawa giving him the win, and then sending them on their break. Shinsu hadn't spoken then, but he hadn't gone on his phone. He had just glared at the wall. Aizawa had been glaring a lot, too, when he thought Izuku wasn't looking. And yet both also looked sad. Izuku doesn't like seeing them sad, but he doesn't know what he could possibly do about their feelings, and so he forces himself out of his thoughts, pouring all of his attention into his cooking. He remains this way until Yamada enters the kitchen, not quite awake as he shuffles in, only to blink in surprise at the sight of Midoriya. "Oh, you're an early bird, huh?" Yamada asks, and then his eyes light up at his accidental joke, smile widening with joy. And somehow, despite being tired of this very same joke, Izuku can't help but laugh. So, Yamada says, when his laughter is done and its only remains are the spark in the man's eyes and the blinding yet gentle smile that pulls up his lips, "What's got you up already, little listener?" Izuku blinks up at the hero, then shrugs. He doesn't really have a special answer. Izuku simply got up because it was time to start the day. He's always up by this time, it's just how it is. And yet Yamada doesn't seem to get that from a shrug alone, still standing there, still waiting, as if he really wants to know. As if Izuku's words are special. As if Izuku offers his answer tentatively, and Yamada takes it in stride. "I get it," Yamada says, the moment Izuku closes his mouth, and Izuku smiles. "I like starting the day early. It lets me get my energy up and ready to go." Izuku doesn't have anything meaningful to say in response, so he just nods. For a split second, Izuku could swear that Yamada's eyes dim, a moment passing where something akin to sorrow flashes in the man's eyes. And then it's gone, and Izuku figures it must have just been the light because Yamada is more upbeat, if anything, eyes shining as he asks to join Izuku in making breakfast, and Izuku agrees immediately, happy to work alongside his teacher. The morning is nice, at least, and Izuku is glad that he can remember it. It passes much like yesterday morning did, with Yamada rushing to get ready the moment they're done cooking, Izuku making sure the man takes some food for himself, and then Izuku is alone once more. But then Aizawa and Shinsu emerge, entering the room and taking food, both offering thanks before eating. And then it's calm, silent. Nothing more than the three getting the nutrients that they need. After, Izuku rushes to get dressed, and then they're off. and another day of training begins. And as Midoriya and Shinsu train in one of Yui's gyms, Sui rides along the waves with pro heroes Selkie and Sirius, searching for a band of stowaway thieves. It's not the most exciting thing, in Tsuyu's opinion, but it's what she signed up for and therefore what she will do. Sirius, at least, makes even the dullest of tasks interesting. The two chatting about their lives as they clean the deck or wait for further news. It's during one such lull, where Selkie is busy and their tasks are done, that Sirius brings up the topic of friends. More specifically, her friends and their internships. How are they all doing? Sirius asks, blue eyes curious as they gaze at her. Do you know where your peers went? I know some, Kiro, Tsuyu says. And Sirius gestures for her to go on. Jiru went with Death Arms. He was one of the 40 who offered spots no matter what. Ashido and Hagakure, I know, went to the same hero but neither remembered to mention who they chose. One that has a cheery disposition. Most likely, Kirishima mentioned wanting to work with Fourth Kind. And Takoyami was sent an offer from Hawks. I believe Bakugo went with Maruko, as she was the highest ranked hero who sent an offer, Kiro. And then Midoriya signed up to work with our homeroom teacher on the first day, despite having thousands of offers. Your homeroom teacher, Sirius asks. How odd. I would assume that he would look for new experiences, wouldn't you? It's somewhat strange, Tsuyu admits. Our teacher is an underground pro, but Midoriya hasn't given any indication that he wants to go down that path. He and his quirks seem to be more suited for the public eye than to be hidden away. Although he is good at remaining out of sight when the time calls for it. Tsuyu recalls the hide-and-seek training day, and then shakes her head. It's not really that surprising, Kiro. Oh, how so? Midoriya looks up to Aizawa-sensei, Tsuyu says, because she knows this to be true. She's an observant girl, and she notices things about her peers. One such thing that she's picked up on is the peculiarities of Midoriya around others. And he's especially odd when near adults. Almost always a little quieter, a little more timid. He pays attention constantly, an ear always trained in the direction of whichever teacher is in the room, following them like a tracker. He doesn't speak unless spoken to normally, but put an adult nearby and Midoriya stops responding verbally half of the time. But then there's Aizawa. Well, Aizawa and Yamada. Yamada is special, Tsuyu knows, in a way that she doesn't quite know at the very same time. Midoriya had seemed familiar with Yamada when the man had come in on their first day of class. He had perked up, eyes wide with remembrance. When they had met, Tsuyu does not know, but she knows that they had, because Yamada had brightened, too, upon noticing him. Not quite so much, but enough to be noticeable, given Midoriya's reaction. But where Yamada was a moment of familiarity, Aizawa has been a sudden rush of trust. When Aizawa had first entered, Midoriya had been skittish, just as he was with every other teacher. And then that changed, and suddenly Midoriya was perking up and doing a binky every time that the teacher entered the room. And Aizawa, too, was noticeably different, eyes straying to watch the student more than he did for the others. Not by much, of course, but just enough to be spotted by a watching eye. And Tsuyu was watching. The bond between Aizawa and Midoriya is different than the one Midoriya has with most adults. If Tsuyu didn't know better, if she hadn't seen how unfamiliar the two were on the first day, she would assume that there was a familial tie between them. But even if there isn't, it's clear that Midoriya trusts the man more than he trusts most adults. And so Tsuyu isn't surprised. And so Tsuyu knows it is not shocking that Midoriya chose Aizawa for his internship. Because while he is not gaining new experiences with a new mentor, he is gaining the new experience of trusting a mentor. And perhaps that is the experience that Midoriya needs, just like Tsuyu needed a chance to be on the sea. But now is not the time to ponder, because Selkie is returning and he looks serious. And as Asui learns about the fights that happen above and below the seas, Katsuki Bakugo dodges the hits that Maruko throws his way. He jumps into the air, using his explosions to aid him. But then he's knocked to the floor, because the sky is as much Maruko's domain as it is Katsuki's. Fucking rabbit. You've got spunk, kid, Maruko compliments. But you're not the only one who likes going in the air. Yeah, I figured. You fucking hop, Katsuki mutters, pulling himself off of the ground, and Maruko responds with a laugh. Great observation. But I wasn't even referring to myself. My brothers are flyers. It only makes sense that I can take someone back down to the ground. She seems proud, but Katsuki just blinks, confused, because you've got brothers. Now, Katsuki doesn't give a rat's ass about most heroes. They're just people he's going to inevitably surpass, just like the extras at his school. It doesn't matter what their quirks are, or the things they care about, because in the end they're all second to him. But Maruko isn't just some hero. She's the number 7 pro in all of Japan. And Katsuki's highest ranked offer. Katsuki knows a decent amount of those in the top 10, dare he say it. And he's never heard about any goddamn brothers. And why would a rabbit-quirked hero have siblings who can fly? Unaware of Katsuki's inner questions, Maruko just laughs. I do, Maruko confirms. And one's in your class. What? Wait. Katsuki's eyes widen, a certain green-haired boy taking over his thoughts. green eyes that sparkle at the slightest kindness, shoulders that tense with any sudden movement, a skill level that screams of training and hard work. Bakugo, would you like me to challenge you? Fine. I better see you at the top, you fucking rabbit. The bunny bird Midoriya is your brother. Katsuki gets out, and Maruko snorts. Hell yeah he is. Flexing an arm, Maruko states, he gets all of the best of my quirk with him, and wings to make him even better. Katsuki blinks at the hero, face blank as his mind processes the revelation. Midoriya is the little brother of the number 7 hero. Now, that in itself isn't exciting. Not when Glasses is clearly the son of that engine quirk family, and Isahata is the son of the number 2 hero. But Midoriya doesn't act like he's the fucking sibling of a top 10 hero, especially not one as brash and unabashed as Maruko. And where did the fucking wings come from? Anyways, the only hero Katsuki knows of like that is, you're related to Hawks, Katsuki asks, and Maruko starts laughing again. You're a smart one. Maruko cheers. Hawks is my other little brother. I'm the eldest of the colony, you hear? It means I'm the best. Hawks is 4 ranks above you, Katsuki points out automatically, and Maruko snorts. Yeah, but I've lasted longer. So who is the real winner? Huh? Hawks, Katsuki answers, never hesitating because that's not what Katsuki does, and Maruko pauses before smirking. I like you, Maruko says. You're a good one. You're friends with Izuku, aren't you? Pausing, Maruko tilts her head, one ear flopping with the motion. Oh, or maybe not, Izuku hasn't mentioned you that much, not compared to that Kirishima kid. Katsuki sneers at the idea of being bested by shitty hair, and lets out a scoff. Please, I'm better than that redhead. Boo, Midoriya and I are going to be best friends. Maruko laughs at the declaration, only fueling Katsuki's conviction. Hell yeah, Katsuki is going to befriend the fuck out of that Skvader boy. First, though, he has to focus on doing his best during his internship. He has to keep working if he's going to be the next number 1, after all. And as Bakugo resumes his training, Tenya Ida follows the normal hero, Manuel, out of his agency. Tense and perfectly postured, Tenya's glasses glint in the bright lighting, almost opaque to the rest of the world. But Manuel is not the rest of the world, and he looks at Tenya with a gaze that speaks of seriosity and maturity. This is not the easiest to ask, kid, but Manuel sighs, then trains his eyes on Tenya once more. You're here to fight the hero killer, aren't you? Tenya doesn't respond. Apparently, he doesn't have to. Look, another sigh, this time with a shake of the head. I understand that it's tough to see a loved one get so hurt, and I have no doubts that your brother's injuries have hurt you, too, even if not in the exact same way as they have hurt Ingenium. But being a hero, it's not about personal grudges. We're here to protect, to serve, to save. Not for vengeance, and not for hate. I'm not here to fight Stain, Tenya lies. Yet Manuel sees right through it. I'm the normal hero, not the naive one, Manuel says, joke falling flat as he fails to put a teasing tone behind the words. I know the son of the Adaton family wouldn't take my offer under normal circumstances. You must have had better offers, which are more suited to who you plan to become. There's no shame in admitting it, but I'm not clueless. I know why you're here, but you can't do that. Of course, Tenya says, voice lacking in sincerity. Manuel sighs, opens his mouth. He's cut off by a buzzing noise. His phone. Manuel frowns, then checks his phone. Hasu's up in flames. Manuel murmurs, then his head snaps up. The location is across town, right? Come on, we need to check this out. Right? Tenya agrees. Then he follows, eyes flashing with a fire of their own. Watch out, Airjet cries. And that's the only warning Sayurashi gets before he's diving out of the way, a monstrous beast lunging at him. Tenya, another hero, cries out. And Inasa whirls around to see a man in blue frantically searching around, eyes frantic as he moves a civilian out of the way. Tenya, isn't that the first name of Midoriya's classmate? Inasa wonders, but there's no time to think because his hero name is being called out. Gale Force, Airjet shouts, get people to safety, and stay out of the way of the Namu. Namu, that's what the beasts are called. Namuthi were strong. They heard Aizawa-sensei, and they can take hits like nothing else. Midoriya shuddered, then glanced up at the screen. Locking eyes through their video call, Midoriya said, Urashi, please, if you ever face a Namu. Skvader, a woman's voice called, muffled through the door, and the call ended right after. Midoriya never did finish his sentence, but, looking up at this unnatural creation, Inasa can tell what he was trying to say. If faced with a Namu, run. And Airjet seems to agree, sending Inasa out of the way, to which Inasa can only ask, do I have permission to use my quirk? Only if needed to save people. Airjet responds, and then, after darting around a blow, even if it's yourself that needs saving. Inasa agrees. And then he's off, searching for people to help, people to protect. And all the while, he keeps an eye and ear out for that boy, Tenya, who the other hero cannot find. And he manages to fulfill both worries in one moment, darting into an alley and finding Tenya Ida on the ground. The hero killer standing over him, poised to strike. The man's blade comes swinging down, but wind travels faster, and Inasa is relieved when the katana flies out of Stain's hands, clattering a ways down the alley. So, Stain says, eyes slowly traveling upwards. It appears that we have another little hero here. Huh? Please leave. Ada says, voice rough as it comes out, as if he has to force his lips to move. Take native and go. Oh, so now you focus on the hero who you had forgotten just moments ago. Stain asks, eyes filled with a fury. How disgusting. You care only when others can see, and can praise you. How egotistical, how fake. Lay off, Inasa shouts, trying to shove down the fears that bubble inside him, trying to remember what to do in a moment like this. What would Midoriya do? Inasa can't help but wonder. And then he reaches a hand back, grabbing his phone and opening it, careful to keep the device out of the villain's line of sight. And the killer is distracted, consumed by his rage as he speaks. I shall not, Stain cries. This boy is walking down a road of shame, a road paved with greed and lies. Good intentions do not fill his heart. He is not worthy to be a hero, to be put on the same pedestal that true heroes reside on. I will rid this world of impure blood, and leave behind the strong and good. Inasa frowns, hand fumbling as he tries to send his location. He doesn't even know if he's in the right app, but he can't really check. He's literally a kid. Don't you think it's too early to decide he needs to die? Inasa asks, and chances a quick look at his phone as Stain glares at Ida. Good, his location is sent to everyone. He had a chance to retreat, but he chose anger, Stain says, as if that explains everything. As if that explains anything at all. Well then, Inasa says, in that case, I choose to stay. I'll take you down and save them, hero killer. Saving others, that's your motive? Stain asks, and Inasa stands, silent as he waits for a move to be made. Stain hums, lowering his stance as he pulls out another blade. So be it. I suppose the weaker of us will be called? No. Inasa doesn't get a chance to answer, Stain lunging at him. He whips his hand up, sending a blast of wind at the man. And it works, but Stain is quick to adapt. Inasa can only hope that someone will arrive in time and help him achieve victory, but now is not the time to hold out on hope alone. And so Inasa stands his guard and fights. Izuku jumps when his phone buzzes, glancing at Shinsu and Aizawa Eraserhead, since the underground hero took them on a patrol before yanking it out. His phone only buzzes like that when he gets a text, after all. And none of his friends would be texting right now. They'd be too busy, sticking by their mentors of the week. So it must be one of his handlers or trainers, right? Except it's not. It's just a text from Urashi. His location, Hasu. It's sent to dozens of contacts, like Urashi was rushing to send the message and needed anyone to heed his call. But why? Wait, Hasu is where the hero killer is, isn't it? And, live update. A voice calls from a nearby television. And Izuku vaguely notices how Eraserhead glances at the screen. Hasu is up in flames, with dangerous beasts attacking. Pictures of Namu fill the screen. And Izuku flares his wings instinctively, remembering the last time that he was close to one. Remembering the aches, the breaks, the way that Aizawa had been forced into unconsciousness through pain alone. Urashi is in Hasu. Izuku will not fail again. Midoriya, Eraserhead says, voice muffled but words still odd because Eraserhead has made it clear that hero names should be used when out and about, and yet Eraserhead isn't complying with this spoken rule. What are you? Izuku moves on instinct, soaring into the air in seconds, too fast, too high for Eraserhead to risk trying to bring him back to solid ground. Hasu, Izuku thinks he shouts, but maybe he doesn't, mind too full of fear to really, truly know. All that he knows is the wind that races against his face, cold and biting as he wills himself to be better, faster, so that Urashi is safe. And he hopes, too, that Eraserhead will not be too mad when he next sees the man for acting without permission. Yet he flies on, determined, and then he's there. A flash of metal is the only clue he needs before he drops out of the sky, plunging into the alleyway and knocking a sword out of the villain's hands. I see that this is becoming a trend of sorts, is it not? The hero killer asks, and Izuku tenses but does not relent, fast and fierce as he continues to move, lashing out in an attempt to protect the person he calls his friend. Midoriya, Urashi cries out, and Izuku can hear the joy. Thanks, you saved me from a nasty cut there, man. Midoriya, is that your hero name? Stain asks, and Izuku bristles. But a question demands an answer. And so Izuku says, Skvader. And then, because he can, you tried to hurt him. Who? Stain asks. Your little wind friend. The brother of Ingenium, who tried to fight me in honor of his brother. Or perhaps the false hero, Native, who has been bleeding this entire time. Which one do you fight for, Skvader? Who are you fighting for? His handler asked, and Izuku blinked, eyes dull and shoulders drooping as he tried to remember. My colony, the people I love, Izuku murmured. And his handler shook her head. Not just them, she scolded. They're the people who inspire you. Who are you fighting for? Everyone, Izuku recalled, and that answer got him a nod. Why? To save everyone, Izuku whispers. I fight for everyone. Is that so? Stain asks. Prove it. Izuku heaves out a single gasp, and then he does. It's what he's always done, after all. And so he and Urashi fight alongside one another, dancing and twisting and lunging, Urashi with his wind and Izuku with his body. They fight for their lives, and the two who lay behind him, watching in silence and anticipation, waiting to see if either of the boys will fall. But neither do. They work almost perfectly. Urashi cannot be hurt if he is not approached, and his winds are able to push the hero killer away, forcing him to focus on Izuku. And Izuku is the closest to being a pro of the 3 first years in the alley. He knows how to evade weapons, how to time a strike and get away perfectly, how to use the higher ground, or rather air, to his advantage. And so the boys duck and dive and fight with all of their might, until finally, the duo get it right. A blast of wind to the front, just as Izuku attacks from the back. It's enough of a shock to send Stain reeling. And then, to the ground, unconscious and unaware as Izuku binds him with some rope from the ground. Izuku wishes that he had carried his capture weapon with him, but he isn't sure he's confident enough with the weapon to bind the man effectively, so he lets his wishes subside. You saved us, Native whispers. Thank you, kids. Of course, Izuku whispers back, pulling up the killer, watching as Urashi yanks yet another knife off of the man's person. It's what heroes do, Urashi adds, and Native nods. And then he blinks. I can move, Native notices, and Izuku hums softly. Paralysis, it must be timed. Or perhaps cuts off when Stain can no longer focus on holding it. Ida, can you move? Urashi asks, and Ida twitches, hands clenching, expression set. I can. Slowly, stiffly, Ida rises, head still bowed. I am sorry. This is my mess that you had to clean up. Izuku feels like he should say something, at this moment, like he needs to open his mouth and speak. But he already murmured about the villain's quirk by accident, and, really, hasn't he spoken enough for one day? The others must be annoyed, or close to it, by now. And besides, Izuku doesn't know what to say. Not to the boy who will follow every school rule to a T, but was willing to break the law in order to try murdering someone. Villain or hero, it doesn't make sense. Tenya Ida does not make sense. So Izuku simply glances over to Urashi, and then lets his eyes track back to the wounded hero. Oh, I'll carry you, Native, Urashi offers, and then lifts the man before Native can protest. Not that Native is able to, as hurt as he is. And that is how they exit the alley. Urashi with a pro-hero draped over his shoulder, Ida with his head bowed, and Izuku with the hero killer bound in his arms, dragged like unwanted cargo. Izuku recognizes the hero who approaches. How could he not, with the way the man burns bright with fire? How could he not, when Shouto Todoroki follows behind him, eyes widening almost imperceptibly as he approaches? Midoriya, Todoroki says, and Izuku offers a wry smile. That's the hero killer, one of Endeavor's sidekicks proclaim, and Endeavor steps forward. How did you find him? Endeavor asks. Then, how did you defeat him? Izuku doesn't have time to answer, because 1 second he is holding the killer, and the next, he is noticing a winged Namu in the sky, its gazeless face focused on Urashi. And once more, Izuku moves, dropping the hero killer and lunging forward, pushing Urashi out of the way and getting snatched into the sky. Clawed talons piercing through his hero costume and trapping him in place, no matter how he tries to beat his wings. Midoriya. 1, 2, 3 voices shout, his peers with their arms outstretched, reaching for him despite the fact that he is already too far away. Ice extends, but it does not reach, too short in its peak to meet him. Yet just as the Namu tightens its grip, sending another wave of pain through him, he is saved by the hero killer himself, who apparently broke through his restraints and raced to his rescue. Why? You are not allowed to die yet, Stain says. Not when you are on your way to becoming a true hero. It isn't time. Izuku watches on, eyes wide as Stain stands, facing the growing crowd and yelling. Multiple heroes, and yet none move to save this boy. All of you are fakes, false as the first sinner himself. The only true heroes, the only ones allowed to end me, are All Might ... and Skvader. The man slumps over, eyes unseeing, glazed over with unconsciousness once more. Izuku forces himself to his feet, only to stumble. Arms grab him, and the blurry face of Todoroki fills his vision before Izuku himself succumbs to a world of blackness, where nothing remains except a single thought. You are on your way to becoming a true hero. But is he, really? Izuku is familiar with hospitals, just as much as he is not. White walls and beeping noises are almost a lullaby to him, as soothing as they are grating in their familiarity. And yet at the same time, the room Izuku awakes in is far too loud, far too much. There are not people, usually, within the room when Izuku wakes up. And yet today, there are 3. Urashi, who rests on one bed. Ida, who sits on another. And Todoroki, who sits in a chair, head lifting the moment Izuku opens his eyes. You're up, Todoroki notes, and instantly Urashi and Ida are looking in his direction. Midoriya. Ida cries. You are all right. Izuku is not, in fact, all right, his stomach aching as he tries to sit upright, his entire upper body feeling weary and sluggish as he pulls himself into consciousness, wings twitching before laying flat. But Izuku nods along, keeping mum. I was so worried when that Namu grabbed you, Urashi says, open in his fears as always. I felt so bad I should have been able to do something. It's fine, Izuku murmurs. I'm here, just like All Might, Todoroki murmurs, and Izuku offers an awkward smile. One that falls when Ida speaks, the blue-haired boy saying, Stain compared you to All Might, didn't he? He must have recognized how far ahead you are compared to most of us. In terms of skill still, I would not want to be praised by a murderer. And I would not want to hunt down one, Izuku hisses, and then he clamps his mouth shut, eyes widening at his own remark. He shouldn't have said that. Even if it's true, he shouldn't have said that. It's not what he's supposed to do, never mind the fact that Izuku was never prepared for a situation like this. And yet Izuku can't find it in himself to apologize. Because Ida, too, did something that he shouldn't have. Heroes don't aim to kill. And not for something like revenge. Ida should know this, with how strict he is about following rules. It's what angers Izuku so much, he thinks. The fact that Ida tried to kill someone, yet also chided others for something as simple as putting their feet on their own desks. So Izuku may have done something wrong, but so has Ida. Where does that lead Izuku? He looks at the boy, who ducks his head in shame. I should not have, Ida relents. My pride and my anger on behalf of my brother, it led to your pain. You were nearly taken by that Namu, and you had to fight to save my life. His voice cuts off, and Izuku can see a tear fall. I was only thinking of my brother, and how I felt seeing his future cut short. That is my fault, and I accept it fully. Not just your family. They may inspire you, but you have to fight for everyone. Izuku thinks he gets it. Now, what the commission has been saying. What his handlers have been trying to explain. It's not about Izuku, nor his feelings. He can't fight just for his colony. That would be far too selfish of him. He has to fight for everyone, for their well-being. Don't be so selfish. You aren't above the good of the many. Your actions matter more than your wishes. Yeah, Izuku gets it. And yet he also understands Ida in a way he never had before. Because if someone had hurt Keigo, had injured Rumi, if someone got to Aizawa, Izuku thinks that he, too, would act irrationally. His colony is everything to him, after all. Izuku doesn't want to think about what would happen. He's afraid to find out. A knock on the door is the only warning Izuku gets to pull himself out of his thoughts before the door is pushed open. 3 people entering. First is a man with a jetpack, the second a man in a blue hero costume, and the third a man with the head of a dog. Boys, meet Kenji Tsuragami, the chief of the police force, the man in blue states. Around Izuku, his 3 peers stand. Izuku follows, despite how his side aches in protest. Chief Tsuragami watches on, his face giving away nothing as his eyes peer at them from over his snout. Distantly, Izuku can't help but feel frozen on his feet when that gaze reaches his form. Instincts. No doubt, because it seems that his peers are frozen in a different sort of way than he is. And then the chief begins to speak. And Izuku can't do anything but listen. You must be the Yui students who took down the hero killer, right? Tsuragami asks, and Izuku nods along with his peers. Regarding the villain we arrested had fairly serious injuries, with broken bones and intensive cuts and bruises. He is receiving treatment under strict guard. Woof. One of the chief's ears flicker ever so slightly, and Izuku mimics the movement unconsciously. The action draws Tsuragami's attention to him, and dark eyes linger on Izuku as the chief says, since you 4 are Yui students, I'm sure you already know that when superpowers were still becoming the norm, the police attached high importance to leadership and standards, and made sure that quirks were not used as weapons. And then, the profession of hero emerged to fill that gap. Woof. For an individual's use of force and power that can easily kill others' actions that normally would be appropriate to denounce to be accepted officially as thanks to early heroes who followed the ethics and rules of the profession. Woof. Tsuragami shifts his gaze again. And yet Izuku cannot breathe any more easily when the man states, even up against the hero killer. For uncertified individuals to cause injury with their quirks without specific instruction from their guardians or supervisors is a clear violation of the rules. Even you, Todoroki, who only tried to attack the Namu after the fight against the hero killer, have broken this rule. The 4 of you, and the pro-heroes who are in charge of you, must receive strict punishment. Wait a minute, Todoroki says, and Izuku glances over to him. If Ida hadn't done anything, wouldn't Native have been killed? And if Urashi and Midoriya had not come, both Ida and Native would have been murdered. No one realized that Stain had appeared. Are you saying we should have followed the rules and let them die? Todoroki shouldn't even be included in this. Ida states, he did not harm anyone. Not even the Namu that took Midoriya. And I gave Urashi permission, the jetpack-wearing hero That must be Airjet adds. I told him to use his quirk if it could protect someone else. Wind is a powerful force, and I know Urashi can use his quirk to dispel flames. And Todoroki was with his father, Urashi points out. I'm sure that Endeavor would have given his son permission to use his quirk. That still leaves us with the issue of Ida and Midoriya, Tsuragami points out, as neither of their mentors had granted them permission. They did not need to, a familiar, feminine voice says, and Izuku cannot help but curl in on himself as his handler, of all people, storms into the room with iciness in her eyes and anger in her steps. Who are you? Tsuragami asks, and a badge is instantly shoved into his face. Skvader, Izuku Midoriya, is permitted to use his quirk in the event that he is faced with a dangerous situation in which quirk usage is a must. His handler recites effortlessly, and Izuku ducks his head when multiple sets of eyes turn to look at him. And where do you have proof of that? Tsuragami asks, and Izuku glances up to see yet another paper shoved forward. A smaller one, the size of a pro hero's license. One that he signed years ago. One that most people would never have, not at his age. Izuku sinks further into himself. That still does not clear Ida from crime, Tsuragami says. But, due to the nature of the hero killer's injuries, we are willing to brush this entire matter aside and grant the victory to actual heroes such as Tenya. Ida did not fight against the hero killer, Izuku's handler says. From what I understand, the only ones who actually fought, and were not simply paralyzed, were Skvader and Gale Force, both of whom had permission to fight. You are asking us to give out the names of 2 first years as the ones who defeated a well-known villain, Tsuragami states, and Izuku doesn't have to look up to know that his handler is naughty. Doing so will bring these boys fame, of course, but it could also paint a target on them. Then it is a good thing, I believe, that Skvader has permission to protect himself. And I am sure that Gale Force will be safe, too, considering he also goes to UA. Or do you not trust the safety precautions of Japan's greatest school? But people may track them down. Tsuragami points out. They would do so anyways, his handler brushes off. But if you desperately wish to protect them, be sure to only use their hero names. The hero killer also painted a target, putting Skvader on a level similar to All Might. You might as well explain why. No. Tsuragami stops, and Izuku glances up to see the perplexed look on the chief's face. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, this victory will go down in the names of UE students Skvader and Gale Force, both of whom were given permission to use their quirks. Tenya Ida will be noted as a victim in this, paralyzed and forced to watch the fight go down. See that the story stays this way, his handler says, and then she is gone, the chief following behind her. Izuku thinks that the blue hero and Airjet say something. But he's too lost in his own head to notice, too busy trying to figure out why his handler took the time to defend him. But really, isn't it obvious? It's free publicity. People will place more trust in the hero who excelled from the start, protecting peers and pros alike and taking down a brutal killer, one who even acknowledged him as someone on par with All Might in terms of heroicness. The perfect origin story for a hero-born boy. It does make sense, in all honesty, that his handler would defend him. He has permission, he has safety. He's too important to be taken down thanks to an unpermitted victory that was actually allowed in the end. Too important to the commission, to the future of Japan. He's supposed to fly high and keep on soaring. But right now, Izuku's wings are sore, and so he drifts off, back to unconsciousness. Shouta leads Shinsu through the hospital, eyes narrowed as he glances at the room numbers. He had received the call well over an hour ago, but with everything that had gone down in Hasu, well, it's an understatement to say that traffic is a mess. And the hospitals are just as jammed as the streets are. Because of course it was the winged child who had to get into trouble. And not the tired one who walks alongside Shouta now, eyes scanning doorways just as closely. In there, Shinsu says, and Shouta wastes no time in opening the door, and being greeted with the sight of not 1, but 4 teenagers. All first years, Shouta knows, only one being from 1B. Inasa Urashi, one of the recommendation students, and a friend of Midoriya's from what Shouta knows. The tall wind user waves, grinning as he does so. Aizawa-sensei, Urashi exclaims, are you here for all 3 of your students, or just Midoriya? We're here for Midoriya, Shinsu says, sounding as tired as Shouta feels, with the same underlying current of worry that neither seem to want to acknowledge. Are you injured? Shouta asks, eyes sweeping over all 4 teenagers, because while he is primarily responsible for Midoriya for the week, he still acts as a teacher for the other 3 as well. Ida answers first, shaking his head. I am all right. A little cut up, but I was quickly taken out of the fight. The boy's fists are clenched, Shouta notes, but his eyes seem to hold regret in them. Shouta hums, then looks to Urashi. I'm all right. Stain couldn't get close. I focused on keeping him back. Irashi seems to be the cheeriest. Right now, head still high and proud, yet his shoulders droop with worry. An oddity compared to the rest of his demeanor, yet not unexpected. I wasn't involved in the fight. I was just here to check on my peers, Todoroki says the moment Shouta focuses on him, and so Shouta finally looks to his protege for the week, and Midoriya is passed out, wings surrounding him as they always do when the boy falls asleep at his desk, legs tucked in and head ducked down. He looks impossibly small when he hunches in this way, and Shouta wonders if this action is intentional. If so, what does it imply? He just fell asleep roughly 20 minutes ago, Todoroki states, and Shouta nods in response. All of his injuries have been dealt with. He wasn't very hurt when exiting the alley. It was the Naomu that got him. The Naomu. Shouta has already seen a video playing on the news as he raced through the city, Shinsu following close behind. A snippet of Midoriya being plucked off of the ground like a predator catches its prey, of claws piercing into the boy's sides, undoubtedly cutting through skin, of the hero killer slaughtering the Naomu and rescuing his student, and then declaring Midoriya to be on the same level as All Might himself. It's Midoriya's second time coming face to face with a Naomu, but this time he didn't choose to meet it head first. Somehow, this fact makes it worse. Shouta blinks, forcing himself out of his head. Glancing to his side, he sees that Shinsu is now moving closer to Midoriya, taking a seat at the edge of the boy's bed, slumping into the mattress. Todoroki glances at him from his nearby seat, but then heterochromatic eyes move back to him. He should be able to go, Todoroki states calmly, and Shouta huffs. Right, I'll go deal with the paperwork and figure out what's happening in terms of your fight. Midoriya's guardian already handled that. Irashi interrupts, and Shouta can't help but pause. His guardian, Shouta says, and Irashi nods. Yeah, scary lady, honestly. I think Midoriya usually refers to her as his handler, though. It's not about what I want. I see, Shouta says, and then he turns around. I'll go work on getting Midoriya dispatched. I assume that you three already have your mentors working on the same. I have a good quirk for heroics. Yes, sir. I know this. Of course, Aizawa-sensei. You know this. My father has already set a time for my return. My handlers, they know it too. Shouta exits the room, hands clenched into fists as he shoves them in his pockets, finding his way through the maze of hallways once more. I've been trained my entire life to become a hero, because I have the potential to be a great one. Shouta fills out the forms handed to him, moving through the motions automatically, pen meeting paper as required, all as his mind keeps on going. It's not right for me to make it a matter of what I want, when there are hundreds and thousands of people who need me to become a hero. Shouta heads to Midoriya yet again, thinking and thinking and thinking of the blatant problem being presented to him, shoved right out in the open by a boy who seems to be oblivious to how wrong the words he says are. How sickening his situation truly. A bird doesn't learn to fly without being pushed. After all, what the fuck? Shinsu spat out, expression dazed as he automatically caught Midoriya within his quirk, and Shouta couldn't help but think the exact same thing. What the fuck, indeed. But what can Shouta do? What can he do to help Midoriya? To show this boy that a kid shouldn't be trained their entire life, that they shouldn't be pushed to the edge for the sake of a dream that isn't even their own, that no one should have to bear the responsibility of thousands of lives before they've even made it to high school. Shouta doesn't fucking know, but Shouta knows how to focus on the present, and how to keep Midoriya safe when the boy is under his gaze, and not flying away at the first cry for help. And so Shouta keeps his calm as he wakes Midoriya, checking the boy over before helping him up. And he keeps his voice gentle, softer, as he leads his two interns back to Yui to get changed, before taking them back to his home. And he makes his movements obvious when they eat, Hisashi sitting beside him. It's not much, but it's all he can do. And at the very least, Midoriya is smiling when he heads off to sleep. In Kami, that's something. Definitely not enough, but it's something. Shouta just hopes that Nenzu will be able to help him through this mess, but for now, he has nothing but the moment to worry about. And that's plenty enough on its own.